Hey guys, today I bring you some new works. In this one, we'll follow a guy who managed to have one of the most incredible powers. He simply picks up a card, and from that card, he can summon any type of monster for himself. But how did he awaken this power? Well, we need to go back to the beginning to understand how he got there. Our story begins in the immortal world. In this place, we find the lizard just watching the sunset. Out of nowhere, he starts to notice some people running. These people were running from some wolves that were quite powerful. They were running to survive. At the same time, they were screaming for help. Running, and they kept saying that they were very unlucky. They were still running towards the scorpion from the level 1 area, but why did they block some level 3 desert wolves? She points up ahead and tells him to hold on a little longer. In front, there are some trees. The ghost wolves of the deserts can't be climbing those trees. If they climbed the trees, they could survive. Running, we see her thinking that the wolves of the desert are wild by nature, and once they set their sights on a target, they won't give up easily. In the fight they had against some monsters, they were injured, and the last pieces of metal they had were all damaged. So, they should run, otherwise they would die right here. However, running, the girl who was there ends up tripping and falling to the ground. The two of them then turn back and call out Zewe. However, when she turns back, she has a surprise. The wolves that were there jump towards her. The girl lying on the ground just turns back and ends up seeing the surprise of the wolves opening their mouths in her direction. She ends up simply thinking that her end is over. Until then, a lightning bolt appears out of nowhere and pierces that wolf. Fallen on the ground, we see the sword stuck in the wolf. After a while, that sword is removed. A guy ends up appearing and starts walking towards those wolves. She, fallen on the ground, ends up thanking him and also realizes that he saved him. However, opening her system screen, she realizes that this guy is level 1. The stranger ends up removing his hood, and then he stares at the wolves face to face. The wolves also end up staring at him for a while. Also, level 3 monsters are not that strong. As soon as he says this, the wolves end up running towards him. Our hero holds his sword tightly and then ends up shooting towards the wolves. The wolves also shoot towards him, but with a few quick arrow cuts, our hero ends up cutting each one of them with his sword. The girls who were behind him are simply shocked to see him defeating that thing easily. He stops, while the sunlight hits him. They don't believe it either. He managed to kill some desert wolves with a few blows. However, she asks him to look ahead. Looking ahead, we see other wolves appearing, and it seems that now more wolves have appeared than before. They don't understand. Maybe the wolves that appeared here smelled the blood that was in the desert. The girl who was there, just watching this, realizes that it would be bad to stay here. So she asks the guy who was there to run with her because the monsters were too many. They wouldn't be able to handle it. Our boy, who just listened, turns around and wonders if this was true. However, he ends up taking some cards from the system. The system wonders if Laiwan would like to summon some skeleton warriors. Seeing this, he simply confirms. And at the moment he confirmed the cards that were there, he disappears and appears minutes later on the ground. After that, a gigantic magic circle appears on the ground. And after the magic circle, a skeleton's hand appears. Only then do some skeletons of a very high level appear there. After their appearance, we see the wolves that faced this, but at the same time did not give up. The wolves of the desert then end up running towards our hero's army. Seeing the wolves running towards him, he simply asks him to attack these monsters. His army, then listening, simply advances. As he advanced, our protagonist took advantage of the opportunity that his army gave him to attack the wolves. And we see here that with each cut he made, it was one less wolf that our protagonist had managed to defeat. But time passes. 15 minutes later, he ends up finishing off the last wolf. This one fell to the ground. He then removes his sword that was stuck in it. And below the system appears to us, saying that he killed 16 ghost wolves of the desert. After they were all knocked down, our protagonist picks up grabs some orbs that were inside the wolves. And those orbs go towards our hero's hand. The girls who were there are again in disbelief, not believing that he managed to kill some very powerful wolves of the desert. However, a girl with pink hair approaches him and starts asking something, if he was by chance a wizard, and also if he had used the summoning skill. She ends up saying that she was a wizard too, and she had never heard of that skill. Then he turns around and reveals that at no time did he say he was a wizard. She then wonders what he was. And here he is already introduced to us, that he here has a skill that is forbidden and of level SSS. His name is Lin Yuan, from the Blue Planet. And he is also a reincarnator. 3 years ago, a scientist observed a mysterious giant planet that they called the Magic Planet. It appeared repeatedly next to the Blue Planet. But 3 months ago, a mysterious company announced a virtual reality game called Immortal World. After entering using a virtual reality goggle, which they developed, humans were able to fight against these monsters. And as they leveled up, they basically gained the ability to fight against perhaps more powerful monsters within the game. At first, people didn't care since this was just a game, until one day, some people started to gain powers and abilities in the real world as well, that were obtained within the game. And from that point on, a bunch of cultists, who called themselves believers of the gods of the evil star, then began to enter the real world. From the virtual world, they started hunting some people, and we see the damage being done. Some people were injured. While there, others ran. However, our hero lost his parents in the midst of all this. Humans gathered a power there. With this power, they basically tried to fight against these cultists, but in the end, they were knocked down and defeated by them. In the end, thinking he died, what he least expected, ends up happening. A few hours ago, he was reincarnated in the world of the first time, where the virtual world just happened. This time, the system also gave him the forbidden SSS level class. Now, with this class, this time, he must increase his strength and his ability as quickly as possible to be able to protect the Blue Planet and his family. So he finishes off the last wolf there and approaches it, and after that he ends up placing his hand on top. After he places it, a ghostly aura ends up appearing, not just on one, but on most of these wolves. After that, our system screen appears. He asks if he would like to use the summoning of darkness on the body of wolves. He ends up pressing yes. And the special feature of this class is that it is giving him a warrior's physique. But he still has the ability to summon darkness, transforming the monsters' bodies into zombies so that he can fight other monsters. These mummified monsters basically do not inherit their previous levels and abilities. And this one also obtained a new ability, Body of Death. They are immune to most negative spells. And when his other best talent, the Gate of Hell, he can use it to keep the monsters reincarnated using the type of summoning darkness. And the amount stored increases along with his level. And here we see something emerging from the ground. And that thing that emerged from the ground then opens the doors. And after that, a portal appears. The summoned wolves of our hero then end up walking towards him. Not only him, but also our protagonist. And if his level is high enough, he would obtain the army of relentless immortality. So he advances, but we then return to that girl who ends up asking our hero, and if by chance he was reviving the undead like a zombie. She asks who he could be, but he asks her to look up. The time was almost here. Then the system appears, saying that the world boss was appearing. And this would be the giant wolf of death. Hearing this, our protagonist says that it was the right time for him to be advancing and for him to be able to kill the final boss. However, in another place we find some warriors just staring at the sky turning red. Some lightning ends up falling. Only later we see then, from those lightning bolts, some types of thing appearing. It's like a portal, and from this portal appear some red eyes. The guy who was on the ground says that the giant wolf was appearing and would be heading towards him. Then, he said that he remembers that he saw this on the game's official website, saying that its attack range is 50 meters. They better run farther, as fast as possible. Everyone then starts running from this monster. We see a huge amount of people running, but it was no use. The speed of that thing was faster. While some of them were caught, we then see two hiding behind a rock, but the giant boss wolf turns to them. As he turns, he ends up devouring some other things there, and at the same time below we show here his level, which was level 6, but one of the guy's brothers ended up being caught. They stop him from going there. After all, it would be crazy to face a monster like that. This was the giant wolf. They are too weak. Facing this monster, he starts to wonder, this is the show. This is the final boss. How could anyone in this world be defeating a monster like that? However, while asking this question, they end up facing a mysterious guy who is walking towards the monster. He is holding a sword, and as we moved a little closer, we realized that this guy was our protagonist. As he advanced, he just stared at the monster seriously. They asked them to look at the sword too. He must be a newbie. Yes, the giant wolf of death is a level 6 boss monster. Without help, no one here would be able to take down a monster like that. But in this world, categorized from weak to strongest, starting with normal and elite, leader and lord, and the king and god monarch. Among them, a lord-class monster, even if it is a level 1 boss, is still a great threat to a newbie like him. As they talk about this, he just stops his steps. The wolf also stops. The two of them then face each other, while the people back there just stare at him. Then he ends up turning to our protagonist and starts to wonder if he was by any chance all, and asks him to get out of there as soon as possible. This guy was a level 6 monster. The monster ends up getting closer and closer, only here it was a little bigger. Looking at him now, he seems to be almost nothing. The monster, with its teeth roaring, and with some red things coming out of its mouth, simply gets angry. Only after a while he takes a puff towards our hero, but in order not to be caught by it, he ends up taking a few steps back, and after he did that, we see him slipping there. And after he slipped, he looks ahead, and as soon as he faces in front of him, he ends up finding the wolf, jumping towards him. But he already had a skill of his own, but after he activated it, he just stood there, since he knew a few things there. He remembered that, in his previous life, there was a giant wolf of death of level 6. Even with his pre-improved level of boss skill, it only has 3,400 HP and 510 attack. For the adventurers inside the deserts, whose level was higher, of level 3, it is definitely a huge challenge to defeat it. At that time, he almost died along with his team, fighting against this monster. But now, he has reincarnated, and he knows everything, and also the countless fights he had against this monster, and almost death, and almost life, and also, he is no longer the same person he was before. The wolf extends his paw towards our hero to catch him, but he sees this and ends up dodging. The wolf hits the ground and ends up tearing the ground completely. Turning back, the wolf also turns towards him, while the hidden guy realizes that this guy was extremely fast, but the wolf also doesn't like this, and then activates an ability, which gives him extra speed. Our hero just smiles, and only after putting his hand on the ground. Placing his hand on the ground, a magic circle appears, and after that, he just asks for it to come. And from the ground, something appears, and that thing simply stops minutes later. Stopping there. Nothing happens. The wolf simply stares at it, until out of nowhere then that thing opens, and he asks for whatever was inside to protect him. And from there, some wolves end up coming out. People don't understand what that could be. Those are zombie monsters. But they look more like those wolves from the desert. He reached level 3, killing some wolves on the way here, and the storage capacity of the gate of hell increased to 30. And he was still a little behind, but leveling up was worth it, according to the mechanism. Something like, when the summoner is stronger than the summoned monsters, both are present at the same time. So the monsters will target the summoner first, at least the summoned monsters attack first. The boss will not change targets for now. And here we see the boss attacking. He takes down some shadows, but other shadows there don't give up. This one ends up turning red, drawing the boss's attention, The boss then prepares his paw towards this shadow. Our protagonist knew it was the right moment, and also using the aggro mechanism. When the boss starts attacking the summoned monsters, he can use this method to attack first, using it as an easy way to take down a strong monster like this one, and holding his sword he advances and makes some cuts. After the cuts, the wolf ends up roaring in pain. He was injured, so he ends up kind of turning all his attention to our hero. He starts to run because he couldn't stay still, so as not to be caught by this monster. While he ran, he knew that the boss has his aggro and not summoner, which starts by attacking, using the summoned monsters, and again to be diverting his aggro. But he says that many ants can kill an elephant, even if each of the zombies of the Desert Phantom Wolf only caused 15 damage, and the 3,400 HP of the giant wolf meant nothing, because it would be easily taken down by its shadows. This theory, which he just said a moment ago, ends up becoming reality. With that, some of the monsters end up jumping on top of him. This theory, which he just said a moment ago, ends up becoming reality. With that, some of the monsters end up jumping on top of him and end up biting him, ripping out a part of his life. He starts to roar in pure pain. Meanwhile, facing this monster being knocked down, they start to think that this guy was too amazing, since this monster was a world-class Lord monster. However, one of them starts to laugh out of nowhere. They start to plan some things. Meanwhile, he jumps towards the boys. Since the monster had 500 life, he goes there and advances, and ends up giving the last attack, with his sword, giving a final critical hit, ripping out a good part of the life, and reaching the monster's life to 10%, to 10 life. He then ends up falling to the ground. The system appears saying that the monster was at its end, and at this moment, while the guy was facing this, he just gets a surprise. Because the guys who were hiding end up simply asking him, the controller of the living monster, to simply die first. Our protagonist, who was just facing all this, thought it was too stupid. Even the other guy behind there kept asking them not to do that, but since he wouldn't listen, he just asks them to be careful behind him. They then turn around as quickly as possible, and the moment he turned around, he takes out his sword with a single cut and knocks down the three. With a single blow, the three who were there fall to the ground, while his sword, a red liquid, falls. He then ends up saying that they shouldn't underestimate him. The two behind him wonder what just happened. That was an insta-kill, and it seems that his movements are not only fast, but also powerful. And at this moment, as he was talking about this, the powerful wolf finally gets up. Our hero, who was already angry, simply takes his sword and makes a cut. The monster ends up receiving the blow, and in the end, he ends up being knocked down by him. Then, he wonders what reward this boss will be giving to our protagonist. While he was saying this thing, in front of him, some chests end up appearing. Below appears on his system screen. There he ends up winning the soul gem, the effect, a gem, connected to the power of the soul. After collecting a certain number of them, you can go to the Council of the Eternal to exchange for legendary equipment, After reaching level 60, players need to be going to the Eternal Council, where the elves live to continue increasing their levels. However, this gem is the easiest way to obtain legendary equipment, and the equipment classification is divided from low to high, starting with void, then black iron, then bronze, silver, gold, black gold, and epic. Then comes legendary, and finally, mythical. Newbie players usually only have void class equipment and rarely get black iron equipment. 2 hours ago, based on his experience from his previous life, he ended up manipulating 2 skeleton warriors to be luring the black sand lizard Ezlight. After defeating him, he ends up winning the black lizard cloak, which gives him a defense of 30 and an agility of 10. But for having managed to kill the first boss of the world, he ended up winning a hunter title. The title is a type of effect. After equipping it, he will be gaining 10% damage and also 10% critical chance. And, also for having managed to kill the first boss of the world, he obtained a silver chest. After he saw this chest, he simply ends up picking it up and opening it, and then winning some good rewards. These rewards go to his system. In the end, he notices a great harvest, and also his XP is being calculated so that in the end, he can go from level 3 to level 4. The point he managed to level up there, he ends up getting 5 attribute points. So, for this, he uses 3 points for the mind and 2 points for strength. In the end, after all this, he will know that his attributes are now at the highest level among all the players in the gravel desert. Also, although all the zombie ghost wolves have sacrificed themselves in this battle, after he leveled up, the gate to the underworld is now large enough to accommodate 40 zombies. So, he approaches the monster he just defeated. The system wonders if he wants to tame this animal for himself. The guy simply agrees, and the moment he agrees, he opens his eyes. And, as soon as he opens his eyes, he stands in front of our protagonist. Below, we are shown that this monster was level 6, with HP of 2,400, an attack power of 360. And, as expected, the boss has a gigantic skill and strength. Looking back now, he also realizes that this zombie, in addition to the undead body, has another skill: the undead wrath. And with the help of this giant wolf, he may be quickly replenishing the zombies at the gate of the underworld. However, the guy behind him doesn't believe it. Did he really turn the boss of this world into a zombie? And is that door also part of his ability? That's incredible. Others realize that this person was much scarier than the final monster. Our hero, hearing this, turns his eyes back, and the guys who were there simply hide out of sheer fear. He doesn't understand why they were there all this time, but it seems that after the 3 bandits were killed earlier, they realized that behind there dropped a very good item. This is a black iron sword, which is a very good weapon. For low-level beginner players, it is very good. However, he already has a much better sword than this one. To do this, he grabs the sword that the guys were looking at and only then goes towards them. They don't understand why they're coming towards him. Maybe they came to do the same thing they did to those 3 over there. There was still time, and it's very likely that if they ran through here, they would survive. But our hero approaches very quickly and ends up saying that it was the same person who was shouting just now, right? He didn't want to be revealed, so he ends up making up some excuses. However, our hero simply hands him the sword. Looking at this, they simply don't believe anything. They just thank him, and then say that this sword would perhaps be useful to him. They don't believe him again because they gave him a very powerful sword. And this sword was very good. Others even end up looking at this sword and recognize it as that black iron sword over there. However, 10 minutes later, he ends up walking through this desert. However, he starts to feel something, and a shock wave ends up appearing in the darkness. After that, we see our protagonist in the real world. He ends up picking up the virtual reality helmet, and then ends up removing it. And in the end, he realized that the battery in the helmet didn't last long. After removing it, he thinks that he should quickly earn money to buy a game pod. However, here we are shown something. Hyper-realistic holographic game is divided into multiple login areas based on the country. In addition, each login area also contains different game kingdoms for players to choose from. Among these is the El Padi district, where our hero lives. As an example, there are other countries. This is the country of the ancient Western Desert. There is also the Southern Empire, the Northern Han's Empire, and the Mare Island. Our hero receives the message from the system, asking him to choose the place where he could be reborn. Here there were some choices, but living his life again, he made the same choice as in his previous life. This is the Western Desert because before he could die, he discovered a certain secret. There we found some monsters invading some cities. And in this place there was a person, our protagonist, who was caught by this monster, falling to the ground and thinking that his end had come. Until then, a person appeared. At this moment, this thing that was coming from the sky was floating there in the air. Our protagonist opens his eyes and only then sees these things flying from the sky, coming from the direction of that giant eye back there. In the end, He realizes that perhaps this is a yellow seraph, and that this is the emblem, a guild of the ancient kingdom of the Western Desert. The first demonic sovereign in the star was actually a human player. He remembers that the first follower was a key figure in the final summoning, so that the evil sovereigns could come to the real world. He still has 3 years since the descent of the evil sovereign. If he can eliminate him during this period, maybe he can prevent this whole tragedy. But the only clue he has about this guy is to receive an emblem. Only the guild of the main city in the Western Desert. It seems that they love their luggage like yellow seraphs, and the condition to enter the main city is to reach level 10. And if he, our protagonist, wants to explore the true intensity of this rat, he must basically hurry up and increase his level much faster than he should think, already knowing that everything he has to do is already done, so our protagonist just stares down there. He ends up taking one of those cards from his system inside the game. With that now in hand, he is already surprised to see that he actually managed to summon a skeleton card in real life. Some players, and the eternal world, as soon as they enter, the game may be bringing some powers from the game to the real world, so that he can be using them. These people are called the Chosen Ones. The Chosen, also known as the Children of Destiny. Each Chosen possesses a powerful hidden profession and an extremely high luck value, and they are the main force fighting against the evil sovereign later. In his previous life, he only obtained the skills of his game character, in reality when all that destruction came to the real world. But this time, it happened too early. But it seems that his Forbidden Soul Reaper skills are really not uncommon, and he just doesn't know very well how to differentiate between that among those who have hidden professions. However, he ends up hearing a noise behind the door. So then, he ends up following that direction, and only then, he ends up approaching the door, and knowing that it was the moment, but he wonders what that meant. He ignores them and asks them to eat it, however they don't understand, but understands that this was a very rare gesture of Yuan. So only they could be appreciating and eating, but a common human characteristic is that only after loss do you realize the true meaning of value. And this meant a way to make up for what was lost in his previous life. He had always lived in ignorance, locked in his room all day. His parents realized that if this kid continued to play these games and get addicted to them, he would completely destroy himself. However, because he said this, they realized that he shouldn't comment, since this kid would get angry over little things. However, when the disaster came and took everything away, he really realized how stupid and foolish he was for basically wasting his time on games. And it seems that today was Sunday, and it seems that little Tan hadn't come home to eat. Tan said that she had to prepare for a mock exam recently, an exam that had just started, and she had brought her food to eat at school itself. However, she didn't expect that Yuan had actually learned how to cook. These chicken wings looked too delicious. She continued to eat them, and he revealed that they were all his, and besides, he had kinda learned how to cook in the future. The two of them, then looking at this, realized that maybe he's gone crazy. The boy's mother ends up rubbing her eyes. They then understand, but our scene cuts to outside. Our hero started training a little, started doing some moves. Since if he wants to improve the control and power that the game brings to reality in the future, he must have a strong enough physical constitution to withstand all that. After training a few punches there, our protagonist started to run a little, and after he ran a little, he finally stops. After he stops, we see him standing there just staring at his watch. And there he ran 50 meters in 5 milliseconds. For him, it wasn't bad at all. But still, he might be getting better and better at it. Now that it's over, it's time to go back. Our scene cuts to a dimension. Some blue clouds then appear. The system will congratulate our hero for coming back. However, we find some mysterious scenes. Here we find a shadow passing by our hero. It passes by at extreme speed. At this moment, when he sees this action passing by, he turns around. And as soon as he turns around, he finds some giant birds. And these giant birds, guess what, came running towards our protagonist. These birds were level 2, and they opened their mouths with their sharp teeth to catch him. However, with a few quick cuts there, he manages to take down these birds with gigantic ease. After taking them down, he gets some extra points. He is happy with this, but looking at it now, he realizes a few things. Since right there in the distance, there were some things catching his attention. Below, we see a wolf's paw, and after this wolf here, we find some other wolves, but in a whole herd. It seems that these monsters easily managed to attract so many wolves. It is no wonder that one of the favorite preys of the ghost wolf of the desert was these animals. However, now he can use this to his advantage. He grabs a portion, and as soon as he grabs that portion, he ends up taking it, since now this was a very good opportunity for him to be collecting these wolves for himself. The wolves advance towards some things, and our hero also advances towards them. With his sword, he cuts some of them, wolves. So, he easily knocked them down, but there were still others jumping towards him, with the aim of catching our protagonist. But seeing this, he takes his sword and ends up cutting them. And at the moment he cuts these wolves, he pauses to breathe a little, but the wolves don't give him this pause. They then end up stopping in front of him. We see the minutes after our protagonist was surrounded side by side by these monsters. It seems that they came, so time is up. To do this, our protagonist closes his eyes, and only then, with that, he advances towards the wolves, cutting them one by one. And after cutting them one by one, we see our protagonist in a brilliant scene, holding his sword. After cutting down maybe 40 wolves, the system appears congratulating our protagonist for having taken down 40 wolves. And because of that, he ended up managing to level up to level 5. In front of him, that thing from his system appears. And with that, he manages to make those wolves that he just knocked down enter that thing that just appeared in front of him. After the battle, the gate to the underworld was full of undead monsters again. And here we are shown our hero's system. Here it shows his attributes. Now he is level 5. His strength is quite powerful, but after his 4 main attributes increased by drinking that monster essence, his combat power should now be enough to fight some elite monsters. And now it was the right time to look for that certain person. He advances towards a city in the desert, while some dust appeared there in that city, but his goal was to enter inside. And there at the top of the city of black sand, we found the city in good shape and found some people walking through it. Among these people, our protagonist was also walking, but his goal was not to walk through these people per se, to follow them to a certain cabin, and he ends up arriving at this certain cabin. And as soon as he arrives at the cabin, he ends up picking up and opening the door. And the moment he opens the door, he ends up finding a certain guy. He then wonders, who could this guy be who came to disturb his peace? And here he is introduced to us as Kosh, a wizard instructor in the city of Black Sand. For this, he ends up calling Kosh instructor. He just came here to learn some skills from him. He then just sits there while staring at our protagonist. But our hero starts to explain some things. However, in the game, in the world of immortality, skills are usually acquired from skill books, which are obtained by defeating monsters in treasure chests. And it seems that this guy here was lucky. He managed to defeat this monster, and in the chest he picked up, he found a book that must be of a high rarity. And besides, each profession has its own novice instructor, who is responsible for teaching him. And this was the instructor when he ended up becoming a novice mage in his previous life, and his name was Kosh. If you teach him this, you will be giving him drinks. You will be giving him money so that he can buy drinks for the next 15 days. He was a mage in his previous life, so he knows a lot of information about the Soul Reaper skills in this life. However, he can also consider it a skill that depends on magic in terms of his fighting style. But still, he needs to learn the general skills of a mage common to the fighting style of a Soul Reaper combat, before he can be obtaining his special skills, and for that, he wants to learn the skill of spiritual flame, the art of healing, and also the art of concealment. While he was saying these things, he was holding a bag of money in his hand, and while he was doing that, we see him pointing it towards the guy. He takes this bag of money. Then he says that by giving him money, he will be teaching our protagonist what to desire. Then he asks him to do his best, because the glory of the magicians is shining upon our protagonist. After saying such a thing, he ends up extending his hand towards our hero. Then, the system appears congratulating our protagonist for obtaining 3 mage skills. The first one was the level 1 Black Iron Spiritual Flame. The effect is to inflict damage to the target equal to 100% of the spell's damage. The other one was the Healing Art. The effect is to apply healing power to the target, restoring 10% of their HP. Our last one was the level 1 Concealment Art. The effect is to enter a concealment state that only lasts for 5 seconds. After seeing this, he realizes that the spiritual flame includes ranged attack power, and the healing art can be healing him and his teammates. As for the concealment art, it can be used to save his life in very critical moments. But the skills are very simple. If he wants to learn the higher level skill, he will have to find a way to obtain more resources. So, he said that it was okay. He just needs to continue on his path of leveling up. As he says this, we see him just staring at his system screen. Meanwhile, in the Black Sand City, we see the system congratulating our protagonist for having reached Kobold. This is quite a peculiar territory. Only here we only see our hero walking towards a cave. He then explains that kobolds are monsters of around level 5, and they live in nearby dens and caves. They can also find people in the dark due to their large eyes and very sharp sense of smell, and they can be ambushing you too. That's dangerous. And worst of all, their numbers. The individuals in their group usually vary around hundreds or thousands. So, whether in terms of numbers or level, kobolds are currently the most suitable monsters for leveling up, using their method of their undead army. So, he uses a portion of night vision. To do this, he will use the kobold to maximize his proficiency in the concealment skills and the spiritual flame. And with this, he will finally be able to open some chests while using his shadow for such a thing. To do this, he summons those shadows of his. He also uses a torch that gives him greater illumination. With his army of wolves, we see him advancing further and further into this cave. The wolves go ahead because he can't risk too much. So we see him advancing. As he advanced, he just walked along. Up until then, our protagonist advanced to a certain point and realized that these movements were very similar. And to do this, he takes the torch he was holding in his hand and shoots it in the direction of a dark place in the background. And after shooting it, we see that that torch managed to shine and some things came down there. And we see that down there we find some of the kobolds, and they were devouring something. But their eyes end up turning towards our hero's group. The shadows of our protagonist who was ahead were all caught by this group of kobolds. But the worst of all is that one of these kobolds was level 5 with 120 HP and his attack power was 30. And it seems that the kobold mining that he needed so much from the beginning finally appeared for him. And one of these kobolds that knew the saw opens its mouth and starts to roar a little. But we see that torch that our hero threw there before, it fell to the ground. And the moment it fell to the ground, we then see our protagonist advancing. As he advanced, he asks his shadows to protect him, while he takes care of the slightly weaker kobolds. However, one of these weaker kobolds advances towards him, while one holds a pickaxe and the other advances with his wire grip. But our hero, who was already used to fighting monsters like this, advances towards him. And a few cuts are enough to take down one of these monsters. But it still wasn't enough. He activates another ability that gives him much greater strength. And with that, he advances towards the monsters, but the monsters advance towards him, needing to defend themselves. But he knew he would get out of this easily. So, with his dark, they cut these monsters. And he realizes that the combat power of these channels is great for, most importantly, now it's time to dodge his piece. And these monsters seem to have come all towards him, but using his ability to hide, we see him disappearing. That pickaxe that was going to hit him ends up simply not hitting him, and instead hits the ground, sinking into the ground. And it seems that he fell for their tricks. And with that now, appearing behind this kobold, he ended up grabbing his sword. With that, he ends up making cuts to the side, grabbing the monster, not only this one, but also his companion who was knocked down. After he knocked down these two kobolds, he stops there on top of one of the rocks, and here he is facing the monsters. The system appears showing the level 1 art of disappearance. His experience in the art of disappearance seems to have increased a little more, but the attributes of these common kobolds are still much weaker. So, by defeating a monster like this to level up, he was getting slower and slower. To do this, he ends up summoning some undead kobolds to his system, and after that, his screen shows that they are level 5, that they have an attack force of 30, which was actually quite strong. Now, at this point, he has some kobolds as his own army. We then see him extending his hand. He then says that from now on, he will replace the undead ghost wolves he has. So, he asks them to advance. For now, he must hurry and look for the leader of these monsters he is facing, but then, after saying something like that, his kobold there, about 3 of them, advance. While behind him, our protagonist was there as a rear guard. He advances while taking a few steps. Until then, he enters a certain place and realizes that this territory was practically their territory. After stopping for a bit, he starts to stare at some things there, and those things were on the wall. It seems that, finally, he managed to find what he wanted so much. At the moment he says this, he ends up forming a fire in his hand. After forming that, he shoots towards the wall, hitting some little things. These were some slimes, and the moment he knocked down those slimes, some red eyes appear there in the middle of the darkness in that cave, and those eyes end up having a gigantic pressure. At that moment, something approaches him too quickly. That thing was the boy from this place, holding a type of bone whip. He starts to crack it, but the system appears saying that this was the kobold, elite level, level 6, who had an attack power of 100. And this monster's life was 350. Now that this has appeared, he starts to talk about some things from ancient times. The weak have been prey to, let us say, strong monsters, but this is already an immutable law of survival in the natural world, and the predator is always destined to be the prey in the end of the story. And here we find a ferocious wolf devouring a small bird. But behind this ferocious wolf devouring the bird, there appears a serpent, and at this moment when this snake saw this wolf flying around here, it simply crawls slowly. But the moment it saw the monster, it ends up opening its mouth and goes towards the wolf. And that's why the danger is absolute, lurking around every corner and at every moment. And at all times you have to be alert, otherwise you will most likely become prey for a powerful monster. And at the moment he says something like that, we return to our reality, and we find that cowboy boss here, who ends up grabbing his skeleton whip and shoots towards those clones of our protagonist, and also our protagonist, to be hitting him directly. But we see that, let's say, nothing happened to him, because all we see here is a gigantic dust appearing there. But, well, while it is very likely that our protagonist was caught by this, our little story continues from the last part where it left off. There we find the smoke rising up ahead. We find our protagonist, commenting that even sometimes hunters can be challenging themselves, just as prey can sneak in, finding their opponent, because at this moment, the wolf itself ended up flying towards the snake and ended up biting its neck. And it's exactly like this moment. That bone whip that was heading towards him, our hero grabs it with just his hand, and only after he did that, he comments that he finally caught it, and pulling it back, he threw it backwards with it. Not only was it enough to throw it back, but it also managed to push it back for quite a while, and it even crashed into some rocks, and this irritated him a little. He got up as quickly as possible to make a counterattack, but our hero ended up moving faster than it. A flash of something dark passes by our brute, while he turns to the side to see what it was, but he doesn't have time to react. Our hero, with his high speed, ends up using his ability, which makes 2 cuts right on this brute. The 2 cuts are enough to make the brute immediately fall to his knees on the ground. Now on the ground, knocked down and perhaps defeated, he starts to hear some noises coming from the back. With his eyes reddened, he turns around. As soon as he turns around, he finds several kobolds, with some pickaxes and weapons walking towards our hero. For now, Our hero just stares at the brute, while watching from behind those brutes ordering their kobolds to attack his opponent. At the same time, the system appears to us saying that the threat here was a little more dangerous than before, and here the number of kobolds has increased significantly. The number for him was quite large, but his followers are almost the same as what he has. And to top it all off, he even says that his animals are more powerful than theirs, since they were supposed to be fighting monster after monster, so he asks his animals to go out and get some fresh air. So they go out, and we find that gigantic wolf from before, appearing in front of the kobolds. And there in front, we find our hero and also the remains of the small wolves that were advancing towards the kobolds. And since it was a hunt, he asks them to officially start hunting against these monsters. They extend their hand, and as soon as they do so, the wolf ends up roaring. After roaring a little, they advance towards the kobolds. The kobolds also advance towards the wolves, and a fight begins. The wolves end up receiving a few blows, and seeing that they were at a disadvantage, the strongest wolf of our protagonists ends up roaring, causing the kobolds that were there to lose their concentration a little. That brute that was behind also ended up receiving the effect of our big wolf's ability, and at that moment that this happens to this brute, we even see our protagonist duck extremely happy, but he asks for it to end quickly and kill all the monsters. Our little wolves advance towards the remains of the kobolds, and so a system screen noise appears for us, saying that he overcame some certain level 5 kobolds there, and managed to take down 5, not 5, yes, 20. After 20 it was 40, and after that, he ended up finally reaching level 6. While leveling up, at one point, a greenish light flies towards him. Our protagonist was there on top of some kobolds. At the same time, they reach out to the ground. And by doing this, he ends up activating his Necromancer ability. The kobolds that were on the ground end up emerging now as the shadow of our protagonist. Even the brutes were summoned as his shadow. Seeing that the kobold army was completely knocked down, the weakest kobolds that were still alive still tried to escape. But our hero, who saw this, asks them not to escape, because they will also be part of his army, so he advances, and with a few cuts, he manages to knock down these 2 kobolds. And at the moment he does this, he thinks about stopping for a bit, but a torch quickly flies towards him and this scares him. To do this, he ends up moving back. But when he moved his sledgehammer back, it ended up hitting the spot where he was. And here we find the warrior kobold. This was the kobold boys, who was level 7, HP 1000, with an attack power of 150. This boss kobold that just appeared then most likely prepares to attack our hero, who was there dodging his attack, ends up moving back a little, but then comments that he had been waiting for him for a long time. Their fight there most likely will be more than worthy, because then we see the kobold boys using the sledgehammer that he had in his hand to hit our hero, but what he finally hits were some rolling rocks, ending up causing an explosion. But the sledgehammer he gave was a little too strong, causing the sledgehammer he was using to get stuck in that thing. Well, he tried to get it out with his strength, but we see that below nothing happened. He applied force. Our protagonist saw that he had made the mistake of attaching his sledgehammer to the wall. He saw that he could now be using this to his advantage. With his sword in hand, he then thought that now might be the right time to attack. He prepared and went towards him. The kobold, who until now had been having difficulty removing his sledgehammer from the wall, he ends up succeeding, and not only that, but he also manages to defend himself from the cut our protagonist threw in his direction. However, we still see that cut managed to make a small cut in those bandages he had there as protection. Because of that, he ends up advancing in his direction. But advancing backwards, he comments that it was as expected from a boss like that. Even using his sword skill and his best attack, he didn't even manage to penetrate his skin. But knowing that he couldn't stay here still, he ends up dodging, and at the moment he does this kobold boss ends up using his sledgehammer to hit our hero in that spot, causing an explosion again. Our hero once again just watches, because he knew it would be almost the same as the other attack. But at that moment, something quickly approaches his face. And what approached was his sledgehammer. Our protagonist barely had time to dodge or defend himself from this attack, because the boy's attack simply stopped right in front of his face. With that, our hero had only one thing to do: jump back, and again he jumps back, dodging the attack of this boss kobold at the last second. The boss's attack simply hits the ground completely, tearing up a good part of it. Our hero used his foot to make that stop for us. Standing still now, he notices the boss's attack pattern. He saw that it was nothing so simple, not even for an elite monster like him. Based on the strength he is demonstrating right now, he is at least 2 or 3 times stronger than an elite monster. First, he will have to keep a distance between himself and this monster, while at the same time ensuring that he continues to cause a little damage to these boys while dodging any attack that these boys will be making in his direction. To do this, he ends up putting that ghostly hour in his hand. As soon as he does this, he sends an air guess. And as soon as he does this, we find those summons of our hero that emerged from his shadows and thus surrounded this kobold boys. And at this moment, we see that everyone was focused on just one goal: to take down the boys, because we also see that he even takes down our protagonist's strongest wolf, with the same goal. And so with the goal in mind, our wolf prepares himself. Then he ends up taking a run at the boys. The surrounded boy then activates his ability and the final blow. When striking anything, be it a monster, be it a person, it will do double or triple the original damage. And here we see him spinning with his pickaxe, at the same time preparing an attack to be delivered to our wolf. Our protagonist, who saw this and realized that he could not let this attack hit him, he extends his hand and asks the other wolves around to attack. And so it is done. We see the weaker wolves jumping towards the kobold boys. So giving our wolf a little more time to prepare, so our wolf ends up activating one of his abilities as well. This was the group's ability, inherited from the undead. It activates a 10% attack power with a 20% critical hit chance. When doing so, this ability activates. We then see the weaker wolves that were previously weak becoming stronger, thus giving a little more damage to the boss kobold. We also know that perhaps this alone would not be enough to knock down or reduce the boy's health, so our big wolf prepares a lightning ability. He shoots towards our boss kobold, who takes all the damage, causing 150 damage to him. Receiving this damage, he ends up screaming. After a while, we see the dust dissipating. At the same time, we see the wolves still clinging to him. In front, we find our protagonist approaching. Then he activates his other ability, the magic of the spiritual flame. A green flame, appears in the palm of his hand. After it appears in the palm of his hand, we see him firing those flames that he just formed in his hand several times towards the boys. The boys simply see these flames coming close to him, just stands there and watches. Because below we find that blow hitting him, and although he remembers, the kobold boss's magic resistance is very low, and then we see the fire hitting him, causing 20, 30, and 30 damage, but these small damages end up causing him more and more pain. He screams there, while below we find the kobold a little exhausted. But even so, he does not give up, because he still wants to catch our protagonist, then roars in the direction of our hero. We see him crouching down and starts running at extreme speed, still holding that sledgehammer of his. Our hero, who sees him running towards him, does nothing either, because our hero realizes that there is no need to do anything. He just uses that other ability of his. This was the ability to become invisible, and so he starts to disappear. The kobold, who was there with his objective of catching our hero, simply has the surprise of seeing that they disappeared, but he appears seconds later behind himself. Behind him, he thanks him for insisting on coming to our hero. Since he came, he will have no mercy on him. Back now, he realizes that right behind him, there was a fleshy area, and it wasn't armor, meaning he can attack here with everything he has. The boy, who could dodge to the side, doesn't do anything, so our protagonist quickly advances with his sword. He stabs the boy in the weakest point, and we see red liquids appearing there. At the same time, we see him resisting not being caught by the sword, but we see that it's no use, because blood and damage end up being caused to him. Once again, the boy screams in pain, but he hasn't been knocked down yet. He ends up freeing himself. Our hero jumps up. Then he tries to hit our protagonist, but our hero still sees that he could do something to defend himself, so he calls for one of his shadows to come to him. As soon as he snapped his finger, we see the paw of our hero's wolf running. He grabs one. He grabs the wolf's fur to keep from falling. Then we just find our protagonist on top of the wolf now, so he ends up stopping there at the back, while the weaker wolves start to pass by his strong wolf. They then start to surround our kobold again. Our kobold then finds himself surrounded again and defenseless against the attacks of the wolves that will be made in his direction, but for the kobold boys it wouldn't happen. With his pickaxe then, he starts to make some movements to the side, and in doing so, he manages to knock down some of the wolves. Our hero, while seeing this, realized that his armor had already been transported, so this means that the next blow, he forms those fireballs in the palm of his hand again, and with that, he makes those fireballs formed in his hand start to go out in a circle towards our kobold. Since with this, finally ability that he can be using, he can finally be sending our boss kobold here to perhaps another world. And we see that those fireballs hit that kobold full on, and we then see 30, 40, and 40 damage appearing on him. However, in the middle of all this chaos, we find our kobolds there taking all the damage, and we only see some green fire emerging there, very large. But in the middle of this, we find our kobold roaring upwards. Our historian begins inside the dungeon. A horde of humanoid wolves wielding pickaxes rushes forward, their eyes glowing red. The hooded figure observes the approaching monsters, commenting, "It is just a struggle." A notification appears, confirming the extermination of 10 kobold overseers and 20 miners. The notification continues, displaying a total of 35 kobold miners killed. One of the kobold miners swings its pickaxe downwards with the intent to strike. The kobold's foot nearly crushes the hooded figure as it tries to attack. The figure stands ready, asking if the kobold is trying to escape, as green energy surrounds him. The figure grips his sword, stating that the kobold must leave its life behind first. The cloaked individual leaps into the air to strike, as the kobold prepares to defend. The kobold chieftain roars as it falls backwards. The figure stands over the fallen kobold, and a notification displays he has killed the kobold chieftain. The figure sees a notification. It shows he has successfully killed the kobold chieftain and earned experience. The system congratulates him as he leveled up to level 7. The figure notes he is now level 7, and the system displays his stats. He thinks that with this kill, he is one step closer to level 10, so he can go to the main city. The system shows that his stealth technique and spirit flame have leveled up, and their effect has doubled. The figure glances to the side. A bronze treasure chest appears before him. The figure's hand reaches out to open it. He opens the chest, revealing its contents. The system shows he has obtained a kobold leather pouch, unquenchable torch, skull mask, and shadow gloves. The system notifies him he has obtained 20 gold coins from the kobold leather pouch. He remembers that soon major banks around the world will open channels for currency exchange between reality and the game world. 20 gold coins are equivalent to 0,000 yuan. The system displays the stats for the unquenchable torch and skull mask. He looks at the shadow gloves. The system shows the stats for the shadow gloves. The figure says his luck is good and he got a silver-grade weapon from a bronze treasure chest, and he is excited to try them. The scene shows a forest near the kobold cave. The Bloodscar Guild leader thinks the recent training is good, and they eliminated 30 phantom desert wolves in less than a minute. The Bloodscar Guild vice leader says nothing will be impossible for them as long as the two brothers unite. One of the guild members says that the leader and vice leader eliminated so many phantom wolves at once. Another member says they will wipe the Thunder Guild out. The vice leader is upset that Lin Yuan got the first kill of the world boss. A notification that says the world boss has been killed by player Lin Yuan appears as everyone looks in shock. The giant wolf is defeated as the figure stands above it. The leader says that he doesn't know what ridiculous luck that scoundrel had. He tells Fei Ho not to act recklessly. The leader says that Lin Yuan is tyrannical and his strength is not to be underestimated, so it is better to win him over. The leader remembers that there is a kobold dungeon nearby, and he will check its location. The other member says, "Your orders?" The vice leader feels wronged, as his elder brother has already scolded him 3 times. The vice leader says that Lin Yuan should just wait and that the day will come when he'll pull out his fangs. One of the members tells the vice leader not to get angry and asks him to look at what he has. The vice leader asks what it is. The vice leader is seen in the forest. He sees someone in the distance. A woman in a witch outfit appears. The vice leader and 2 other men laugh. The figure walks towards the trees. The system displays the undead kobold chieftain's statistics. He believes he has added a chieftain-ranked undead with considerable combat power to his collection. The witch tells them not to come any closer, or she will not spare them. The vice chieftain is happy to have met such a stunningly beautiful girl today. He tells the witch not to worry, and that she will only entertain them for a while instead of suffering. One of his companions says that all she needs to do is please the vice chieftain until he overflows with joy. The witch says that if they come any closer, she will not hesitate to attack. The witch tries to attack, but the vice chieftain kicks her. The vice leader thinks she is just a trivial wizard and asks her if she thinks she can harm them. The vice leader immobilizes her. He tells her that he has had enough of this nonsense, and if she has not given up yet, then she can try again if she can. He tells her to keep going, to keep trying. He adds that the more she resists, the more excited he becomes. The witch screams. An iron gauntlet is shown. He is hit by an explosion and thrown back. The companions of the vice captain yell his name. The gauntlet blasts at something. The vice captain lies on the ground injured. The figure says the effect isn't bad, and it was easier than he imagined. One of the companions knows he must find a way to inform the captain. The witch asks who he is, as one of the Blood Filth Guild members says she has angered the guild. The figure is shown. Someone explains the Blood Filth Guild was the #1 guild in the Black Sand Town's newbie village. It is added that most of the guild's members are red-named players who love to commit evil. A red-named player with a scythe is shown. Then the text explains they are dangerous players classified by the system. The text explains that criminal acts such as attacks, theft, and looting lead to a danger status. He believes that losing equipment and low levels causes severe losses to players. Our protagonist asks if they are all from the Blood Filth Guild and thinks that these rats caused him immense trouble in his past life. One of the Blood Filth Guild members wonders who they are dealing with. A Blood Filth Guild member proclaims they are the #1 guild as the hooded figure stands above them. A member of the Blood Filth Guild tells someone that if they don't want a miserable death, the member says to cut off their arms and kneel like a dog and call him Grandpa. The hooded figure attacks. The arms get cut off. The Blood Filth Guild member screams. The figure states he will take care of severing their arms and save their dog-like barking for hell. The witch looks surprised by his strength. A person runs through the woods. He consumes a health potion that restores 0% of his HP and magic power. The injured vice captain swears at the figure. A figure tells him his fate is certain doom. One of the guild members says the guild master is over there. The figure and the witch look on. Someone notices that this is the kid who almost killed the vice master. Someone says, "Wait," as they prepare to attack and focus on his cold eyes. The description notes that the sword looks like it can cut through anything. Our hero exudes an unbearable suffocation. Someone tells the guild master to hurry up and show this kid the power of the guild. The member thinks that this aura, along with the sword, probably dropped from a boss-level monster, and that this person is Lin Yuan. The leader thinks that the members who provoked the figure are idiots. The figure asks if he is the leader of the Blood Filth Guild. The leader of the Blood Filth Guild says that dignity cannot be compromised. He thinks that today's battle is inevitable. The leader of the Blood Filth Guild attacks. The witch yells for everyone to be careful behind him. The vice captain yells, "Die, you scoundrel!" as he charges forward to attack. With a furious expression, the villain brandishes his sword and screams, ready to strike down his enemy. His face is contorted with rage as he prepares to deliver the fatal blow. His companion steps forward, brandishing his axe, as he declares that the other's decision was foolish. A wide shot shows figures falling to the ground in a chaotic scene. The man wielding the axe looks up in shock. A wolf-like figure stands menacingly beside a young man in a dark cloak. The creature smashes through a barrier with its massive weapon, its sharp teeth bared. The man wielding the sword quickly descends, ready to strike. A man is stunned as he witnesses an attack. He claims that it is his opponent's turn. The man screams, his eyes wide with disbelief. The hero faces his opponent, their weapons locked in a fierce struggle. The axe wielder lies defeated on the ground as the hero stands triumphantly over him. The hero declares that the guild is no longer worthy of being taken seriously. A notification alerts him that his sin value has increased after killing a human player. The scene changes to a close-up of the hero, with a thoughtful expression as he ponders his next move. He says that the sin points should disappear in a week if he doesn't accumulate more. The witch notices figures running away and wonders if they should chase them. Our protagonist claims that they are just small insects and not worth the trouble. The hero stands over the body of his defeated enemy. The attributes of the explosive battle axe are displayed. The attributes of the crossed dragon fang blade are displayed. The attributes of the thorn dagger are displayed. He thinks that the weapon's properties are good and that he can sell it. He walks somewhere in purple boots. The girl expresses her gratitude to the hero for saving her. The hero mentions that he doesn't know her name yet. The girl and the hero are standing next to each other. The hero says that one day he will see his name at the top of the list of the 10 most famous people in the world. The girl looks at him and repeats what he just said. The witch questions the importance of the list and asks the hero to take it with him. The scene shows a vast desert. The hero stands before a giant scorpion. The attributes of the howling thunder scorpion are displayed. The hero prepares to fight with his dagger in hand. The scorpion is struck by a blue energy. The hero is surrounded by several scorpions. One of the scorpions is seriously injured by the light. The hero watches intently. He is surrounded by light and scorpions in a vortex. He has defeated 0 howling thunder scorpions and has leveled up to level. He reflects that he has reached level 8, but that collecting the paralysis herb was annoying. The scene changes to 2 days ago. An old man in a coat says they finally met. A mission from alchemist Emor has been detected. The details of the quest named Emor's Will are shown. He thinks that after a period of time, a special dungeon will open in the main city. The dungeon is packed with monsters with thunder properties, and to clear it, one must have resistance to thunder. The demand for effective thunder resistance potions will reach thousands of gold coins. He remembers in his past life, someone made a huge fortune because of this. He will get the recipe for the effective thunder resistance potion after he finishes gathering paralysis herbs. The man named Imor arrives in Black Sand Town and will retire forever after this quest. He confirms that he accepts the quest. A level monster that guards the paralysis herb is shown. The hero comments that the scorpions do not pose a threat to him. He successfully snatched the quest and will use this to max his newly learned gathering skill. Details about the gathering skill are shown. A hand is surrounded by herbs and light. He says, "Let's go a little deeper." He is walking deeper. He prepares to attack. The giant scorpion swoops down. The giant scorpion's stinger approaches. The protagonist uses a silver slashing strike. The hero dodges. Now, he is ready to fight. A mutant monster, the crystal thunder demon scorpion, has appeared. The hero wonders if a mutant demon monster has appeared. The attributes of the crystal thunder demon scorpion are displayed. The hero thinks, even though the situation is difficult now, he will sharpen the blade of his silver slash for the first time. The hero attacks the scorpion. A close-up of the blade is shown. He notices that the scorpion's armor leaves no gaps for penetration. The boss is activating the thunder paralyzing attack skill. The boss is activating the poison needle stabbing skill. The crystal scorpion gains powers, with lightning crackling around it. The hero prepares to dodge the scorpion's attack. He realizes that the scorpion's strength is beyond what he expected and needs to dodge its combat power first. The scorpion prepares to attack. He remembers what someone told him. To do this, he summons some kobolds. Our story continues in the same place. The wolf-like minion delivers a heavy blow, crackling with energy as it hits the giant insectoid monster. Watching from the side, the hooded hero wonders why the double damage ability wasn't activated on that attack. Suddenly, a system notification warns that the boss is about to unleash his ability, earth-shattering pincers. The enormous purple creature responds by hurling its giant pincers across the battlefield with immense force. The ground shatters from the powerful impact, sending rocks and debris flying in all directions. As the dust begins to settle, ethereal green flames begin to swirl and gather in the air. The spectral fire surges forward and engulfs the monster, causing it to roar amidst the scorching heat. The young man declares that the beast will now feel the power of his enhanced flames, which deal continuous damage. With a confident smile, he commands his otherworldly fire to relentlessly attack the trapped creature. Meanwhile, his other summoned minions have managed to wrap the giant insect in thick, binding ropes. The monster lets out a furious scream, thrashing wildly as it struggles to free itself from the ropes. Taking advantage of the gap, the wolf warrior leaps high into the air, ready to deliver a crushing blow. His hammer finds its target, and this time, a notification confirms that the double damage effect has been activated. The system announces that a critical hit has successfully activated the powerful double damage bonus. The boss recoils from the devastating blow, and the very ground beneath him cracks under the immense pressure. Another massive explosion rocks the battlefield as the wolf warrior's attack hits home with full force. The hero is thrown back by the blast, only to find a smaller scorpion appearing right behind him for a surprise attack. He realizes that there is no opening in the carapace, so he decides to take a different approach, his hand glowing with power. A notification appears, informing him that his title as a Slayer Hunter has increased his attack, double damage, and magic by 10%. With renewed determination, he vows to tear the creature's entire body apart and turn it into a pile of brittle husks. He warns the monster to prepare for its destruction as he unleashes a powerful blast of dark energy from above. The attack hits the creature squarely, causing its armored body to crack and shatter under immense force. The scorpion lets out a final agonizing scream as the devastating energy tears it apart from within. Its massive body finally crumbles and collapses, sending up a massive cloud of dust and debris. The hero stands firm with his sword, having successfully defeated the formidable beast. The system confirms that he has slain the transformed demonic beast and gained experience points. A status window shows that the creature was a level 10 killer crystal thunder scorpion with several powerful abilities. The monster's ghostly green essence lingers for a moment, revealing its true, fearsome spectral form. Its abilities included a paralyzing thunder strike, a poisonous needle, and a powerful crystal storm attack. As the last remnants of the scorpion fade, the young man watches, reflecting on the hard-fought battle. As one battle ends, another begins, as he faces off against a giant turquoise scorpion with a horde of smaller scorpions closing in. The swarm of purple scorpions descends the canyon wall, rushing to overwhelm the lone hero and his new pet. One of the monsters approaches, its eyes wide, red scorpions glowing menacingly as he prepares to strike. The young man watches them approach, thinking to himself that they have arrived at the perfect time. He sends his newly tamed pet forward, eager to test its strength against the oncoming swarm of monsters. The group of scorpions unleashes its crystal storm ability, launching a coordinated electrical attack. The area fills with crackling energy and screams of pain as the chaotic onslaught strikes friend and foe alike. Suddenly, a mysterious white-haired swordsman leaps into the fray, his blade glowing with a faint red light. He cuts through the monsters with swift precision, and a system notification confirms that he is striking their weak points. The swordsman moves like a whirlwind, his blade a blur as he elegantly dispatches several scorpions at once. He targets another creature, his fluid movements allowing him to strike with deadly precision and power. His blade pierces the tough shell of a scorpion, delivering a decisive blow that terminates the creature. After landing, he maintains a ready stance, his eyes already scanning the swarm for his next target. As enemies fall around him, several notifications appear, announcing that he has leveled up. A final message congratulates him on reaching the level, vanquishing the defeated monsters. His player status shows that he is now Lin Yuan, a level-up Soul Reaper with the Dark Summon talent. He comments on how great it feels to level up twice in a row, a wry smile on his face as energy glows around him. In the battle, he obtains several silver-grade items, including a lightning spear, guardian greaves, and a ring of paralysis. He also receives a phantom bracer and believes that selling these weapons could greatly improve his parents' standard of living. The young man stands tall and proud amid the remains of the defeated scorpion monsters. A system notification confirms that all demonic beasts in the area have been successfully eliminated. As a final reward, another message announces that he has obtained a gold-grade skill book specific to his skill. A bright golden light begins to swirl around his hands, materializing the powerful reward. The light solidifies into a strange book with a fleshy eye-like symbol on the cover, which he holds up curiously. The tome contains a gold-grade skill called Curse of Darkness, and its use is restricted to soul reapers like himself. He looks at the powerful book, realizing how lucky he is to have found such a rare item. The system then informs him that the skill book is automatically being registered into his memory as the light envelops him. A final notification congratulates him on obtaining a skill exclusive to the Soul Reaper class. The Curse of Darkness skill manifests as a swirling turquoise energy filled with ghostly, screaming skulls. Its effect deals a percentage of a target's HP as damage, or can restore a percentage of the HP of undead allies. The world is filled with horror and supernatural powers, where monstrous beings and glowing eyes hint at unseen dangers. Ling Yuan looks at the glowing energy in his hand and realizes that he can now restore 20% of an undead's health. His expression turns serious as he considers the tactical advantage this new healing ability gives his summons. He approaches his pet giant scorpion, which currently has only 60% of its health remaining. Deciding to test his new ability, he releases a powerful beam of restorative energy towards the creature. The glowing blue energy hits the scorpion, and rings of light. Glowing lights appear around him, indicating a healing effect. A notification confirms that his health points have been restored to 80%, and the creature lets out a powerful roar. With the heating finished, he decides it's time to head to the main city to find his first subordinate. Suddenly, a strange, dark, shadowy entity appears to embrace him from behind, catching him completely off guard. A sudden thought crosses his mind as he processes the strange sensation, wondering what it could be. The scene shifts, shifting from the digital world to a different reality. His mother is beside him at the table, telling Yuan that his father has just hurt his back and needs help. He rushes to help his father, gently guiding him to the couch and telling him to take it easy. His mother scolds her husband for acting recklessly, questioning why he tried to fix the air conditioning himself. Lying on the couch in pain, the man explains that he was just trying to save money where they could. His father dismisses the injury as something minor, saying that he just needs to rest before picking Zhao Tan up from school tomorrow. Lin Yuan stands silently at the door, his expression hardening as he watches his father rest. The next morning arrives, bringing a new day to the city. The sun rises over the bustling cityscape, shining down on the tall buildings. A sudden noise from downstairs wakes his parents, jolting them from their sleep. Peeking out from the bedroom, his tired mother asks Yuan why he is making noise so early. They are shocked to find two workers installing a brand new television in the living room. One of the delivery men confirms that Mr. Lin Yuan has purchased the new items and asks them to confirm the delivery. His father stands there, speechless, wondering aloud if he is dreaming what is happening. The workers continue with the installation, focused on installing the new appliances. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan is in the gym, pushing his body to the limit during an intense workout session. He walks over to a treadmill and asks an employee not to bother with the disturbance. A gym employee asks if he would like the VIP package, which requires paying for a whole year in advance. Without hesitation, he agrees and hands over his bank card to pay for the family membership. He considers selling his unnecessary equipment to pay for the house renovation and the new gym pass. He wants his parents and Xiao Tan to start working out early so they can adapt to the upcoming immortality phase. The gym employee watches him, impressed by his athletic physique and how he doesn't even pant after a long workout. As she takes the payment card, her eyes widen in sudden shock. She realizes that it is a premium VIP card, only given to those with more than 5 million in their bank accounts. During the call, he explains that the money is a prize and tells his parents to rest easy, saying that he will stay with Xiao Tan. The employee holds up the card, thinking that her client is an amazing person for being so young and successful. The scene shifts to Zhushui First Middle School, where the students are excited to go to an internet cafe. Among them, a young blonde girl with a blue bow is walking down the school's stone steps alone. This is Lin Tan, her sister, and she walks with a very serious expression on her face. A nearby classmate happily talks about her brother buying her a cake, making another girl envious. Lin Tan silently wonders if having a brother is really something to be jealous of. She remembers her own brother, who was always absorbed in his games and oblivious to the world around him. With a hardened expression, she walks on, thinking that she doesn't want a brother at all. Another student notices her attitude and confronts her, calling the school beauty arrogant. A group of girls then block her path, insisting that she show them some courtesy since they came to invite her personally. The leader of the group becomes enraged by her defiance. He raises his fist to strike, calling her shameless as she cries out in shock. She stands her ground firmly against the men, warning them that she will call the police if they continue to harass her. Ignoring her threat, the man lunges forward and grabs her face. Lin Tan shouts for him to get his hands off of her. He leans in closer with a lecherous smile, commenting on her smooth skin. She just glares back with a look of pure disgust. Her friends watch nervously from behind, asking who these intimidating men are. Meanwhile, Lin Tan's eyes burn with quiet rage. Now completely surrounded, she confronts her harassers, demanding to know what they want from her. Suddenly, one of them shoves her hard, sending her falling to the ground. Her classmates can only cry out her name in fear. The bully looms over her, yelling that she should feel honored and questioning why she acts so arrogant and aloof. On the ground, she quickly raises her knee and crosses her arms, bracing herself for the incoming blow. But just as his hand descends, a strong grip suddenly clamps down on his wrist, stopping the attack instantly. Lin Tan looks up from the ground, her eyes wide with shock and confusion at the sudden intervention. Her brother, Lin Yuan, holds the man's arm tightly, his own eyes glowing as he asks who allowed them to bully his sister. With a faint scratch on her cheek, she stares up at her savior, whispering his name in utter disbelief. Lin Yuan glares down at the group of thugs, his face shadowed, and his expression filled with cold, simmering fury. The bully struggles against the powerful grip, angrily demanding to know who this meddling person is. The thugs swarm him, asking if he is looking for death. The leader vows to knock out his teeth and orders his men to break his arms. Lin Yuan moves with blinding speed, landing a powerful punch to one man's face, sending blood flying from the impact. As another attacker leaps in with a high kick, he calmly watches the attack descend, completely unfazed by the threat. He easily sidesteps the kick and counters with a swift punch to the man's gut, the force of the blow creating visible shockwaves. With the main bully on the ground, he stomps down hard on his face, crushing him under his foot with brutal force. Lin Yuan stands tall amidst the destruction, his power causing the ground beneath him to crack and shatter. He plants his foot on the defeated bully's chest, looking down at him as the other students stare in stunned silence. With the fight over, he turns to leave, telling his sister they should go. The girls are left speechless by what they just saw. As they walk, she asks why he came to get her. She silently wonders about it, since he usually just plays games all day. He explains that their father hurt his back, and their mother is at home taking care of him, which surprises his sister. She asks worriedly if the injury is serious. He reassures her that it is not a big problem and she shouldn't worry. They continue to walk together, but an awkward silence hangs between them, neither knowing what to say next. She realizes it has been a very long time since they last talked like this, and the whole situation feels strange to her. Lin Yuan continues walking with his hands in his pockets, his gaze fixed forward with a determined expression. Just then, her friends call out her name from behind, running to catch up with her and her mysterious brother. Her friends gush over him, saying how nice he is to pick her up. Another asks why she never mentioned having such a strong and handsome brother. She glances at her brother with a skeptical look, silently questioning her friend's compliments about his appearance. Meanwhile, other girls at the school notice him too. They whisper about how handsome he is, thinking he must be a graduate visiting the school. As he continues to walk, more female students turn their heads to look at him, surprised by his sudden popularity. One of the girls bravely greets him, and he politely responds. His sister silently notes that she never realized how tall he was before. She then wonders when he started working out. Realizing his new muscles explain how he was able to fight off those thugs so easily. She remembers him as the same person who would always stand alone in a crowd, hooded and absorbed in his phone. She also recalls countless times he was just a gamer, sitting alone in his room, completely focused on the virtual world. Looking at him now, she can't help but wonder why he seems to have changed so much all of a sudden. Students say their goodbyes after class. A blonde girl waves cheerfully, telling everyone she will see them tomorrow, but her happy expression fades as she looks back with a hint of confusion, wondering what is happening. A young man with dark hair then crouches down, offering to carry her. Other students watch, whispering in admiration. The girl gets flustered, politely insisting she can walk by herself. She feels embarrassed by his sudden offer. Before she can react further, she is suddenly pulled forward, her expression turning to one of complete surprise. Without waiting for her permission, the youth lifts her onto his back and starts walking, ignoring her protests. He calmly explains that everyone else has left, advising her not to push herself if she is having trouble walking. The young man then points to her scraped ankle, reminding her that she was pushed and twisted it earlier. Stunned by his observation, she looks at him, wondering how he could have possibly noticed her injury. The young man arrives carrying his sister, announcing their return to their visibly surprised parents. The older couple exchanges a silent, bewildered glance, unsure of what to make of the situation. Trying to ease the tension, their father simply states that the important thing is that they are both back home. Later, after the family has settled, the young man stands at the kitchen sink washing the dishes. Meanwhile, the mother remarks to her daughter, Tan Tan, that her brother seems like a completely different person now. Their father agrees, adding that his son now cooks and even buys new appliances for the house. The mother also mentions that their relationship as siblings has really improved, like it was in childhood. Sipping her drink, the girl quietly thinks to herself that he is strange, but wonders if he has truly changed. Having finished his task, the youth turns from the sink, announcing that he has arranged everything. Having finished his chores, the young man adjusts his hoodie, announcing that he is going back to his room. Nearby, his sister holds a warm drink, her expression shifting as she hears his words from just outside the door. She thinks to herself, disappointed that he is still just a reclusive young man addicted to video games. Her thoughts are suddenly interrupted when he holds a bottle out to her, his gesture catching her by surprise. The youth tells her to put the contents on after her shower, explaining that its therapeutic effect is excellent. He then says he is going to play games and warns her not to enter his room unless it is for something important. As he walks away and closes the door, the girl is left alone in the living room, clutching the bottle tightly. She sits down, whispering to herself that no one wanted to enter his room anyway, a slight smile on her face. With her gaze fixed on the bottle, her smile widens slightly, hinting at her complex feelings. His mother notes their improved relationship but asks about school. His sister says nothing happened before heading for a shower, leaving him standing there. Later, the young man relaxes in his gaming chair, leaning back as he gets comfortable in his room. With a slight smile, he looks forward with determination. His mind already focused on his next task, he puts on his VR helmet, deciding it is time to get back to the game. His consciousness enters the game, landing with a powerful impact in the main district of Wind Sands. Now appearing as a hooded figure, he resolves to find and capture the person he refers to as a rat. His avatar surveys the desert city from above, as a system message confirms he has entered the Wind Sands area. Down below, a man lies on the ground, desperately pleading with an officer that there has been a misunderstanding. But a city guard pins him down with a spear, silencing his lies and ordering him to prison. From the shadows, the hooded figure watches as a city guard pins a struggling man to the ground. His eyes narrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he takes in the scene before him. The city guard pauses, looking around and wondering if what he sensed was just an illusion. As the guard leads the prisoner away, the youth remains hidden, watching them disappear down the hall. He knows the patrol soldiers are sharp and that he must lie low for 3 more days until his sin level drops. But this also presents an opportunity to go and get something from an old friend he has not seen in a while. With his resolve set, the cloaked figure stands tall, his gaze fixed on the path ahead in the city. Later, a man in ornate robes scoffs, mocking the youth for being a low-level mage weaker than the patrols. Suddenly, a man gasps in pain, clutching his chest as a dark substance spills from his mouth. The hooded figure explains that the poison ravaging the man's body is already destroying his organs. He continues, warning that without his treatment, the man will not survive for more than a month. The afflicted man shouts that the cure requires rotted gillfish fat from the deadly muddy clay desert. A system notification then appears, offering a gold-level quest to retrieve the fat and heal the man. With a confident smile, the young adventurer accepts the dangerous mission without a second thought. His journey takes him to the muddy clay desert, a grim place where a skull hints at the dangers ahead. From the murky water, a scaly creature with menacing red eyes emerges, watching its surroundings carefully. The desert is teeming with these fish-like monsters, slithering across the muddy ground in search of prey. Suddenly, a level 15 elite rotted gillfish leaps out, its massive jaws lunging at the surprised adventurer. A female leader warns her party about the monster's sharp teeth, shouting for them to hold on as they dive into battle. But their assault falters as 2 of her companions are swatted away, one crying out that his back is broken. A powerful tail swipe from a rotted gillfish whips through the air, knocking the adventurers off balance. The warrior leader screams as the powerful wave of force slams into her, sending her flying backward. Her group lands in a muddy pit, surrounded by the fish creatures as they desperately call for help. At that moment, a system window appears, announcing the activation of a skill called Tail Wave Leap. An enormous elite fish monster lunges from the mud, its massive maw wide open as it roars at the warriors. But the hooded figure stands his ground, raising his sword with a determined look, ready to face the creature. The monster's gaping mouth closes in, its sharp teeth poised to clamp down on the young adventurer. The blonde warrior from the other party watches in horror, thinking the adventurer is dead for sure, but the hooded figure moves in a flash, his eyes glowing red as he evades the monster's attack. He reappears beside the stunned warrior, grabbing him roughly by the collar and pulling him back. The adventurer shoves the man aside, telling him not to get in the way as his hood falls back. With a confident smirk, his eyes now glow with green energy as he prepares to counterattack. He unleashes a powerful wave of magic from his hand, sending it swirling toward the elite creature. The rotted gillfish has no time to react, its eye widening in shock as the energy closes in. The attack slams into the monster's head with incredible force, erupting in a blast of green light. Landing gracefully on the ground, the young man simply scoffs as the residual energy fades away. The blonde warrior looks completely bewildered, his mind struggling to process what just happened. Kneeling in the mud, he touches his neck, asking himself in disbelief if he actually survived the attack. But his relief quickly turns to shock as he looks up, a sudden realization dawning on him. He wonders about the great hero who had just saved him, now seeing the figure floating in the air. The hooded adventurer hovers confidently, surrounded by swirling green magic as he prepares his next move. He then unleashes a powerful torrent of energy, sending it crashing down upon the monsters in the mud below. The green tendrils strike the smaller fish creatures, inflicting damage and throwing them into chaos. Even the massive elite monster lets out a pained roar as the magical assault hits it directly. The creature's body thrashes violently in the mud, unable to escape the devastating attack. The remaining fish monsters turn their attention to the lone adventurer, screeching as they prepare to swarm him. Watching from a distance, the blonde warrior desperately screams a warning for the great hero to be careful. In a flash, 2 of the scaly creatures lunge forward. their red eyes fixed on their target as they close the distance. Unfazed by the oncoming attack, the hooded youth scoffs, wondering if this is the best they can do. He lands deftly on the elite monster's back, stabilizing himself with one hand as he prepares to strike. Planting his foot firmly on the creature's tough hide, he uses its body as a stable platform for his attack. His hand tightens around the hilt of a massive sword, which materializes with a glow of system energy. With red eyes and a cold expression, he declares that scum will always be scum, no matter how many there are. He unleashes a powerful strike, the sword's energy slamming into the monster's heads and stopping their advance. The powerful swing connects, slamming into the fish monsters with a brilliant flash of energy and stopping their charge dead in its tracks. The blonde warrior watches in disbelief, amazed that this hero is handling the monsters his party of 8 could not. But before anyone can celebrate, the muddy ground beneath them begins to churn and bubble ominously. Suddenly, the warrior's face fills with horror, as he remembers the most dreadful thing about these creatures is their group attack skill. As if on cue, the remaining moldfish let out a unified roar, their bodies crackling with a strange, coordinated energy. Still standing atop the elite monster, the hooded adventurer faces the swarm as a green aura envelops the area. His red eyes narrow with focus, sensing the incoming magical assault, but he remains completely unfazed. A powerful vortex of dark green energy erupts from the ground, swirling violently around the lone hero. A system message confirms the monsters are casting a group skill that creates a toxic fog, causing confusion and hallucinations. The hooded hero dismisses the attack as a trivial trick, holding a glowing card as he vows not to fall for it again in this life. He then calls for a giant wolf to rise, summoning a massive spectral beast from the swirling green energy. Standing on the monster, he commands his new summon to use its skill, the howl of the hungry wolf. The spectral wolf lets out a powerful howl, and a system message confirms the skill has hit, leaving the moldfish dazed. With the monsters stunned, the adventurer prepares his next move, covering his face as digital code swirls around him. A system window then reveals the item he has equipped, a one-time use awakening mask that defends against toxic fog. Now protected from the fog, he leaps into the air, swinging his sword in a wide, powerful arc toward the creatures below. His red eyes glow menacingly from behind the newly equipped mask, his expression cold and determined as he closes in. Meanwhile, his summoned wolf also joins the attack, sinking its powerful jaws into one of the stunned monsters. Surrounded by green energy, he dives down with his sword, telling the creatures to meet their death. His blade plunges deep into a monster's head, and a system message confirms he has struck a vital point. In a blur of motion, he slices cleanly through another fish creature, continuing his relentless assault. The masked adventurer swings again, with deadly precision, as a notification confirms another successful vital point hit. Landing on a dazed monster, he stabs downward from above, piercing its head without hesitation. The massive elite fish lets out a pained roar, thrashing wildly as it too is struck by a critical hit. Wounded and desperate, the giant creature tries to escape by burrowing into the mud, but the hero remains on its back. He dismisses its attempt as too slow, while materializing a glowing axe, ready to end the fight. Raising the new weapon high, he declares that the scum will rot forever as he prepares the final strike. The glowing axe crashes down, unleashing a massive explosion of green energy that obliterates the monster in a final deafening roar. The giant scorpion creature activates its skill, unleashing a powerful ability known as Crystal Thunder. It fires a barrage of piercing purple energy projectiles, sending them flying toward its targets. A large fish monster is hit by the attack, triggering a massive explosion that covers it in a sandy substance. Sharp crystals of energy continue to tear through the monster's newly formed outer layer. The attack pierces deep into the creature's body, but it seems to withstand the initial onslaught. With its mouth wide open, the monster lets out a defiant roar, showing it is still very much alive. A soldier in armor watches in shock, realizing the attack was not enough because the enemies are too strong and numerous. At that moment, a figure lands forcefully on the sandy ground, creating a small shockwave. The group of soldiers watches as the newcomer stands up, asking who said his intention was to kill them all. The hooded man looks on with confidence, his red eyes glowing as he observes the battlefield. One of the soldiers has a sudden realization, noticing the scorpion's attack was aimed at the female mackerel's stomachs. The slain female monsters lie on the ground, leaking a purple fluid, while the males watch from a distance with glowing eyes. The soldier watches in disbelief, understanding that the male mackerels are now attacking each other. Filled with rage, the male monsters roar and begin fighting among themselves, turning the battlefield chaotic. When female mackerels die, their eggs release a large amount of muscatone, which explains the male's frenzied state. This substance is the source of the chaos, a purple liquid filled with the deceased creature's eggs. It's explained that this muscatone sends the male mackerels into a rage, causing them to attack anything in sight. The battlefield is now a frenzy of self-destruction, all because of this potent natural trigger. The hooded man explains that he simply used the monster's own biology against them, making them kill each other. Just as he finishes speaking, a massive tail thrashes through the sand, signaling a new threat. A giant sand worm-like monster bursts from the ground, lunging towards him as his allies cry out in warning. The colossal beast opens its maw, ready to swallow the mysterious figure whole, but the hooded man easily leaps onto the creature's head, standing calmly above the danger. The soldiers watch in shock, one pointing out that this is a female mackerel, unusually large for its kind. The hero coolly observes that its appearance is just in time for his plan. He summons his zombie ghost wolves, unleashing the spectral beasts to intercept the giant monster. The ghostly pack immediately swarms the massive female, clawing fiercely at its tough hide. He notes that the creature is a level 15 elite monster, which explains its incredible durability. He admits that his 6 zombie wolves haven't managed to inflict any significant damage on the beast, but he reveals that it's enough to immobilize it, as he prepares to strike with his axe. With the elite monster restrained by his wolves, the hero gets a notification for killing one of the other creatures. He then swings his axe, slicing open the female mackerel's belly to get to the thousands of eggs inside. Without hesitation, he reaches in and grabs a large handful of the purple monster eggs. He then proceeds to stuff the collected eggs into the mouth of the giant creature's severed head. His allies watch from a distance, completely baffled by his strange actions and unable to understand his plan. He then commands one of his zombie wolves to take the head and carry it toward a large rock in the middle of the desert. The entire group quickly follows, moving towards the designated strategic point. The spectral beast leaps high into the air, carrying the bait-filled head towards the top of the tall rock spire. After the wolf places the head on the peak, the hero lets out a roar, signaling the final part of his plan. The goal is simple: to use the scent of the eggs to lure the frenzied male mackerels to one spot. The powerful scent begins to rise, and the male monsters below immediately notice the bait. A massive swarm of the creatures charges mindlessly towards the rock, their eyes glowing with rage. The mackerels begin crashing into the base of the rock spire in a chaotic frenzy. In their desperate attempt to reach the eggs, the entire swarm collides and knocks itself out. The female soldier realizes he used the eggs' pheromones to create a lure and drive the swarm into chaos. The hooded figure decides this is not enough and commands his forces forward, his aura flaring with green energy. He summons new, powerful wolf-like creatures armed with pickaxes, telling them it is time to get to work. He orders the summoned creatures to approach the unconscious fish monsters lying on the ground. One of the powerful wolf-like creatures swings its pickaxe, striking down hard on a defeated mackerel. The soldier in armor points out a blue object, asking if that is the poison sac from inside the male monsters. The hero confirms it, explaining the foul gas it emits makes other fish schools smell danger. At that moment, a massive school of fish monsters appears, sliding down a cliff towards the water below. The creatures struggle and flail about as they are exposed to the toxic gas released earlier. The poison forces them to keep their distance, but they are not immune to it and are left vulnerable. The leader of the group celebrates enthusiastically, shouting that all the schools of fish are finally gone. The hooded hero looks over the remaining monsters, noting that only the subquest and the loot are left to deal with. He stands near several strange, artichoke-like pods that have grown from the sandy ground. He removes his mask, acknowledging that it played a considerable role in the battle's success. He laments that the mask cost 5 gold coins for a single use, but concludes that it was worth the effort. He receives rotting gill fish oil, a rare ingredient used for high-level potions to heal severe wounds. The young hero suddenly remembers an item he had almost forgotten about. He pulls out a small, bright red spherical object, holding it in the palm of his hand. It is a wave tickler's nose, an armor piece made from rot fish skin that emits pheromones to panic aquatic creatures. He stares down at the red ball with a completely unenthusiastic expression on his face. He thinks the quest reward is just a bad joke, imagining how it would make its wearer look like a total clown. However, the blonde leader is amazed by the item, exclaiming how cool it is that it lights up. The man becomes even more overjoyed when he realizes it moves too, his eyes sparkling with excitement. With a deadpan expression, the hero asks if his companion actually likes the strange nose cover. The blonde warrior eagerly says it's unique and offers to buy it for any price, no matter the cost. Another soldier apologetically explains to the hero that their leader is always like this. The young man simply tosses the red ball to the leader, telling him to take it as a gift. His companion tries to insist on paying, but the hero calmly waves him off, saying there is no need. As he turns away, a pair of glowing angelic wings seem to appear behind him in the leader's eyes. The warrior is moved to tears, calling him an angel, while the hero wonders why anyone would want to pay for that thing. Later, the scene changes to the front of a large church, where two hooded figures stand guard at the doors. Inside the church, the hero applies the fish oil potion to a man lying injured in bed. The potent remedy makes the man's chest glow, and he wakes up with a sudden jolt, yelling in surprise. The man, named Doug, expresses his shock that the young hero was actually able to collect the rare ingredient. A notification appears, confirming he has completed the gold quest and received his reward, the green spirit blade. He finally holds the weapon, remembering it as the first gold-grade blade he ever obtained in his past life. The gold-tier sword increases attack power, magic damage, and spirit, and comes with the green spirit curse seal skill. He notes that while its basic stats are ordinary, the attached skill has highly efficient combat properties. The sword's hidden effect allows it to accumulate energy, causing massive extra damage after 3 successful hits. He recalls how this very blade helped him dominate the West Desert and become the #1 mage in his previous life. The memory of his past struggles and how he was overwhelmed flashes through his mind for a moment. Back in the present, he looks at the powerful weapon with a calm and determined expression. He also receives a reputation reward, gaining points with both the main city and the Scorpion Tail Knights. Although the points are only at a neutral level, they are enough to allow him to wander freely around the city's areas. He then notices that there is still another reward waiting for him. Due to his brilliant completion of the quest, he has also received an increase in his affinity with Doug. Doug sits up in his bed, looking at his hand with a puzzled expression, and remarks that things feel different this time. He sincerely thanks the young hero, admitting he would have perished without his help. The hero humbly replies it was the least he could do. As a token of his gratitude, Doug offers a serious warning to the young man who saved his life. The hero internally realizes that the extra affinity points he gained must have unlocked a new hidden plotline. Doug's voice continues, warning him about a person named Quincy, as a vision of a blood-red sky appears. The vision shows a menacing figure in a plague mask, as Doug urgently tells him to stay away from Quincy at all costs. The hero reveals that Quincy is his mentor and asks why Doug would warn him against the man. Doug is taken aback, shocked to learn that the dangerous figure is the young man's teacher. The recovering man then continues, saying that although the hero has hidden his true profession, he knows that the youth is, in fact, a necromancer hunter. The hero is stunned, wondering how his secret identity was exposed when even Quincy couldn't see through his disguise. Doug explains he was once a Scorpion Knight, tasked with hunting necromancers, and learned a special skill called Dark Perception. This skill, Dark Perception, is an exclusive ability of the Knights, designed specifically to detect the presence of necromancers. It works automatically, with the sensation getting clearer and stronger the closer the target is. The hero asks if he knew all along, surprised that a special skill to counter necromancer hunters exists. Doug clarifies that he didn't notice at first while poisoned, but now he can't miss the hero's unique aura of the Lord of Darkness. The young man is confused, repeating the title Lord of Darkness. The former knight prepares to explain, stating that it is a story that began a very long time ago. He speaks of the world's mainstream mythology, which tells of 5 primary divine spirits. These include the God of Light, the Moon Shadow Monarch, and others, but he reveals there was originally a 6th god. This 6th and most powerful divine being was the Lord of Darkness, also called the King of the Undead. Doug continues his story, explaining that the Lord of Darkness became arrogant and abused his great power. This dark god amassed a large following of believers who were completely devoted to his cause. He granted immense dark power to his most pious followers, who became necromancer hunters to enact his divine will. Under his bloody reign, these hunters spread a devastating plague that wiped out millions of people. The Lord of Darkness also turned his own subordinates into undead puppets, causing countless disasters. Consequently, the world's nations united to resist him, and the temples built for his worship were destroyed. All written records of him were burned, and a decree was issued to kill any necromancer hunter on sight. As a result, the necromancer hunter profession became a shunned and forbidden taboo. Doug reveals that his 10-year ailment was due to a necromancer hunter's poison, and he had lost all hope until the hero arrived. The hero reviews his status screen, reflecting on his past life as a simple mage, unaware of these hidden secrets. It now makes sense why his class is considered taboo, and he feels fortunate to have kept his identity hidden. He thinks the situation has become troublesome, as he can no longer freely investigate the city's hidden clues. He now understands that if he fails to conceal the Lord of Darkness's aura, his true identity will be revealed. The young man asks Doug if there is any way to avoid the Scorpion Knight's dark perception skill. Doug clenches his fist, explaining that only Quincy could help, but if his mentor finds out the truth, he will surely kill him. Doug then reveals the tragic reason for this hatred. A necromancer hunter was the one who killed Quincy's beloved wife. He urges the young hero to stay far away from his mentor for his own safety. The young man remains silent, his expression grim. After leaving the city, the hero walks alone through the vast expanse of the gravel wasteland. A notification confirms his return to the desolate region as he continues his journey with a determined look. A flashback shows the scene 10 minutes prior. Doug called him crazy for planning to find Quincy, knowing the man's hatred. But the young man had simply replied that he felt he had no other choice in the matter. He knows that traveling with this dark aura is too risky, making it troublesome to visit other maps, let alone the main city. This is a problem that he understands must be resolved as quickly as possible to ensure his safety. Suddenly, several blasts of bright blue energy erupt from the sandy ground right in front of him. The hero is caught by surprise, his eyes widening as he senses the immediate danger. The energy projectiles continue to burst from the desert floor, honing in on his location. One of the blasts strikes near him, the force of the explosion knocking him off his feet. He quickly recovers his balance, landing in a crouch as he prepares for the next move. He looks up towards a sand dune and notices a group of people approaching from the distance. An armored warrior with a large axe leads the group, declaring they have finally found him after days of searching. A shadowy figure from the group taunts the hero, saying he was lucky last time, but now they have brought over 30 men. 2 more warriors, a swordsman and a tank, step forward with confident smirks, eager to see how the hero will die this time. The blonde swordsman grins sadistically, telling him to remember to scream loudly when his head finally hits the ground. A small, robotic insect flies over the desert, its camera lens focused on the scene below. A lone figure stands surrounded by dozens of hostile players. The feed from the drone camera appears on a smartphone screen. A notification confirms that the Bloodstain Guild has just started a live stream. People on a busy train and in various public places all turn their attention to their phones. A voice welcomes viewers to the stream. The blonde swordsman from the hostile group grins wickedly, making a slicing motion at his neck. He announces a performance on how to tear someone apart. In an office, a group of workers gathers around a monitor. One of them asks if the Bloodstain Guild is streaming another one of their newbie-crushing sessions. A man watching on the street is shocked by the 30-against-1 odds. He wonders who this unlucky guy is that got into trouble with the guild. Another group of viewers recognizes the hero. One person notes he looks familiar, while a girl calls it a shame that a handsome man is about to die. But the hero stands firm, stating the 2 warriors are barely a warm-up. Since they came to die, he will just have to kill them again. Enraged by this response, the leader of the raiding party furiously gives the order to attack and kill him. At his command, all the members of the Bloodstain Guild charge forward at once, rushing towards their lone target from every direction. Among the attackers, a hooded mage begins to chant, gathering crackling blue energy in his hands for a lightning spell. An archer takes aim, his energy-infused arrow glowing brightly as he prepares to let it fly, yelling for the hero to die. Several other warriors leap high into the air, coordinating their attack to strike down on the young man from above. A system notification suddenly appears before the hero. It confirms a malicious attack and gives him 15 minutes to fight back without gaining sin value. With his new sword in hand, the hero gives a confident smile. He thinks that 15 minutes is enough time to kill them all 3 times over. The hero unleashes his power, summoning a horde of zombie creatures from an eerie green light. He coolly invites his zombie army to come out and play. A powerful zombie wolf roars, leaping forward to strike a crackling orb of energy on the ground with its massive pickaxe. The wolf's attack easily shatters the mage's spell. The hero scoffs from above, asking if they dare call such a small spark thunder. He then commands his thunder scorpion zombies to move in and poison the attackers, sending the monstrous creatures forward. The guild leader quickly shouts new orders. He commands the warriors to form a shield wall while ranged attackers prepare to fire. The scorpions obey, releasing a massive cloud of purple poison that spreads rapidly across the battlefield toward the guild members. From a nearby sand dune, the guild's archers let loose a volley of glowing arrows, trying to take down the zombie minions. The arrows strike the summoned creatures, but the damage numbers that appear are surprisingly low, barely scratching the undead army. The online viewers are unimpressed by this display. They mock the summons as easy kills, and the live stream's viewer count begins to drop. The blonde swordsman sneers, claiming that even with summons, the hero will still be turned into a pile of meat under their attack. A cold smile forms on the hero's face, as his features are hidden in shadow. He calmly asks if that is really the case. The guild leader notices his opponent's unnerving confidence, wondering with unease why the young man is smiling in this situation. Suddenly, the tone of the live stream chat changes completely. Viewers are now shocked by a new development, asking what is happening. A brilliant golden light erupts from the ground beneath the guild's mages, sending them flying in a sudden and powerful blast. At the same time, a dark vortex appears on the ground. It pulls the helpless mages into its depths, as one of them cries out to be saved. Meanwhile, the guild's warriors brace themselves in their shield formation, preparing for the zombies' frontal assault. But the attacks come from unexpected places. A masked bandit is shocked as a zombie wolf appears behind him, swinging its weapon. Before they can react, the guild's backline is instantly hit by a flurry of green energy attacks, and the mages scream in pain. The zombie wolves relentlessly press their assault, swinging their massive weapons while their leader desperately orders a retreat. But it's too late. The warriors are overwhelmed by the undead creatures, crying for help as the zombies tear through their formation. The guild leader and the blonde swordsman can only watch in utter shock and disbelief as their entire force is systematically dismantled. The live stream chat explodes with activity as the viewer count skyrockets. They are amazed by the coordinated underground attack. One of the guild's surviving healers urgently warns his comrades that the wounds are poisoned. He tells them to cleanse the venom before healing. Just as he finishes his warning, another powerful blast of green energy erupts, sending more of the guild members flying. The hero watches the chaos unfold, his hand glowing with a faint blue light as he calmly directs the flow of the battle. Suddenly, he senses something else approaching, a ripple effect appearing in his vision as he detects an unseen presence nearby. He swiftly raises his sword just in time to block a strike from an invisible attacker, the impact creating a sharp clang. A bandit becomes visible as his attack is parried. He is stunned that his stealth was broken and demands to know how the hero found him. Standing over the defeated bandit, the hero states that he is not foolish enough to think they wouldn't try an invisible attack in the sand. With a cold and determined look, the hero focuses on the remaining enemies, ready to end the one-sided fight once and for all. The hero raises his glowing green sword, its blade humming with immense spiritual energy as he prepares his next move. With a powerful swing, he unleashes the sword's ability, sending a barrage of ghostly green souls flying toward his remaining opponents. The spectral spirits surge across the battlefield, their ghastly forms closing in on the last few members of the Bloodstained Guild. A massive spectral skull materializes in the air as he activates the sword's ultimate skill, the Green Soul Curse. The giant cursed skull looms over the blonde swordsman, its mouth opening wide as if to swallow him completely. The swordsman looks up in absolute terror, his eyes wide with shock as he realizes what is about to happen. The hero lowers his sword and gives a single command, ordering the curse to execute his opponent without mercy. He stomps his foot firmly on the ground, creating a small shockwave that seems to lock the curse's effect in place. The curse does not activate immediately, and the hero stands calmly as the blonde swordsman remains frozen in the background. A number suddenly appears in the hero's vision, indicating that a 3-second countdown has begun. The countdown continues to 2, and a bead of sweat rolls down the terrified swordsman's face. As the countdown hits 1, the Green Soul Curse finally detonates, engulfing the warrior in a massive explosion of energy. The blast clears, revealing a crater where the swordsman once stood, leaving nothing behind but defeated bodies. Our hero stands silently amidst the carnage, the battlefield now quiet after the complete annihilation of the guild. Looking down at the fallen, he feels like a puppet master controlling the strings of fate. After dealing with the last of the attackers, the hero turns his head slightly, his expression cold and resolute. Only the guild leader is left standing. He trembles, dropping his weapons as he begs the young man not to kill him. The hero shows no mercy, casually finishing off one of the downed guild members to make his point clear. With only one enemy remaining, he turns his full attention to the terrified guild leader who stands alone in the desolate wasteland. He tells the man it is his turn to taste despair as his glowing green sword descends, ending the leader's life in a flash. Sometime later, the hero arrives at a rundown tavern where a hooded man with a large beard is sitting alone. This is his mentor, Quincy. The bearded man grits his teeth, his expression filled with a deep-seated anger as he asks how many years it has been. As crackling blue energy gathers in his hand, he identifies the hero's aura, realizing he is in the presence of a necromancer. Quincy's eyes glow with power and fury. He yells, questioning how a necromancer dares to show himself in front of him. Without hesitation, the mentor launches a powerful attack, sending a massive barrage of jagged ice shards hurtling toward the young man. The hero disappears in a blur, easily dodging the attack as the ice shards crash into the ground where he just stood. Quincy is stunned by the youth's incredible speed, unable to believe how quickly he moved. A hand suddenly appears before his face. Before he can react, the hero is already behind him, having closed the distance in an instant. The older man is caught completely off guard. The young man presses his advantage, moving so fast that he appears behind his mentor with his sword already drawn. Holding the sharp blade to Quincy's throat, the hero calmly asks if they can finally talk. Quincy looks up from the ground, still at the hero's mercy, and asks him what he truly wants. The hero explains he needs to hide his aura. His mentor sighs, agreeing to give him a hint as a form of payback for the defeat. A flashback shows Quincy in a fierce battle. He once fought a powerful necromancer, one of the Lord of Darkness's most loyal subordinates. After a long and deadly fight, the necromancer was slain, but Quincy's wife was cursed while trying to heal her husband's injuries. Her soul was corrupted by the dark curse, twisting her into a monster that could never reincarnate and erasing all her memories. To end her suffering, Quincy had to vanquish his own wife's soul. The trauma left him unable to even hold a sword. Everyone believed he would spend the rest of his life in sorrow. But one day, he posted a mysterious mission for all to see. The mission offered his entire fortune to anyone who could save his wife, and a special treasure to any necromancer who could help. In reality, Quincy planned to use the reward as bait. It was a trap to lure necromancers to their doom, making them pay for his loss. To this day, all the powerful adventurers and players who have accepted the mission have never returned alive from the deadly quest. Back in the tavern, the hero points his sword at his mentor and demands that he tell him everything about this mission. Quincy gives a strange smile, saying the hero asked for it. He says he's been waiting for someone to play a game with his dear wife. A system notification pops up, detailing the silver grade mission. The objective is to liberate Quincy's wife and lay her soul to rest. The young man's expression remains steady and determined. He looks at his mentor and calmly accepts the dangerous task. His mentor. He wishes the hero good luck, admitting he might actually complete the mission. His mentor adds a final chilling taunt, challenging him to crawl back with his body still intact. Following the mission's lead, the hero arrives at a grim fortress on a cliffside, the Black Gravel Town Memorial for the Dead. He enters the fortress and walks alone down a long, dark stone hallway, his footsteps echoing in the oppressive silence. To navigate the pitch-black interior, he drinks a night vision potion, causing his red eyes to glow with enhanced sight. He summons his undead minions, a thunder scorpion and zombie wolves, to accompany him through the dangerous halls. The young man enters a large chamber, recalling that the memorial has 5 floors, where all of the town's dead NPCs are buried. Suddenly, a zombie with glowing green eyes lunges out from the shadows, letting out a ferocious roar as it attacks. But his thunder scorpion reacts instantly, impaling the undead creature on its sharp, venomous tail before it can reach him. He knew this place was filled with monsters like zombies, skeletons, and ghosts, whose levels grow higher with each floor. The first floor typically contains low-level zombies, usually between levels 1 and 3, making for a relatively easy start. On the second floor, the challenge increases, featuring armored skeletons between levels 4 and 6, who are much more organized. The third floor is home to even tougher enemies, level 7 to 9 ghosts that are far more difficult to defeat. On the fourth floor, he encounters a grotesque, tentacled monster standing over the bodies of its victims. This formidable creature is a level 10 ghoul, a much greater threat than anything he has faced on the previous floors. At the end of the 4th floor, a swirling blue portal awaits, guarded by 2 of his minions and leading to the final challenge. He had decided to head straight to the 4th floor in one go, completely ignoring the weaker monsters on the lower levels. He advances deeper into the fortress. The young man finds himself on the 4th floor of the Mourner's Sanctuary, a vast and desolate hall. Suddenly, he hears a faint noise and looks into the darkness, where dozens of red eyes glow menacingly. A grotesque green-skinned monster with sharp horns and claws begins to climb the stone walls. Soon, more of these creatures appear, crawling along the walls and ceilings at an abnormal speed. A status window identifies them as level 10 elite ghouls with high attack power and poison abilities. An entire horde of monsters invades the chamber, activating their poisonous and corrupted bite abilities. Unfazed by the sheer number, the hero gives a single precise command for his minions to attack. Your Thunder Scorpion roars, activating its ripping pincer ability and smashing the ground. The powerful attack sends a shockwave through the chamber, knocking several ghouls back. The massive undead scorpion stands its ground, ready to continue its assault on the monsters. It lashes its venomous tail in a wide arc, striking several ghouls and sending them flying. The hero joins the fight, leaping forward with his shining sword and ordering his enemies to die. His blade slashes one of the ghouls cleanly, causing it to scream in pain from the blow. The force of the blow impacts the creature's chest, creating a bright flash as it is defeated. He continues his attack with a powerful spinning blow, knocking another ghoul into a vortex of green energy. The young man looks down at a fallen ghoul, struggling weakly on the cracked stone floor. With a final crushing blow to its head, he finishes off the last monster, noting he barely missed. Victorious amidst the carnage, a notification confirms he has successfully leveled up to 12. The hero reflects on the battle, pleased that it ended much faster than he expected. He thinks about his summoning ability, noting it only revives corpses and will be useless against spirits. Suddenly, his expression changes as his senses alert him to a new and unexpected threat from above. A massive bolt of purple energy passes by him, striking the ground where he stands. He is instantly shocked, unable to comprehend the sudden and powerful attack. The hero raises his sword to defend himself, fighting against the overwhelming purple energy. Dark power envelops him, obscuring his vision as he is pulled into a strange vortex. The scene shifts to a large throne room, lit by ominous blue flames leading to a massive stone seat. He is thrown backward by the force of these dark flames, and in the throne room all is calm. Using his sword, he uses it to prevent himself from being pushed back further. The hero finds himself trapped inside a glowing purple cage, suspended by thick chains in the darkness. Upon landing on solid ground, he observes that the entire area has transformed into a new battlefield. With a steady gaze, he assesses the strange, purple-tinged environment, preparing himself for what comes next. Before him, a demonic-looking woman with long horns floats within a tall, glowing, glass-like prison. She laughs menacingly, licking her lips as she declares that she has been waiting a long time for his arrival. With a sudden burst of immense power, she breaks free from her confinement, sending chains and debris flying. Now free, the spirit declares that it can finally feast on fresh flesh and blood, its dark aura flaring. Her status reveals that she is a level 18 boss, the vengeful corpse spirit, with powerful and deadly abilities. The young man realizes he has been transported to the 5th floor, face to face with the final boss. The vengeful spirit advances toward him with a crooked smile, vowing to tear him apart. He quickly raises his sword, blocking her swift attack just in time as their powers collide violently. A notification appears, confirming that the boss has activated her special ability, Corpse Bloom. The hero leaps back, creating distance to avoid the initial blast of her powerful ability. Sharp, thorny tendrils erupt from the ground, dripping a purple liquid he identifies as a corrosive poison. He quickly dodges the whipping tendrils, analyzing the dangerous nature of this attack. He tightens his grip on his sword, preparing to counter the boss's poisonous assault. With a swift spin, he declares that such an attack is useless against him as he cuts through the tendrils. Dark purple energy begins to seep into his blade, corrupting the spiritual power within it. Unleashing his own skill, he sends shadowy tendrils shooting forward to ensnare the vengeful spirit. The dark appendages wrap tightly around the boss, restraining her and leaving her shocked by his power. She lets out an enraged scream, struggling against the dark energy that holds her captive. A system notification reveals she is now casting her next skill, the Banshee's Wail. The hero is caught in the blast, wondering if it is a wide-range attack or a summon skill. The powerful wail echoes through the chamber, causing the stone coffins lining the walls to tremble. The vibrations intensify until the lids of the coffins begin to crack and break apart. With his eyes glowing red, the young man watches intently, a grim realization dawning on him. A skeletal hand, glowing with an eerie green light, bursts through one of the broken coffins. He holds his sword at the ready, his expression tense as he recognizes the emerging figures. He realizes that the dead NPCs of Black Sand Town are the ones buried within this memorial. Not only that, but the spirits of all the challengers who failed Quincy's quest are also rising to fight him. The young man grits his teeth, frustrated that the boss intends to resurrect every corpse in the memorial. The resurrected skeletons let out chilling screeches, their bodies shrouded in a ghostly green aura. Their sharp, bony claws scrape against the stone as a seemingly endless horde climbs out of the coffins. He notes there are too many of them, admitting he never anticipated the boss could revive so many undead. Realizing he needs backup, he decides to summon his own forces to fight against the overwhelming numbers. With a sharp command, he calls forth his zombie wolf minions and his powerful thunder scorpion. His undead army materializes on the battlefield, their glowing eyes fixed on the approaching skeletons. He orders his minions to form a defensive line and block the gates to hold back the enemy horde. The hero plans to use his summoned legion as cannon fodder, buying him time to deal with the boss. His creatures obey, using their weapons and bodies to seal the coffins and stop more undead from joining the fight. To bolster their strength, he points forward and orders his minions to activate their bloodlust state. One of the zombie wolves cracks its thorny whip, letting out a ferocious howl as it prepares to empower its allies. A notification confirms the Thunder Scorpion has entered the bloodlust state after being struck by the whip. The minions' eyes turn a fiery red as their bodies surge with enhanced power and uncontrollable aggression. Now enraged and much stronger, his undead army charges fiercely toward the tide of resurrected skeletons. While his minions hold the line, he turns his attention back to the boss, using his earth-rending claw skill. Quincy's wife counters with her own heavy strike, sending a powerful shockwave through the ground. She easily blocks his attack, her power creating a massive impact that shatters the stone floor. The sheer force of her strike sends debris flying everywhere as the entire chamber shakes violently. The vengeful spirit is surprised by his strength, realizing he is a more formidable foe than she expected. The ground erupts in a massive explosion of energy and stone, forcing both fighters to reposition. She floats confidently above the destruction, her thorny appendages swaying menacingly. The hero remains calm, his eyes locked on his opponent as he formulates a new strategy. The boss explains that as a wandering spirit, she is immune to most physical attacks. However, the hero reveals a crucial weakness, stating that she takes double damage from magic attacks. He leaps into the air, unleashing his green soul curse skill and sending spectral skulls toward her. The ghostly projectiles spiral around the vengeful spirit, closing in from all directions. Surrounded by the curse, she raises her arms to defend herself, preparing for the magical assault. He gives the command to activate the curse seal, ready to inflict massive damage on the vulnerable boss. The spirit looks up, her eyes widening slightly as the full force of the magical attack bears down on her. Meanwhile, his zombie wolves struggle to hold back the relentless tide of skeletons pouring from the coffins. The vengeful spirit dodges his curse with surprising speed, her movements suddenly much faster than before. He realizes his undead legion is about to be overrun, and knows he must end this fight quickly. To gain an advantage, he decides he needs to find a way to restrain the boss's movements first. He equips a strange, glowing ring, clenching his fist as crackling purple energy courses through his hand. The item is a silver-grade paralysis ring, which has a small chance to paralyze an enemy on hit. With a new plan in mind, he launches himself at the boss, his body cloaked in a shadowy aura. He activates the ring's paralysis toxin skill, his fist glowing with immense electrical power. His supercharged punch connects, sending a powerful jolt through the vengeful spirit's body. The paralysis toxin activates, freezing her in place as a wave of numbing energy spreads through her. Declaring he is not done yet, he summons another massive spectral skull to finish the job. The giant skull slams into the immobilized boss, engulfing her in a huge explosion of magical energy. The blast sends her flying backward, crashing hard against the far wall of the chamber. The hero lands, watching the aftermath of his powerful attack. He simply watches her fall to the ground. The hero looks on with a smirk, acknowledging that her defenses are not bad. He notes her speed dropped after the curse, and summons a giant spectral wolf to attack. A system notification appears, confirming that the skill Wolf Howl has been activated. The wolf's powerful howl hits the boss, and a notification confirms she has been stunned. He confidently states that even a 5-second stun is more than enough time for him to win. The young man unleashes a flurry of slashes, asking his opponent how many attacks she can take. His blade strikes her repeatedly, and damage numbers begin to pop up with each successful hit. The vengeful spirit grits her teeth in pain, enduring the rapid assault as dark energy cracks her skin. As soon as the stun wears off, she lets out a furious roar, her body pulsing with dark power. A notification warns the hero that the boss has activated her ultimate skill, Corpse Explosion. A chain reaction of purple explosions erupts from the resurrected skeletons all around the chamber. The massive blasts engulf everything, including his own zombie minions caught in the widespread attack. The tomb trembles as the violent explosions continue to detonate, destroying the battlefield. He understands her plan was to explode the zombies to collapse the entire tomb on top of them. He looks at his remaining forces, realizing his zombie army has been reduced to 1/3, a heavy loss. After the explosions subside, the hero and the vengeful spirit face each other across the ruined chamber. With a cold and determined look, the young man declares that it is finally time to end her. He leaps into the air, unleashing one final green soul curse to finish the weakened boss. The spectral skulls converge on their target, creating a massive blast of spiritual energy. The spirit screams in agony as the powerful magic strikes her, unable to defend against the final blow. A notification confirms the boss has entered a near-death state, with only 300 hit points remaining. Her health continues to plummet, dropping from 100 to just 30 as the curse drains her life force. With one last burst of energy, she is defeated, and he receives a notification for killing her and gaining experience. The hero lands softly on the cracked ground, the battle finally concluded. He stands in the silent, desolate chamber, wondering if his long and difficult quest is finally over. Suddenly, small orbs of purple light begin to appear, floating gently around him in the air. The light coalesces into the form of a woman, who thanks the brave human for freeing her soul. This is the true spirit of Quincy's wife, who gives him a gentle smile, her soul now at peace. Her spirit fades, leaving behind a glowing object that floats down into the young man's outstretched hand. It is a golden ring with a purple gem, an unsellable mission item that symbolizes Quincy's love for his wife. The young man looks down at the ring with a disappointed expression, wondering if that is his only reward. Just then, a mysterious book with a skull on its cover materializes, floating in a cloud of purple energy. He looks up at the strange object, surprised by its sudden appearance and wondering what it could be. He learns that the corpse explosion skill the boss used is an exclusive ability for necromancer hunters. He wonders if he received this skill because the vengeful spirit was a subordinate of the Lord of Darkness. A notification confirms the skill book is being automatically recorded into his memory as light surrounds him. The light intensifies as the knowledge from the powerful skill book is fully absorbed into his being. The gold tier skill allows him to detonate a zombie, dealing fire damage to nearby enemies. He is pleased, noting that while it consumes his minions, its power and range are a welcome surprise. Sometime later, he returns to the quiet town of Black Sand to report back to his mentor. He presents the ring to Quincy, who is shocked to see the engagement ring he gave his wife. His mentor explains that a freed soul drops its most cherished item after regaining its memories. Quincy asks if his wife was no longer in pain at the end, and the hero confirms that she was at peace. As he holds the ring, a single tear falls from his eye, landing on the precious memento. Quincy weeps with relief, grateful that his beloved wife has finally been freed from her suffering. Quincy remarks on the irony that the one who fulfilled his wish was the very necromancer he hated. As a reward for completing the quest, he summons a mysterious book filled with dark energy. He opens the book, revealing a glowing crown, and says it is time to fulfill his promise. The item is the Crown of Darkness, a special piece of equipment that hides the wearer's sin value and dark aura. The hero takes the crown, thinking that while it has no extra effects, it is exactly what he needs right now. With this item, he will no longer have to worry about the Scorpion Tail Knights and can move freely in the city. A system window asks if he wants to equip the Crown of Darkness. The young man gives a simple reply, confirming that he does. He holds the crown as it glows with a brilliant green light, and a magic circle appears at his feet. A dark aura surrounds him as the crown materializes on his head, and he feels he is one step closer to the truth. A notification welcomes him back to the main city of Bisha, and he sees the bustling metropolis before him. He observes the city is filled with guilds, big and small, all trying to recruit new members. He pushes his way through the crowded streets, making his way past the various recruiters. He notes that while there are many guilds, only about 10 are truly considered powerful forces in the city. He stands before a large red gate, wondering if the person he is looking for is hiding within one of these guilds. He knows that as a newcomer to the city, approaching the major guilds will not be an easy task. Walking through the crowded streets, he decides that he must first find the right opportunity to make his move. He continues his journey through the bustling city, a lone figure moving through the massive crowd. As he walks down a quieter street, his expression is focused and determined. Suddenly, the blonde warrior from the fish monster quest stops, sensing a familiar presence nearby. A sharp blade is suddenly placed on his shoulder, stopping him in his tracks. The warrior looks up in shock to see the hero holding a sword to his neck, and he demands to know who it is. His surprise quickly turns to recognition, as he realizes he has finally found the person he was searching for. With stars in his eyes, the man joyfully exclaims the hero's in-game name, confirming it is really him. The enthusiastic warrior then throws himself to the ground, bowing dramatically at the hero's feet. The young man looks down with a tired expression, recognizing his overly dramatic companion. Lying on the ground, the blonde warrior is ecstatic that the hero remembers him. The hero looks at him with suspicion, asking how he knows his name. His companion proudly explains that he recognized him from the Bloodstain Guild's live stream. He adds that he had to search through thousands of comments just to find a clue about his location. The hero is shocked, questioning if his companion really spent 2 million just to investigate him. The warrior boasts that he spent another 2 million to upgrade his group's facial recognition system to be sure. He casually adds that his family's company, the Han Group, often spends millions just on system tests. The hero realizes the Han Group is a global tech giant and wonders what else this seemingly clueless man knows. The blonde man asks the hero to join him on an S-class hunt in Bloodscale Cavern tomorrow. Before he can finish his sentence, the hero slams his foot down. The force of the impact throws the enthusiastic man away, and he falls face first onto the asphalt. The hero coldly dismisses him and stops following him, thinking it's pointless to argue with a fool. Standing up, his companion agrees, saying that a strong person who can lead a guild alone doesn't need a team. He adds that the Black Tree Guild will be at the hunt recruiting newcomers, presenting it as a great opportunity. The name of the guild catches the hero's attention, as it is one of the 10 most powerful factions in the city. The warrior sighs in disappointment, believing he will have to try his luck in the hunt alone, but as soon as he loses hope, the hero breaks the silence and asks when the hunt is scheduled. His companion looks up in complete shock, his expression immediately changing from despair to joy. With his back still turned, the hero clarifies that he wants to know the specific time of the event. The warrior excitedly shouts that the hunt is tomorrow at 8 a.m., thrilled that the hero has agreed to participate. As they walk together, he tells his overly excited companion to call him Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan then states that he needs to make some preparations before they can leave. His new ally is speechless, covering his mouth in disbelief at his sudden change of heart. Later, a flag with a skull on it flutters ominously in the wind over a desolate camp. This is the headquarters of the Vulture Band of Thieves, a place filled with a dangerous aura. Without warning, a massive explosion rips through the camp, destroying the stone structures. Lin Yuan stands amidst the chaos with his undead wolves, sensing that their leader is just ahead. A confident smile appears on his lips as he prepares to confront the leader of the band of thieves. A status window reveals the Vulture Thief Band zombies are level 12 undead with a sickle throw ability. Surrounded by his newly created vulture minions, Lin Yuan simply commands them to get ready to move. He clenches his fist as his undead army assembles below, preparing to unleash them upon the camp. Inside the main hall, the original vulture thieves let out fierce screeches, armed with sharp scythes. One of the bird-like warriors roars, its red eyes glowing with aggression. With a determined expression, Lin Yuan extends his hand and orders his entire undead legion to charge. His zombie wolves clash violently with the thieves, creating a chaotic whirlwind of green energy and steel. One of the airborne thieves activates its sickle throw skill, hurling the spinning blade downward. The projectile flies directly toward the young man, who stands his ground without flinching. But the sickle misses, embedding itself in the stone floor just inches away from his feet. The vulture warrior looks on in shock, confused as to how its target managed to evade the attack. Suddenly, Lin Yuan appears behind it, his sword already swinging down for a decisive strike. A notification confirms the kill as he coolly declares he will take their lives. The battle rages on, with his minions cutting down the thieves in a flurry of spectral attacks. System messages continuously pop up, confirming he has successfully killed dozens of thieves and their leaders. He stands over the last fallen enemy, his sword dripping with spiritual energy as the battle concludes. He looks around with a questioning gaze, sensing that the true leader is still missing. He notices an empty throne at the end of the hall, and realizes the main boss has vanished. A new status window appears, revealing the Vulture Thief Bandlord, who uses a backstab skill from stealth. As the true boss appears behind him, Lin Yuan activates his own skill, Corpse Explosion. The Vulture Lord shouts defiantly as he leaps forward, attacking the undead minions that surround him. In response, a massive green explosion detonates from the ground, engulfing the entire area in a blinding light. Caught in the blast, the Thief Lord lets out a pained screech, his body now shrouded in a sinister red aura. The ground cracks and shatters from the immense force of the magical explosion. Lin Yuan descends through the smoke, his body crackling with energy as he aims a powerful punch at his opponent. With his eyes glowing intensely, he focuses on his target, certain this next hit will be decisive. A system notification confirms his shadow gloves have been activated, and he clenches his supercharged fist. His glowing punch lands squarely on the boss, as he vows to send the creature straight to its doom. The impact creates a massive pillar of light, sending a powerful shockwave that tears through the hall. He lands confidently, declaring the fight is over as notifications confirm the kill and his level up. The young man then reviews his skills, checking the stats of his Golden Tier Dark Curse and Corpse Explosion abilities. He stands alone amidst the ruins, calmly analyzing the details of his powerful Necromancer skills. A system window then prompts him to use a skill upgrade scroll, an offer he accepts without hesitation. He recalls how a previous scroll efficiently upgraded both Dark Curse and Corpse Explosion at the same time. After the battle, a notification confirms he has obtained 130 new zombie monsters, bolstering his undead army. A status window appears for the revived Vulture Thief leader, now a level 15 zombie under his control. He finds this interesting, wondering if reviving a Lord-class monster grants it an extra skill. The new status window confirms his theory, showing the undead leader now possesses the Poison Hand skill. He realizes that reviving the powerful Vulture Thief Lord did indeed grant it a brand new ability. This reminds him that the giant Deathwolf also gained a new skill, Undead's Rage, after he revived it. A notification appears informing Lin Yuan that the hunting event is set to begin in just 2 hours. With his preparations now complete, he wraps his cloak around himself and decides it is time to go. He soon arrives at the meeting point, the entrance to the formidable-looking Bloodscale Cave. As he approaches, he spots his companion waiting for him, but something seems off about his appearance. He asks the warrior why he is posing like a golden statue in a full suit of shiny custom armor. The man proudly explains he spent 50 gold coins on the armor to make sure he would not hold his team back. But as he flexes, the bottom half of his expensive new armor suddenly breaks apart and falls. Lin Yuan is stunned as his companion is left standing awkwardly in his boxers, his leg armor around his ankles. The hero stares blankly at the scene, a bead of sweat running down his face, completely speechless. He sarcastically notes this is the first time he has seen armor that separates, calling the design very special. The embarrassed warrior stammers that the blacksmith insisted it was the newest and most advanced design. He grits his teeth, finally realizing the blacksmith had completely scammed him with the faulty gear. While trying to fix his armor, his helmet slips down, covering his eyes and leaving him completely blind. Unable to see, he stumbles around in a panic, calling out for help from his companion. He trips and bumps into a large figure, still unable to see who he has run into. The stranger lifts the helmet off his face, revealing the warrior's surprised expression. A tall, bald man with an intimidating grin looks down at him from the shadows. A status window identifies the man as Zhao Kui, a leader from the Black Tree Guild, who asks if he is all right. Despite the man's friendly question, the blonde warrior feels a dangerous, snake-like aura from him. Before he can react, A hand grabs the back of his collar, pulling him back with surprising force. Lin Yuan is the one who pulled him back, ordering his companion to take off the ridiculous armor. The guild leader smirks, his gaze fixed on the young man with an unnerving intensity. He is clearly annoyed, wondering why this kid dares to look at him with such a defiant expression. Just as he is about to confront the duo, another group of people arrives at the cave entrance. A member of the new group calls out, asking who among them is Han Cheng. He holds up a file with a photo and name, confirming he is looking for the swordsman in the gold armor. The guild member reads the name carefully before looking up to find the person he is searching for. He spots the blonde warrior and points him out, identifying him as the guy in the strange, shiny armor. The others laugh at his ridiculous outfit, mocking him for showing up to a hunt in cosplay gear. Han Cheng waves awkwardly and introduces himself, then points to Lin Yuan as his companion for the event. One of the guild members draws his sword, the blade glinting sharply in the sunlight. He tells the duo they were only allowed to bring an extra person because their leader was feeling generous. Lin Yuan remains silent, his expression unreadable as the arrogant guild member continues his speech. The guild leader interrupts, telling his subordinate to be friendlier to their new teammates. The man quickly sheathes his sword, claiming he was just joking around with the newcomers. The guild leader then warns the duo not to get cocky and to make sure they work hard to prove their worth. A man with an eye patch steps forward, announcing it is time for a roll call before they enter the cave. The rest of the S-class hunting party gathers, all of them looking nervous but determined. Lin Yuan observes the other players, noting they all seem to be newcomers to the main city. With everyone now assembled, the guild leader announces it is time to begin their journey into the cave. The guild leader boasts that even the Grim Reaper has to give way to the powerful Black Tree Guild. His words boost the morale of the newcomers, who cheer enthusiastically as they follow him into the cave. Now wearing a more practical set of armor, Han Cheng playfully taps a guild member with a red flag. He excitedly urges Lin Yuan to hurry up, mentioning rumors of shining slimes inside the cavern. The hero remains unfazed by his companion's antics, his gaze fixed on the dark cave entrance. A slight smirk appears on his face as he senses a scent from within the cave that truly excites him. The entire hunting party descends into the Bloodscale cave, moving through the massive crystalline passages. After walking for a while, they arrive at a crossroads and notice the strange absence of any monsters. One of the players turns to the guild leader, asking for guidance on which path they should take. With a calculating look, the leader suggests that it would be best for the group to split up. The rookies immediately express their concern, worried about the danger of encountering elite monsters alone. A hooded guild member quickly silences them, revealing that their leader already scouted the area for safety. The newcomers are shocked to learn that the guild leader had already explored the cave that morning. The leader explains that the middle path is covered in lizard pheromones, while the other two routes are safe. He declares that his guild will take the dangerous middle path, leaving the two safer routes for the others. With a sinister grin, he turns to the rookies and asks them what they think of his proposed plan. Impressed by the guild's thorough planning, the other players agree to trust their senior's judgment. Without waiting, Lin Yuan points to the left path, calmly announcing that he and his companion will go that way. The leader agrees, then casually asks if anyone else from the group would like to join them. The other rookies hesitate, whispering among themselves that one of the two looks weird and unreliable. They speculate that he's hiding his level out of embarrassment, though one girl admits she finds him handsome. The guild leader smiles, noting the pair's unpopularity and feigning regret that he can't force anyone to join them. Lin Yuan simply tells his companion to follow him, and Han Cheng quickly agrees. The two walk to the dark entrance of the left path, while the guild leader watches from behind. A sinister smile crosses the leader's face as he sneers, thinking to himself what a pair of idiots they are. Deeper into the cave, water drips from the ceiling, creating small ripples in the puddles on the floor. The two warriors venture deeper into the icy cave, surrounded by small, glowing slimes clinging to the walls. Han Cheng shivers, commenting on the strange, rapid drop in temperature as they advance. He adds that he feels a growing sensation of being watched by something invisible in the darkness. Lin Yuan calmly responds that he finally noticed, confirming that there is something more there with them. His companion is shocked, questioning how this is possible when the guild leader claimed the road was safe. The hero explains that the leader is simply using the newbies as bait, to explore the dangerous paths for him. Han Cheng looks at him with a worried expression, wondering why he didn't expose the leader's deceitful plan. Lin Yuan just smiles as he observes the small, glowing slimes clinging to the cave walls. He reaches out and plucks one of the creatures from the rock, much to the slime's surprise. The slime suddenly transforms, and he explains that he wants to see how much fish he can catch from that place. He and his companion stand before a vast, dark chasm at the end of the passage. He concludes his thought by stating he's curious to see what interesting things the chasm might bring forth. A horde of elite iron-eating lizards emerges from the darkness, their red eyes glowing with malice. Before the two can react, an iron spike slams into the ground right in front of them. Meanwhile, on the middle path, a guild mage unleashes a powerful fire spell upon the lizards. The massive vortex of flames engulfs the monsters, filling the cavern with searing heat and chaos. A guild swordsman charges forward, swinging his glowing blade at one of the creatures. He cuts through the monster, determined to show everyone the true power of the Black Tree Guild. He reports to his leader that the scapegoats are distracting the lizards, making their own path much easier. The leader plans to wait until the rookies are nearly dead, weakening the lizards in the process. He then throws a spiked weapon, intending to finish off both the monsters and the survivors later. Suddenly, 3 of the powerful iron-eating lizards leap down from the cavern ceiling to attack him. The leader smirks, taunting the beasts and arrogantly challenging all of them to come at him at once. He easily dodges their attacks and counters with a devastating punch of his own. His powerful strikes land with immense force, sending the elite monsters reeling back. He smugly declares that trash like them should always remain at the bottom of the food chain. Back on the other path, Han Cheng looks on in absolute shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. An iron-eating lizard activates its iron tail whip skill, ready to strike down the duo. But Lin Yuan's undead vulture minion counters with a spinning sickle throw attack. Another vulture thief turns invisible, using its stealth and backstab skills to ambush the lizards. His companion is stunned to see an army of zombies suddenly appear and overwhelm the monsters. He exclaims that Lin Yuan is much stronger now, praising how cool and powerful he has become. The hero just smirks, reminding his friend that he mentioned he had some preparations to make. Han Cheng is left speechless, unable to believe he obtained such a powerful army in just one day. A notification confirms he has killed 55 elite lizards, and Lin Yuan notes the battle was efficient. His companion looks on with admiration, wishing he could one day be as powerful as his friend. Suddenly, the entire cavern begins to shake, and the young swordsman wonders if it is an earthquake. He looks back with concern, calling out his companion's name as the tremors grow stronger. Seeing Lin Yuan is busy, he decides he must handle this new threat himself and not always rely on others. He cautiously follows the rumbling sound, trying to pinpoint the source of the disturbance. As he moves forward, he suddenly stops when the violent shaking comes to an abrupt halt. Looking up, he is confused by the sudden silence, wondering why the tremor has completely disappeared. At that moment, a massive red tentacle slams down, and he swings his sword upward to defend himself. The warrior struggles under the immense weight, his face etched with terror at the overwhelming attack. The blonde warrior stands frozen as a massive red tentacle erupts from the ground right in front of him. His face pales with sweat as he stammers in shock, unable to comprehend the monstrous appendage. The tentacle whips forward, snagging his shield and dragging him across the rocky cavern floor with immense force. He is thrown to the ground, losing his grip on his weapons as he desperately calls out for help. The tip of the crimson appendage splits into 2 sharp points, poised to strike him down. Before he can react, the tentacle coils around his body, constricting him tightly as he struggles in its grip. The powerful tentacle lifts him effortlessly into the air, his body trapped within its suffocating hold. With his eyes wide in despair, the young warrior believes his end has finally come. Just then, a brilliant cyan light flashes through the darkness, slicing through the air with incredible speed. Lin Yuan appears, severing the tentacle with one clean strike. He scoffs at the beast for daring to show itself. The severed part of the creature's limb dissolves into a spray of red particles, its attack thwarted. As his companion falls, the hero swiftly grabs him by his ponytail, stopping his descent. With a firm grip, he throws the stunned warrior away from the danger and back towards safety. His companion lands, coughing. He warns that a huge monster is about to emerge and they must escape immediately. At that moment, the ground cracks and shatters as enormous spikes of rock are thrust upward from below. Han Chang watches in absolute horror, realizing they are too late to run away from the emerging threat. A massive blue-scaled beast roars as it breaks through the cavern floor, revealing itself as the area's boss. The warrior is terrified, explaining the mission only mentioned an elite iguana, not a boss-class monster. He apologizes to his friend, feeling guilty for the situation. He then offers to hold off the beast so the other can escape. But Lin Yuan just smirks, calmly questioning if this creature is truly a terrifying monster. He confidently declares that the beast is his prey, leaving his companion completely baffled by his words. The massive blue iguana lets out a threatening growl, its glowing eyes fixed on its new opponents. The hero leaps forward with his sword raised, determined to finish the creature, as his friend calls his name in shock. He then summons his undead vulture minions, commanding the eagle chief to use its scythe throw attack. The winged minions obey, hurling a barrage of spinning spectral scythes down toward the massive lizard. But the boss quickly counters by activating its iron tail sweep skill to defend itself from the assault. The powerful tail swing easily deflects the incoming scythes, which shatter against its tough scales. But the hero notes that the diversion was successful, as it created the opening he was waiting for. He seizes the chance and unleashes his Azure spirit seal, sending a volley of glowing skulls toward the beast. The spectral projectiles slam into the monster's side, creating a series of powerful spiritual explosions. After the attack, he lands gracefully on the ground, his glowing sword held ready for his next move. He stands before the colossal beast, which seems to have taken the powerful attack without much trouble. The closer look at the monster's thick hide reveals that the attack only caused minor burns on its scales. His expression turns serious as he realizes how little damage his powerful skill actually inflicted on the boss. Unfazed, the giant iguana lets out another deafening roar, saliva dripping from its sharp fangs. A system window confirms the boss is activating its toxic sand breath, a high-pressure poison attack. The creature then unleashes a massive stream of green toxic energy directly toward its opponent. Watching from a safe distance, his companion screams in terror, warning him to watch out for the deadly attack. The poisonous breath slams into the ground with explosive force, filling the cavern with a cloud of toxic gas. As the smoke clears, the hero stands firm and unscathed, ready to continue his fight against the powerful beast. The ground sizzles where the toxic breath landed, leaving a bubbling pool of highly corrosive liquid. The hero's eyes narrow as he admits that fighting this monster is proving to be much harder than he first imagined. A massive shadow looms over him as the beast prepares another strike, but he stands his ground without fear. He then leaps into the air to dodge, thinking that the difficult challenge only makes the fight more exciting. With a confident smirk, he decides to summon a new ally, calling forth the Master of Eagles to the battlefield. A formidable bird-like warrior materializes in a flash of green energy, armed with two sharp blades. The new minion lets out a fierce cry as it dives straight toward the giant lizard, ready for battle. Its blades clash against the monster's tough scales, creating a bright spark on impact. His companion watches in awe, wondering if this new undead creature is another one of his friend's followers. The warrior's eyes fill with stars as he thinks about how majestic and powerful the new summon looks. The winged creature flies around its massive opponent, patiently searching for an opening in its tough defenses. A system notification confirms it is activating its backstab skill, preparing to strike the beast from behind. But the iguana boss reacts instantly, using its impenetrable fortress skill to boost its defense power. It then whips its massive spiked tail around with incredible speed, aiming to intercept the airborne attacker. Seeing the danger, the hero shouts a warning, telling his minion to watch out for the incoming attack. The powerful tail smacks into the eagle warrior, sending it crashing hard into the cavern wall. Han Chang is stunned by the beast's reaction speed, wondering if it has eyes on its back. The hero watches the monster, also questioning how it could have possibly seen an attack coming from behind. As he analyzes the failed attack, he begins to realize a potential weakness in the creature's perception. He concludes that lizards have simple eyes and rely on changes in light, making it hard to see stationary targets. He also knows their motion vision, hearing, and smell are excellent, with some even having infrared sensors. This means their sensitivity to movement is many times greater than a human's, making them formidable hunters. With a confident smirk, the hero decides that the only way to defeat this beast is to make it entrap itself. The giant lizard lets out another roar, its scales glowing as it prepares for its next powerful assault. Ali then creates two massive fireballs, challenging the beast to see which is stronger, its scales or his flames. The iguana immediately lunges forward, its glowing eyes locked onto the young man as it charges to attack. It easily deflects the fireballs with a powerful swing of its tail, letting out an enraged roar. The hero is pleased, realizing he can get the monster excited to keep its attention fully focused on him. From a distance, his companion watches with concern, shouting that his friend is in danger from the enraged beast. He worries that the fireballs are too weak to damage the boss, making his friend's tactic a huge risk. He then notices his companion is running towards the pile of defeated undead lizards, unsure of his plan. The hero stands before the pile of corpses, his cloak billowing around him as he prepares to spring his trap. He then leaps into the air as the massive iguana charges toward him, falling right into his trap. With a cunning look in his eyes, he signals that the time to strike has finally arrived. He quickly changes direction in midair, sliding to a stop just as the beast reaches the pile of corpses. He then turns and raises his glowing sword, ready to unleash his next powerful attack on the surprised monster. The lizard is confused as it crashes into the pile of undead, completely caught off guard by the sudden move. The hero smirks, taunting the big dummy for not knowing how to stop its own reckless charge. The beast lets out another furious roar, enraged by the clever trick that just played out. With a triumphant look, the young man activates his corpse explosion art, preparing a feast of explosions for the beast. A massive green explosion rips through the cavern, engulfing the beast and dealing heavy damage to it. The hero smirks with satisfaction, announcing that the monster's thick armor has finally been breached. The colossal iguana lets out a deafening roar of pain, clearly wounded by the powerful detonation. It slams its claws into the ground, struggling to stay upright as the force of the blast shatters the rock. Seizing the moment, the young man leaps forward and commands his eagle master to attack the beast from the left. He lands and quickly pivots, rushing to the monster's right flank to create a pincer attack. The iguana tries to crush him with its claw, but he easily evades the attack as it smashes into the ground. He realizes the lizard has another weak point since its eyes cannot focus on enemies from two sides at once. His undead minion raises its massive blade, preparing to strike the distracted beast with all its might. The winged warrior attacks, landing a powerful green energy-infused blow directly on the iguana's head. As the beast reels, the hero charges up with electric energy, preparing to deliver the decisive final strike. He vows that this next attack will send the monster straight to its doom, his image reflecting in its eye. The electrifying strike shoots forward, aimed precisely at the creature's wide-open mouth. A system notification confirms a weak point was hit as the powerful attack connects inside the beast's throat. Multiple level-up windows pop up, congratulating him for reaching level 14 after defeating the powerful boss. He then casts a healing spell, and a notification confirms his undead minions have restored 85% of their health. A status window for his level 3 Dark Curse skill appears, an ability that can harm foes or heal his undead. He thinks that using his skill scroll again will directly raise the Dark Curse skill to level 4. Looking at the fallen creature, he decides that sacrificing some undead was a worthy price for this new asset. A new status window appears, confirming he has revived the beast as an iron-eating iguana master undead. With a determined look, the hero declares that from now on, the powerful iguana will serve as his shield. After the battle, his companion celebrates, excited by all the loot that dropped from the defeated boss. But the young man tells him not to hurry, explaining there are still some rats that need to be dealt with first. Meanwhile, on the other path, the bodies of the defeated rookies lie scattered across the cavern floor. The guild leader scoffs at the fallen players, claiming the fools were not even worth looking at. His subordinates praise his wise commands, adding that he could even defeat a Lord-class monster with his power. They suggest that the fight on the other paths must be over, so it is the perfect time to reap the fruits of their labor. The guild leader agrees, stomping on a defeated lizard's head as he prepares to lead his team forward. He then orders his men to move out, telling them it is finally time to go and collect the corpses. But as they advance, a massive wall of ice suddenly erupts from the ground, blocking their path. The guild members are thrown back by the powerful ice spell, shocked by the sudden and unexpected attack. Enraged, the guild leader demands to know who dares to ambush the powerful Black Tree Guild. He then looks up to see the hero and his companion standing on a ledge above them, looking down with contempt. The young man mockingly asks if they are not going to collect the bodies, offering to do it for them. The guild members are stunned, unable to believe the duo survived the iron iguana they sent them to fight. The blonde warrior angrily accuses them, revealing he thought they were a big and upright guild. He then scoffs at their response, saying it is an honor for them to be used as stepping stones for the guild. The guild leader grits his teeth, surprised and annoyed that the two of them actually came out alive. The hero's companion calls them shameless for their deceitful and cowardly actions in the cave. The guild leader glares at him, thinking the young man is getting more annoying and should be disposed of. One of the guild members tells him his good luck is over as he swings a massive spiked mace at him. The hero tells his friend to stand back as he blocks the powerful strike, shattering the icy ground below. He then leaps into the air with his glowing sword, taunting the guild leader and asking if he's the only one. The leader tightens his grip on the mace's chain, preparing to counter the airborne attack. He swings his weapon again, but the hero easily dodges, using the icy terrain to his advantage. With a focused expression, he prepares to land and launch a powerful counterattack of his own. The guild leader smirks, mocking the hero for bringing a toy to a real battle against a seasoned warrior. But the hero just smiles as he unleashes a powerful spiritual attack, sending two glowing skulls at his foe. The spectral skulls fly forward, creating a massive explosion of green energy that engulfs the guild leader. The force of the blast creates a massive shockwave, but the leader stands his ground amidst the chaos. After the smoke clears, he stands in a defensive stance, his weapon held ready for the next move. He looks around in confusion, demanding to know where his opponent has hidden himself after the attack. Suddenly, the young man appears from above, swinging his sword down as he scoffs at his defenseless foe. But the guild leader blocks the attack, revealing that he knew his opponent was one of the lucky survivors. As their weapons clash, the hero prepares to unleash another powerful skill on his unsuspecting enemy. He then warns the guild leader that it is always best to sleep with one eye open to avoid being ambushed. After all, when dealing with waste, one's life could be over at any moment, and he must be ready. The hero is suddenly taken by surprise, a look of shock appearing on his face as he senses a new threat. The guild leader then unleashes a powerful electric attack, sending a massive surge of energy at him. A brilliant flash of blue light fills the cavern as the powerful electric mace strike lands with full force. Han Chang screams in shock, calling out the name of the powerful skill that just engulfed his friend. Meanwhile, two other guild members approach him, with the mage taunting that it is now his turn to fight the rookie. The guild leader then looks up to see the hero sitting calmly on an ice throne, completely unfazed by the attack. Enraged by this display, the guild leader lunges forward, shouting for his opponent to lie down and die. But his confident expression quickly turns to one of pure shock as he realizes something is terribly wrong. The young man has effortlessly caught the chain of his mace and calmly asks if he is a guild captain. The guild leader is left speechless and sweating, unable to comprehend his opponent's overwhelming power. A sinister smirk then appears on the hero's face as a dark, menacing aura begins to emanate from his body. He grabs the captain by the throat, saying he has a good idea of the top-ranked player's skills in the city. The hero grabs his enemy's wrist with absurd strength as he pulls him closer. With that, the guild captain feels immense pain in his arm and cannot free himself. Then the MC reveals a dark look and a sinister smile showing all his power. With a single movement, he throws the bald man away with enormous force. At this, the other two guild members are thrown back by the shockwave of the impact, fallen to the ground. The leader admits that he really underestimated the power of that mysterious boy. But he stands up and shouts to his companions not to stand still and attack. The two agree to the plan and shout in response, ready for the battle that is about to begin. At that moment, the three advance together towards the protagonist, trying a coordinated attack. But the boy is not impressed and says that a bunch of trash is still a bunch. Then a huge wall of ice appears from the ground, hitting the three enemies in the air. Taking advantage of the gap, he summons his two winged creatures that appear ready for slaughter. The guild members are shocked to see the monsters and wonder what it is. The beasts quickly advance towards their opponents to finish them off at once. The leader is terrified by the situation and starts to sweat coldly without knowing what to do now. And to make matters worse, the hero summons several spectral skulls that appear behind the opponent. The skulls fly towards the bald man, hitting him with a blast of dark energy. Meanwhile, the winged minions pin the other two members to the ground with no chance of escape. The captain is now lying on the ground completely defeated with the hero's foot on him. Desperate, he asks to stop and threatens the young man, saying that his guild will not forgive him. The boy looks at the fallen man with complete indifference, completely ignoring his threat. Suddenly, his blonde friend appears and hugs him in relief, saying he was very worried, but the protagonist, out of patience, throws him aside, telling him to stay quiet in the corner. With his sword raised, he says that the enemy guild is cruel and will punish the leader for failing. At this point, the bald guy realizes he is lost and asks what MC wants to let him live. The boy then smiles and demands a list of the high-level players in his guild. He remembers a rare and powerful profession that no one knew about in his past life. Confused, the guild leader asks why he needs a list with this information. Without responding, the protagonist pierces the hand of the man on the ground who screams in pain from the attack. Then he asks if the enemy will write, and the bald man agrees immediately, very scared. Reading the paper, the boy realizes that no one there has the characteristics he was looking for. With his minions still held hostage, the leader asks if the boss can finally let them go. The young man looks at them with a smile and says that he can indeed free them from that situation. The bald man is relieved and begins to thank the boy for his great mercy, but he says they hurt innocent people and so they need to give them an explanation. At that moment, a green light sucks the life from the 3 players, eliminating them at once. With their defeat, several items appear on the ground as a reward for the battle. System screens show the attributes of the silver hammer sword and bronze cloak. The protagonist picks up the new sword and examines it with a slightly confused expression on his face. Your blonde friend appears with a chest and says that they also got some treasure in the dungeon. The blonde friend says he wants to buy the items and can't just take advantage of him. With an unfriendly expression, the protagonist simply responds that it doesn't matter. He then says that there is nothing useful for him and that his partner can keep everything. A notification confirms the transfer, and outside the cave, Mech reflects on the items. Your partner then calls you over and asks if there's anything important he can mention at that moment. He warns that the guild takes revenge outside the game and suggests that a bodyguard follow him. The boy thanks the warning but dismisses the help, saying he knows how to deal with insects. Back at his house, he takes off his game helmet and calls Yuan to come eat. The young man gets up from his gaming chair and prepares to finally leave the room, but when he opens the door, he finds a completely unexpected person standing there. A man in a suit wearing a gaming helmet like yours looks at you with a somber expression. The boy is surprised by the visit and wonders what is happening at that moment. The two stand in the hallway and the boy realizes that the man is his father. The older one then takes off his helmet with a slightly embarrassed expression on his face. He shows the item to his son and asks if the helmet he needs isn't broken. The protagonist says it's working and asks why his father bought a helmet. He awkwardly says he didn't buy it and that his mother found it in the room of a girl named Tan. At this point, the hero remembers that in his past life it was at this time that Tan awakened his class. A woman appears and calls the 2 men to go eat before the food gets cold. At the table, she says that the father just wanted something to talk about with his son, and he defends himself. The boy thinks that if his parents play, he will be able to protect them in the future and give back to them. Then he says the game isn't hard and he's going to buy them 2 more helmets. His mother tells him not to spend money, but the son asks if his sister Tan is back yet. The woman says she must be with friends, but MC offers to call her. But the call does not complete, and a message warns that the user is unavailable. He finds it strange because his sister would always send a message even if she didn't want to answer it. Then the mother tells him to eat first and that he doesn't have to wait for her for dinner. But the boy gets up and says he's going out to buy some things before closing. His parents talk about how he and his sister have grown apart and that they should talk more. The protagonist walks down the stairs with a serious and determined expression on his face. He then remembers an event from his past life involving his younger sister. At that time, he found her at home looking very shaken and with dirty clothes. The brother came to her with a worried snack and asked what had happened. But the girl said it was none of his business and asked him not to tell her parents. After that, she went to her room and slammed the door hard, leaving him alone. The boy stood in the hallway holding the instant noodles without understanding anything. He remembers that in the other life she suffered a lot because of a mysterious organization. This was the system organization founded by 9 people and only the chosen ones entered. Among them there was a prophet who could sense the chosen ones and invited them into the group. With this, the organization's power grew very quickly and they became invincible. Its influence also grew in the real world with mysterious and unpredictable actions. After joining them, Tan participated in dangerous missions without telling anyone at home. Back in the present, the boy comes down the stairs worried, hoping it's not the organization. He then peers through her bedroom door with a dark, determined look. The hero thinks that even if it is the organization this time, things will be very different, because he won't let his sister get involved in this again without knowing anything. With this in mind, the young man leaves home and walks through the dark streets of the city. He continues his way through the busy streets looking for his younger sister. Suddenly, the boy realizes something, and his face becomes serious as he looks to the side. He hides behind a wall and peers into the interior of a nearby coffee shop. Then he confirms that his sister has already found them but is too far away to hear the conversation. To get closer, he decides to use his invisibility ability that he hasn't used for a while. His body becomes translucent, and he remembers that the skill lasts 5 minutes at level 3. That should be enough, so the boy goes into the cafeteria to hear what they say. One of the men says he has already said everything and that she herself can decide whether it is true or not. He invites her to join them in preparing for a disaster in 3 years. The two then get up to leave while the hero watches everything unseen. The protagonist continues to just observe the scene without making any movement for now. The other guy complains that his partner scared the girl with his terrifying aura, but the serious man replies that it was for her own good and that things had come to this. The man says that the matter is serious because it involves something much bigger than they imagine. Suddenly, he stops talking and stares at the place where the protagonist is invisible. The two exchange a tense look, and the boy realizes that he has been discovered somehow. With a ring on his finger, the man activates a special ability called Dispel. A wave of energy spreads through the cafeteria, nullifying the magic that was in the place. The hero is startled to see a notification that his invisibility has been undone. The organization member reveals a sharp and focused look, knowing that he has found the intruder. To disguise himself, he turns and walks towards the coffee shop counter. He then orders a herbal tea to go, and the barista says he will prepare the order. The attendant replies that he is leaving and will get the drink for the mystery customer. Now visible, Mixty notices that the ring ability has a 3-second delay. His partner drinks his glass calmly as if nothing was happening there. The guy hands Tan a card and tells her to call him when she makes a decision. The girl takes the paper with the number and thinks seriously about their proposal. The other member says goodbye, saying he will wait for her while they both leave. With their departure, the protagonist activates his invisibility again to follow them. He slips past the barista unnoticed and goes after the mysterious duo to investigate. But when he gets to the street, he wonders if they have disappeared because he doesn't see them anywhere. Suddenly, something flies past him and sticks in the ground right next to him. The hero turns around in surprise at what was thrown near him. Your footprint is left in a dark puddle on the ground, revealing your position to enemies. Looking at the fallen glass and the trail on the floor, the pair confirm that it was still there. At this point, the hero becomes tense because the system warns that his invisibility is about to end. Then his skill ends and the two members look at him with a very threatening look. The scene changes to show someone's foot silently smashing a plastic cup on the floor. In fact, the pair didn't notice his presence and calmly left the place. The guy in the coat says that maybe he was too sensitive and that it's okay. Her partner says that according to the prophet's prophecy, the girl will join them. So the serious man tells the other to worry about surviving the disaster first. Hidden, the hero watches the two walk away and reflects on what he has just seen. He thinks this group is dangerous and that he cannot risk revealing his profession. With that, he decides that he needs a safe place and that it's time to move. Meanwhile, his sister Tan looks at the card she received from the mysterious men. The girl seems determined to do something as she stares at her cell phone screen. But she is startled when she sees her brother and asks in surprise what he is doing there. The boy says he went to buy something and asks if she hasn't eaten anything today. The young woman looks away and stammers that everything is fine with her. He then shows the bag and says he bought food so as not to worry their mother. She thinks he barely takes care of himself and now he wants to take care of her while he calls her to go. The protagonist tells them to go home together so they can finally rest. The girl is silent for a moment, looking a little thoughtful about the situation. At home, his mother offers him food, but Tan refuses and says he's going to his room to rest. The woman offers to cook for both of them, but MC enters the room without answering. Then the girl's bedroom door is locked from the inside, leaving everyone outside. Inside her room, the young woman sighs, looking exhausted with the recent events. She then walks to her bed, wondering what has been happening to her lately. Lying down, the girl thinks that everything strange started after she entered that game. In this, she remembers a battle where she fought against a giant praying mantis in the game. Her friend yells at her to run away and says she will hold off the monster to buy some time. A system screen shows that the insect is level 5 with high attack and health, but the creature attacks the purple-haired girl, who falls to the ground screaming from the blow. Seeing this, the blonde tells her friend to go ahead because she will hold them all. She takes a stand and says she is on the front line and therefore cannot back down now. Then McKay advances against a swarm of giant insects ready for battle. With her sword, she blocks the attack of one of the monsters with great strength and courage. Even with another huge animal behind her, the girl doesn't show any hint of fear. With a look of pure fury, she prepares to face the creature head-on. But the insect is faster and lands a powerful blow on her, making her scream in great pain. At that moment, a notification appears and informs that she has activated a secret profession. As the new class awakens, the young woman is surrounded by monsters in that forest. She grips her sword tightly and releases all her power in a single loud scream. With a spin, she launches an area attack that hits multiple enemies at once. A blue energy surrounds her as she continues her attack against all the insects once. His sword then slams into the ground and creates a shockwave that destroys everything around it. On top of a rock, he breathes heavily after an intense battle. With a golden aura, she activates her new skill called Sword of Dawn. Lying on her bed, the girl realizes that the sensation of the game was real in her body. She then wonders if she will be able to protect everyone from the disaster that is coming. Looking at her glowing hand, the young woman doubts whether she really has the power to do so. If this strength is not enough, she thinks that no one else would have a chance of surviving. Determined, she decides she needs to become stronger to protect the ones she loves. Looking at a photo of her family, she swears she will do everything to protect them all. Meanwhile, her brother thinks he needs to move soon because his focus is on the game. He decides it's time to give his family a better life with his money. The next day, the boy goes to a real estate agency and the agent welcomes him with a smile. He says he is looking for a house with a very strong and well-equipped security system. The woman looks at him suspiciously and wonders if that young man really has money. Without caring, the boy shows a black credit card and says that should be enough. The broker is shocked when he sees the card and can't believe what he's seeing. With a smile on her face, she realizes that the card has a limit of millions of reais. So all the real estate employees treat him like a king and welcome him. A while later, he takes his parents to the place and they can't believe what they hear. Looking at the huge mansion, his father asks if that place is their new home. The protagonist bought an incredible mansion for his family to live safely. Your mother is amazed by the private pool just like the ones she saw on televisions. The father is also impressed by the size of the bed in the mansion's master bedroom. Everyone looks at the luxurious living room with a giant chandelier and chic furniture. Worried, they ask their son about the mortgage and suggest they return home. But the young man says he bought the house with gambling money and that they can stay. His parents are thrilled and proud to see their son grow up and become successful. The boy walks away thinking that the mansion's security is good and that there is no danger. Walking down an alley, he plans to guide his parents in the game and keep an eye on the organization. Suddenly, he stops and becomes alert when he feels someone approaching him. A gang appears and the leader says with a smile that he finally found him. The bandits surround him with weapons and the bald man says it wasn't easy to find him there. The protagonist recognizes the man as the leader of the guild he defeated in the game. The bald man provokes him and orders his men to attack the young man to finish him off. One of the henchmen advances, shouting that anyone who challenges him is asking for trouble. With a smile, the boy activates a skill and says that the enemy is very slow. The bandit misses the blow and hits the ground as the protagonist suddenly disappeared. Then the young man appears in the air and prepares a surprise attack against another henchman. He lands a powerful punch on the man's face, who doesn't have time to react to the blow. With agility, he dodges the attacks and defeats all the bandits easily. Fallen to the ground, the leader spits blood and wonders if that boy is a human or a monster. With the sword close to his face, the guild leader is terrified and unable to move. The hero looks at him with a dark look and says that it seems like he doesn't value life. Desperate, the bald man begs not to die and reveals that he knows about a secret mission. With glowing red eyes, the young man stares down his opponent, ordering him to keep talking. Pinned to the floor, the bald man nervously reveals a secret about a blacksmith named Tongs in the main city. The protagonist remembers a rumor from his past life about an NPC who could craft gold equipment. Realizing the man might be telling the truth, he suddenly tightens his grip, a silent display of his overwhelming strength and impatience. Leaning in closer, he warns the man not to try anything foolish, threatening him both online and offline if his family is ever harmed. As a final warning, he demonstrates what will happen if his orders are defied, showing his power. Sweating and terrified, the man on the ground quickly stammers that he understands the message loud and clear. The scene then transitions to the Moonlight Night Tavern, located in the West Desert main city. where patrons gather. Inside the tavern, two men clink their large wooden mugs together in a cheerful toast. The tables are filled with steaming food, including fresh dumplings and other savory dishes, creating a warm atmosphere. A loud blacksmith scoffs at an offer, doubting a clean, skinned person could mine ore and promising a free weapon if they succeed. The protagonist, now cloaked, confirms the information was true and realizes his next step is to start mining. While walking through the tavern, he sees a man bothering a woman, trying to convince her to have a drink with him. The woman seems unsteady and hazy, telling the man to leave her alone as he tries to calm her down. The protagonist pauses for a moment, looking over his shoulder to observe the commotion unfolding behind him. Noticing his gaze, the aggressor confronts him, angrily threatening to poke his eyes out for staring. The woman, however, suddenly turns her attention to the young man, calling him handsome and offering to buy him a drink. He coldly refuses her offer and turns to leave without another word. She quickly follows after him, asking him not to walk away so fast. As she tries to catch up, she stumbles slightly in her high-heeled shoes. His sharp red eyes narrow slightly as he reacts instantly to her stumble. He quickly catches the woman before she hits the floor, dipping her back in a swift, unexpected movement. Looking up at him with a blush, she says she also enjoys dancing, mistaking his action for a dance move. He internally sighs, thinking what a hassle this is as she seems to have passed out in his arms. After finding a room for her, he knocks on the door before gently placing her inside to rest. He leaves her sleeping soundly in the bed, quietly closing the door behind him and continuing on his way. The scene shifts to the dark entrance of a torch-lit cave, the place where he intends to begin mining for ore. Inside the cavern, his summoned dog-headed zombies are already at work, swinging their pickaxes against the rock walls. He reflects that having 12 of these zombies in his netherworld gate will allow him to collect a lot of ore quickly. Suddenly, a blur shoots past his face, signaling an unexpected attack from within the dark cave. A group of aggressive, horned creatures called violent moles burst from the ground and charge towards him. In response, he summons a massive, spectral scorpion and commands it to kill all the creatures before they can escape. The summoned beast lunges forward, its glowing pincers and stinger poised to strike the charging moles. In a swift and brutal attack, the scorpion easily dispatches the monsters, leaving them defeated on the cave floor. He then performs a ritual, explaining that collecting various types of monsters will broaden his tactical options. Dark energy envelops the fallen moles, transforming them into spectral beings under his control. Just as he finishes, a large explosion rocks the cave nearby, catching his attention once more. He turns, his expression hardening as he senses a new and more powerful presence approaching. A massive bear-like creature with glowing red eyes charges through the cavern, targeting a lone adventurer. A status window identifies the monster as a violent mole lord, and the protagonist prepares to face the formidable boss. Realizing someone is intentionally luring the mine boss, he draws his intricate sword, ready for battle. Meanwhile, the adventurer he saw earlier raises a glowing golden staff, channeling a powerful-looking spell. The priest unleashes a beam of light, but it flies past the boss and heads straight for the protagonist instead. With a powerful stomp that cracks the ground, the young man prepares to move in an instant. He dodges the incoming attack with incredible speed, narrowly avoiding the blast of golden energy. Catching the priest's wrist, he wonders aloud if the attack was a locked skill, surprised by the move. A notification reveals the priest cast holy armor, a friendly buff on him, increasing his defense. A new player arrives, wondering where the ore is and recognizing the priest from the super god Iron Triangle. The newcomer, a warrior, releases a mechanical fly to livestream the fight and attract viewers. The priest panics and tries to run, shouting that he didn't mean to lure the monster toward them. As the live stream begins with 15 viewers, the chat buzzes with surprise at seeing a battle priest soloing a boss. The protagonist smirks, noting the priest's loyalty even in this mess, and happily accepts the boss fight. The viewer count skyrockets to 1 in 30 as people recognize him as the master who soloed the world boss. As the priest tries to flee, the enraged mole lord roars and brings its massive claws down upon him. But at the last second, the protagonist intervenes, stopping the monster's powerful attack with his bare hands. The priest stares in utter shock, stammering as he recognizes the person who just saved his life. Elsewhere, a bald man in heavy armor watches the entire event unfold on a holographic screen. He admits to himself that he feels no shame for losing to a monster like the protagonist. His guildmates approach, complaining about the internet hype, while one insists their president is still the best. The bald man, Nguyen of the Fury Guild, just smirks after watching the entire broadcast. Nguyen's guildmate insists that no one can compare to the great god, defending their leader's honor. The guild president, Kwangshan, turns with a dark expression, silently challenging the man to repeat himself. Nguyen holds up his screen, showing the comments praising the protagonist and suggesting Kwangshan should step down. The guild leader places a blade against Nguyen's neck, a bead of sweat dripping down his face in anger. He menacingly asks who Nguyen is, but the bald man calmly points out that he's just repeating what everyone else is saying. Nguyen adds that the mad god is too low-key, quoting a saying about young people becoming famous when heroes are absent. Kwangshan asks if the livestream is still active, and Nguyen confirms it is, taking place in the mine. With a determined look, the guild leader rallies his men, telling them to get online and follow him immediately. Back in the mine, the protagonist strikes the Mall Lord with a series of swift, glowing sword slashes. He then turns to the priest, telling him he can leave now since the monster's hatred is focused solely on him. The giant beast roars in fury, its glowing red eyes locked onto its new target. It smashes the ground with its massive paws, sending rocks flying as it prepares to charge. The protagonist skillfully dodges the attack, leaping over the crumbling earth with ease. He then unleashes a powerful blast of cyan energy from his hands, ordering it to attack. The energy strikes the Mole Lord head-on, causing a massive explosion upon impact. The livestream chat explodes with excitement, praising the master's incredible skill and control over the monster's aggro. The Mole Lord stomps its foot in frustration, enraged by its inability to land a single hit. It charges forward again, trying to overpower its opponent with sheer brute force and size. But the protagonist is ready, summoning a pack of spectral wolves to intercept the charging beast. The canines swarm the Mole Lord, biting and clawing at it from all sides in a coordinated assault. As the monster rages, the protagonist calmly tells it that focusing only on anger will lead to a great loss. He adds that the beast doesn't need to understand that concept, as its end is already near. Leaping forward, he drives his sword deep into the Mole Lord's arm with a powerful thrust. The boss roars in pain and shock as the attack lands, its body already weakened by the swarm of wolves. Another one of his summoned creatures, a spectral dog-headed zombie, leaps high into the air with its weapon raised. It brings its massive blade down, embedding it deep into the Mole Lord's head with a sickening crunch. The protagonist adjusts his gauntlets, preparing to deliver the final blow to the critically injured boss. With a smirk, he announces that it's time to end the fight and channels his energy. He unleashes a final, devastating blast of power that completely engulfs the weakened monster. A system notification confirms he has killed the violent Mole Lord, raised his level, and obtained new equipment. The first item is a silver, grade pursuit dagger, which boosts attack power, speed, and agility. The second item is a pair of silver, grade agility boots, increasing agility and movement speed. The priest, starstruck, recognizes him as the master who soloed the Death Wolf and asks to become friends. The protagonist simply says he has the wrong person and walks away, but the priest insists he's right. As the priest argues, a fireball suddenly flies past them, signaling the arrival of new players. A massive wall of ice then cuts off their path, blocking the cave entrance completely. A figure with glowing red eyes effortlessly cuts through the ice wall, surrounded by crackling flames. He stands ready, smirking as he sees a large group of players emerging from the shadows of the cave. Kwangshan and his guild have arrived, and he suggests turning the protagonist to ash to test the priest's recognition. The guild leader rallies his troops, ordering them to show the world what happens to those who cross the Fury Guild. He realizes the Fury Guild wants to use him to show off, and accepts the equipment they've delivered to his door. Suddenly, a golden staff appears beside his head, and the young priest gets ready to join the fight. The priest declares he will fight by his side, but the protagonist tells him to just get farther away. The guild leader smirks and points, starting to taunt him with an insult about being a loser. Before he can finish, the protagonist strikes him across the face, calmly asking if he was saying something. The powerful slap sends the guild leader stumbling backward as the priest watches from a safe distance. The livestream chat explodes as viewers comment on the fight starting with a slap and the master's bold move. Holding his bruised face, the leader curses him, furious that a player with no guild dares to attack. Filled with rage, his eyes burn with intensity as he screams the command to kill him immediately. The guild members coordinate their attack, with warriors in front and mages and archers in the back. The priest panics, shouting that he doesn't believe the protagonist can handle the entire guild alone. Noticing their organized formation, the hero decides to cut down their backline first and activates his invisibility skill. The guild warriors panic as he vanishes, shouting for a mage to use a dispel spell to reveal him. Two mages in the backline quickly begin to chant, preparing their spells to counter the invisibility. But he reappears right behind them, sword drawn, declaring that their attempt is far too late. As he launches a swift attack, the other guild members shout in alarm that he's already in their backline. The leader rallies his men, claiming the hero must be weak after the boss fight, and that their numbers will win. On the livestream, viewers mock the guild for trying to justify ganging up on a single player. The furious guild members charge forward, motivated by the promise of payment for the damage they inflict. He dodges attacks, at the same time delivering a single blow and knocking everyone down. He notes the narrow tunnel negates their numbers, making it easy to deal with them all at once. As multiple fireballs rain down on his position, he calmly prepares for the incoming assault. A massive explosion engulfs the area where he stood, and the guild members watch, thinking they've won. The fiery blast fills the cavern, leaving a cloud of smoke and debris in its wake. Through the smoke, the guild members see him running away and eagerly give chase, hoping to land the final blow. The guild leader shouts for his men to pursue, ordering them not to let their target escape the cave. He leads the chase into a dead end, then smirks as he looks up, seeing the protagonist waiting on the ceiling. The warrior suddenly looks up in alarm, realizing too late that he has walked directly into a trap. The hero drops from above, slamming his foot directly onto the guild leader's head with immense force. The leader cries out in agony, stunned and injured by the powerful and unexpected blow. With a swift kick, the protagonist sends another guild member flying, clearing the area around him. Dazed on the ground, the leader coughs, weakly calling the move a despicable sneak attack. The hero grabs him by the head, holding a glowing blue dagger to his throat, his eyes cold and menacing. He asks the captured leader if his guild is coming back, wondering if their master would blame him for their deaths. The remaining guild members turn around, only to find their escape route blocked by a pack of spectral creatures. With his enemies trapped, the protagonist activates his skill, Corpse Explosion, unleashing a wave of energy. The guild leader watches in horror, screaming and demanding to know what he has just done. Holding him firmly, the hero coolly tells him to ask his fallen guild members himself. He delivers a final, clean strike as the livestream viewers go wild, amazed at the perfect operation. A summoned spectral scorpion finishes off the last survivor, ending the battle in a flash of electric energy. As a bonus, he loots gold-grade bloodthirsty double blades, then decides to leave quickly before the area gets crowded. He then makes his way back to the town and arrives at the blacksmith's workshop to deliver the ore. The blacksmith is impressed by his haul, happily taking the ore and asking him to come back often, which increases his favorability. He reflects that the quest is a long-term one but knows the ore he mined will last a month. He then considers how to sell the guild's dropped gear. He decides searching for the first believer is too passive and resolves to start with the clues he already has. He recalls that the believer's men could control snakes, linking it to a snake man civilization hidden in the sewers. With a new lead to follow, he heads towards the city's sewer system, his boots splashing into the murky water. The cloaked figure ventures deeper into the dark and dripping sewer tunnels, following his hunch. He recalls a simple mission from Sheriff to kill rats, knowing it's a cover for a hidden dungeon in this area. This dungeon, the snake demon's lair, drops rare items, so he plans to use his undead to secure the entrance before anyone else finds it. He knows the entrance is in a room with snakes, and finally spots what he's looking for high up on a wall. His red eyes glint with focus as he confirms that he has found the hidden entrance. He unleashes a powerful blast of blue energy, shattering the wall to reveal the path into the secret dungeon. Standing amid the smoke, he is surprised, wondering if the serpents in this nest are usually this huge. A colossal blue serpent appears before him, identified as a level 60 Kinghade snake, its stats mostly unknown. He's shocked that a product of the snake, man's civilization could have such a high level, and warns himself not to get hit. To avoid the massive penalty for death, he activates his invisibility skill, his body glowing with a faint blue aura. But his skill seems useless against the giant beast, having as much effect as water off a duck's back. Realizing his stealth is ineffective, he quickly decides to use the surrounding terrain to his advantage. He jumps onto a nearby structure, while the snake follows behind him. His glowing red eyes narrow in concentration as he formulates a new plan on the fly. He leaps directly into the serpent's path, using himself as bait to draw its attention and create an opening. The snake slams its head down, shattering the ground, but the hero dodges, realizing he can't stop it head-on. He summons his massive spectral scorpion, hoping its thunder abilities can delay the beast long enough for him to act. The summoned creature clashes with the serpent, but the protagonist decides to use his summons to buy time while he fights with magic. With newfound determination, he tells himself that he refuses to believe his summoned beast can't deal with the serpent. A massive wave of electrical energy surges from the scorpion, striking the serpent and sending sparks flying. As the creatures battle, the protagonist punches a hole in the ceiling, creating an escape route. He looks up at the triangular opening he made, a beam of light shining down from the world above. The giant snake crashes into the water below as it tries to follow him, momentarily distracted by the new opening. He uses the opportunity to make his escape, leaping out of the sewer and into the light. His eyes adjust to the bright sunlight as he lands safely on the surface, leaving the dungeon behind. The serpent's giant yellow eye peers through the hole in the ground, watching its prey escape. Wiping sweat from his brow, he states that even a monster like that can't cause trouble here. This is the Western Desert Palace, where the National Guardian is stationed, a place where any approaching monster is instantly wiped out. The serpent hisses, its head poking through the opening but not daring to venture any further. He explains that the snake man civilization has a deep feud with the Western Desert Kingdom, forcing them underground to plot revenge. Although the snake is strong, it's no match for the Imperial Master, and he hopes to find clues by following it. To avoid another dangerous encounter, he decides to look for a potion that only attracts low-level basilisks. That way, he can continue his investigation without running into another giant serpent like the Kinghade snake. He buys the snake attractant potion from a cheerful merchant, who thanks him for his business. As he leaves, a familiar voice calls out, making him turn with a slight smile of recognition. The priest from the mine approaches, and the hero immediately recalls who he is. The priest, Old Year's son, insists they add each other as friends and sends a request, which the hero reluctantly considers. He tries to leave, saying he has other things to do, but the priest follows, asking him to go to Ashvale together. The priest continues to persuade him, suggesting he join their group, the Super God 3. He proposes they could become the Super God 4, but the mention of a name, Lang Yu, catches the protagonist's attention. He recalls that Lang Yu was the president of the second, ranked guild in his past life, and a powerful figure. Lang Yu was also a core member of the Order organization, rumored to be one of the 9 chosen ones who created it. Realizing this is a valuable opportunity, he accepts the friend request, then tells the priest he has to leave. Recalling from past experience, the hero knows that snakes usually appear near the entrance to a hidden dungeon, He decides to test his theory near the glowing traces left behind by the giant snake from his earlier encounter. His crimson eyes narrow with intense focus as he kneels down, carefully examining the ground for any clues. Just as he expected, several blue serpents emerge from the cracks in the stone floor, hissing at the intruder. He recognizes them as monsters from the snake demon's nest, but reminds himself to remain cautious despite their small size. Without wasting a moment, the young man unleashes a powerful blast of energy that shatters a section of the wall. As the dust clears, he stands before a hidden staircase and declares that he has finally found the entrance. Inside the dark chamber, the massive skeletal remains of a serpent glow with an eerie blue light. A system message confirms he has entered the hidden dungeon known as the Snake Demon's Lair, a place filled with serpents. He checks the stats of the creatures, learning they are level 10 baby snakes with bonus health from a flesh seed skill. With a determined look, the warrior channels a vibrant green energy, preparing to summon a powerful ally for the fight. In a flash of light, a massive, armored scorpion creature materializes, landing with an impactful thud. The hero gives his newly summoned beast a simple, direct order: get rid of every single snake in the room. The Crystal Thunder Scorpion immediately activates its Crystal Thunderstorm skill, charging up a massive electrical attack. A violent storm of purple lightning surges through the lair, instantly wiping out the horde of baby snakes. After the battle, he discovers glowing pods on the ground and a system prompt asks if he wants to consume a blood and flesh seed. He picks up a small red orb, recognizing it as the flesh and blood seed, the unique item dropped in this hidden dungeon. After eating one, he gains a point in dexterity and notes the item's impressive stat boosts and high market value. He consumes another seed, this time gaining physical fitness. Realizing he can farm gold by clearing the dungeon weekly, he continues to eat the seeds, boosting his strength and spirit as his glowing red eyes reflect his intense focus. After maxing out his tolerance by consuming the last seed, a system window displays Lin Yuan's updated stats. He decides to save the remaining fruits to sell later. This way, he'll only need to farm the dungeon once a week for a steady income. Before leaving, he stations 3 undead zombies at the entrance, confident they will scare off any other players who might stumble upon the dungeon. He reflects on the mutated snakes, wondering if an enemy has the power to create such strong monsters so early in the game. Meanwhile, in another location, a young woman in armor climbs a steep cliff, thinking about her brother, who earns a lot from playing the game. She worries about causing him trouble, knowing they're in the Valley of Ashes, a notoriously difficult dungeon. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out her name, Xiao Tan, from behind. Xiao Tan turns in surprise as her Frankian joins her party, asking how she found her. Chuyanqian explains that a boy named Wang Yan spread a rumor, so she came to be a witness and make him apologize. The blonde girl gratefully thanks her friend for the support, visibly relieved to have an ally by her side. Nearby, the same Wang Yan taunts Xiao Tan, mocking her family's status and questioning her claims about living in a villa. Chuyanqian angrily defends her friend, but Xiao Tan tells her not to bother with him because it is not worth it. The young master clenches his teeth, his expression twisting in anger as he can no longer contain his frustration. He orders his 2 companions to attack the girls, intending to teach them a lesson while he watches from the side. Just as the 2 men move forward, a brilliant streak of turquoise light cuts through the air between them. Wang Yan's companions cry out in pain as they are instantly struck down by the swift and powerful attack. Lin Yuan appears in a flash, his hand outstretched after unleashing the skill that saved the 2 girls. He turns to ask Xiao Tan if she is all right. Meanwhile, Chuyanqian is captivated by his handsome appearance. Enraged, Wang Yan yells at the newcomer for attacking, complaining about how he will pass the level now. In an instant, the hero closes the distance, grabbing the stunned young master by the collar and accusing him of bullying his sister. Without hesitation, he lands a powerful punch directly on the bully's face, sending blood flying from the impact. He follows up with a swift kick, stating that anyone who acts like a vicious dog deserves to be put down. The force of his attack is so great that it also sends the young master's female companion flying into the nearby rocks. Scrambling on the ground, Wang Yan complains that they now lack the 6 people required to enter the dungeon. Lin Yuan coolly tells him to wait, assuring him he'll make arrangements while also noting a rare skill drops in this valley. He then opens a system window, sending a team formation request to a player named Old Year's Son. Chuinqian tells her friend that her brother is more capable and handsome than she thought, causing Xiao Tan to look away. Flustered, Wang Yan scoffs, doubting he can find anyone decent, but his companion suddenly spots a figure approaching in the distance. A man in sunglasses appears in a flash of light, and the bully is shocked to recognize him as a famous player. A notification confirms Old Year's Son has joined the team, and the bully realizes he's the main priest of a top guild. Their attitudes immediately shift as they eagerly ask if the famous priest will carry them through the dungeon. The 2 girls are also stunned, wondering why such a high-level player would randomly join their team out here. But the priest rushes directly towards Lin Yuan, enthusiastically calling him his best friend and thanking him for the invitation. Visibly annoyed by the overly friendly greeting, the hero shoves his companion's face away. The bully and his friend are left speechless, unable to process that the top player is so familiar with Xiao Tan's brother. The priest defends his friend from their insults before Lin Yuan cuts him short, telling everyone it's time to enter the dungeon. Wang Yan shouts that even with a hired power leveler, they can't possibly clear the heroic difficulty, that even the top guild failed. Lin Yuan simply tells him to shut up and watch as a system notification announces their entry into the heroic Valley of Ashes. The entire party is enveloped in a swirling vortex of bright blue energy as they are transported into the dungeon. As soon as they arrive, they are greeted by the hisses of 2 vicious, lizard-like monsters with glowing red eyes. A system window displays the monster's stats, identifying it as a level 18 cinder lizard with a powerful flame jet skill. His sister worries if he can handle such strong monsters, while the bully plots to lure more creatures towards them to sabotage the run. The young master and his female companion share a sinister smirk, confident their plan to cause trouble will succeed. Agreeing with her master's plan, the girl prepares to cast a spell, her hand glowing with fiery energy. She launches a fiery projectile into a nearby cliff, creating an explosion to attract the attention of all nearby monsters. The blast immediately provokes a cinder lizard, which lets out a loud, aggressive hiss in response to the disturbance. Suddenly, the entire party finds themselves surrounded by a massive horde of the lizards, drawn by the commotion. His sister and her friend are shocked by the overwhelming numbers, with the blonde girl noting this wasn't in any of the video guides. The lizards roar in unison, their glowing eyes fixed on the small group of players, ready to attack at any moment. The bully smirks at the hero, taunting him by saying that his luck doesn't seem to be very good today. While the priest gets excited for a big battle, Lin Yuan cuts him off by summoning his powerful Thunder Scorpion. The massive creature immediately unleashes its Crystal Thunderstorm skill, sending out powerful beams of purple lightning. As the scorpion attacks, the hero draws his sword and warns the others to protect themselves from the incoming wave of monsters. He swings his blade, releasing a flurry of turquoise energy slashes that cut through the air toward the lizard horde. The powerful attack slices through multiple monsters at once, clearing a path through the overwhelming numbers. With his red eyes glowing, the young warrior remains focused and determined in the heat of the intense battle. He tells the 2 girls to get behind him as he steps forward to handle the remaining creatures, and his sister tells him to be careful. With a powerful downward slash, he easily dispatches another lizard, yelling for it to die as he lands the final blow. Standing over the defeated monsters, his sister and her friend are left in awe of his incredible strength and skill. He then gently places a hand on his sister's head, causing the young girl to blush at the affectionate gesture. He reassures his sister not to worry, promising that he is there and will not let any harm come to her. The hero gives her a gentle, confident smile, his crimson eyes filled with determination to protect her. His sister blushes happily at the gesture, while her friend watches with starry eyes, moved by the touching moment. Meanwhile, the bully scoffs, claiming the dungeon is easy, and that he can clear it alone with his superior silver gear. He confidently brandishes his scythe, telling the others to watch him as he prepares to charge into battle. The young master leaps toward a cinder lizard, but the creature simply looks at him with a confused expression. Before he can even attack, the lizard smacks him with its powerful tail, sending him flying through the air. Lying defeated on the ground, he complains about the monster's strength, so the hero tells him to wait if he's that eager to die. The hero's hand glows with energy as he thinks that while he wanted to get his sister gold gear, silver will have to do for now. He then presents a set of glowing silver armor to his sister, telling her the equipment is suitable for her to use. A system window displays the stats for the silver fighting spirit gauntlets, which boost attack, strength, and critical strike chance. The second piece is the fearless armor, which increases constitution and creates a shield when dealing critical damage. The bully's companion is amazed at the value of the gifts, while he seethes with jealousy at the casual display of wealth. However, his sister tries to refuse the armor, insisting he should keep it for his own self-defense instead. He just smiles fondly, thinking to himself that his sister is just as stubborn as she has always been. As they talk, the priest continues to fight, unleashing a powerful blast of holy light that incinerates several monsters. The two girls stand back to back, preparing to defend themselves against the remaining cinder lizards. Even the young master is forced into the fray, swinging his scythe wildly as the creatures begin to overwhelm him. His sister skillfully parries a lizard's claw, sparks flying as her sword meets the creature's tough hide. With a determined look in her eyes, she steels her resolve, confident that she has the strength to handle the fight. The cinder lizard roars, its sharp teeth bared as it prepares to lunge at the warrior girl. Suddenly, a barrage of green energy blasts slams into the monster, causing a massive explosion that sends it flying. The blonde girl turns to see her brother standing behind her, realizing he was the one who saved her from the attack. Frustrated, she thinks that he's still treating her like a child, and that she doesn't want him to meddle in her affairs. He watches his sister fight, sighing to himself that it's surprisingly difficult to give her a simple piece of equipment. The two siblings continue to fight side by side, effortlessly taking down the remaining monsters in their path. Their friend watches with amusement, noting the awkward but endearing dynamic between the protective brother and the independent sister. After clearing the area, the party makes their way through a narrow canyon of jagged rocks. The priest announces that they have finally reached the end of the stage and that the final boss is just inside. He then suggests they turn back, explaining that the risk is too great since they'll lose levels and gear if they die. The young warrior turns to his sister, who reluctantly agrees with the priest's assessment of the situation. The bully mocks them from a nearby ledge, finding it hilarious that the hero chickens out after showing off against weaker monsters. His sister looks down in disappointment, blaming herself for causing trouble and wishing she was stronger. The hero agrees that the punishment for death is too severe, his expression serious as he considers their next move. He then tells the rest of the party that they don't need to do anything, as his body begins to glow with a dark, ethereal energy. A massive, ornate gate materializes behind him, opening to reveal a horde of monstrous, wolf-like creatures. Surrounded by his newly summoned army, the hero confidently declares that he can handle the boss by himself. The bully and his companion are left utterly speechless by the sudden appearance of so many summoned beasts. The priest just smirks, revealing that he knows his friend is the strongest player capable of soloing world bosses. Inside the final chamber, red scaled dragon-like creature sleeps. Disturbed from its slumber, the massive boss's reptilian eye snaps open, glaring at the intruders. One of the hero's summons immediately attacks, firing a beam of green energy that strikes the boss in the chest. The beast roars in pain and fury, enraged by the sudden assault from the summoned creature. A system window identifies the boss as the Ash Lizard King, a level 21 monster with a massive health pool and powerful skills. The rest of the party watches from a safe distance, worried that the boss's high attack power will instantly kill him. Feeling responsible, His sister declares that she can't let him face the danger alone and prepares to join the fight. She shouts that she will help him by attracting the boss's attention, ready to act as a distraction. But before she can move, the priest activates a skill called Holy Light Imprisonment, trapping her in a circle of golden light. He calmly tells her to stay put, explaining that she will only cause trouble if she tries to interfere in the battle. With the situation under control, the priest tells everyone to sit back and appreciate the elegant operation of his best friend. The hero expertly dodges the boss's flame jet attack, leaping out of the way just as the stream of fire erupts from its mouth. He then commands his summoned creatures to attack from above, perfectly controlling the boss's skill range. Several of his wolf-like summons leap onto the boss's back, sinking their teeth into its tough, scaly hide. Meanwhile, a pair of snake-like summons bites into the monster's arm, injecting it with a potent venom. The hero's army swarms the boss from all sides, coordinating their attacks with a level of precision that seems almost impossible. The priest watches in awe, amazed at how his friend fights as if he knows all the monster's information in advance. Even the bully's companion is impressed, cheering for the hero to kill the big lizard, much to the young master's annoyance. The bully clenches his fist, determined to sabotage the fight, so he won't be embarrassed in front of his classmates. As the hero leaps onto the boss's head, he deftly avoids a powerful bite attack from the enraged beast. He notes that the boss's bite skill has a 3-second cooldown, giving him a perfect opportunity to strike back. With a sinister grin, the bully mocks the hero, saying he'll have to wait for his next life to solo the boss. He lunges forward, attempting a sneak attack from behind while the hero is distracted by the boss. Unimpressed, the hero calmly calls him an idiot, not even bothering to turn around as he senses the incoming attack. He effortlessly dodges the strike, stating that the young master must be tired of living, much to the bully's surprise. The hero then grabs the bully and tells him to disappear along with the boss's attack. The young master screams in terror as he is thrown directly into the path of the Ash Lizard King's powerful jaws. The massive beast snaps its jaws shut, catching the unfortunate bully in its powerful bite. The hero then activates his corpse explosion skill, causing the bully's body to detonate in a massive, fiery blast. The explosion engulfs the boss's head, sending debris flying and a scorched corpse tumbling through the air. His sister's friend is overjoyed that they cleared the dungeon, eagerly asking if he'll take them on more runs in the future. Meanwhile, the priest boasts about letting his friend have the spotlight, while the bully's companion tries to get his attention. But the priest suddenly cuts her off, his expression serious as he declares that he has finally figured something out. He turns on the girl, accusing her of being in cahoots with the villain who attacked his best friend. A system message confirms that the priest has killed the girl, and the hero is prompted to use dark summoning on the boss's corpse. He accepts the prompt, deciding to take the massive creature for his own before turning to the treasure chest to divide the loot. But his sister's friend politely declines, stating that he did all the work and that they're just happy to have cleared the level. He tells them that he only needs the skill book and a skill scroll, letting them take the rest of the equipment. The loot includes a pair of silver ashes leggings, which increase fire resistance and movement speed. There are also bronze burning wrist guards that boost constitution, strength, and critical damage. The final items are a bronze quenched longsword and a pair of agility boots. The priest offers to collect all the equipment and distribute gold coins based on each person's contribution. The hero tells him not to rush, uninterested in the loot, while his sister and her friend remain silent. As he prepares to leave, he tells his sister that the bully won't bother her anymore, and that she should call him if she has any problems. She calls out to him, and he turns, asking if she wants some of the equipment he left behind. She asks if he is the chosen one of a hidden class, and if he has noticed any changes in his body since the beginning of the game. He realizes she has noticed something, but besides he cannot yet reveal the undead hunter's secret to protect her. He denies any change, turn the question back to her, and asking if she herself has experienced anything different. Confused, she quickly denies it, and makes the excuse of having an assignment to turn in before rushing off. He watches her leave, but he's glad she recognized him. At that moment, the priest calls out, happy he hasn't left yet, and inviting him to join the group. The hero sees this as a good opportunity to investigate the priest's guild and agrees to try the highest difficulty. The priest puts an arm around his friend's shoulder and offers to introduce him to the core members of his guild. He introduces the hero to the guild president, a woman named Leng Yu, who welcomes him to the core team. He then introduces the group's mage, a man named Singen, but the mage isn't as welcoming as the leader. The mage doesn't buy it, claiming that the death difficulty is too risky. The priest tries to defend his friend, but the mage remains firm in his decision. The wizard approaches him, saying that he saw a lot of people talking loudly. He gives them a chance. He challenges the hero to reduce the boss's health by half, offering a golden piece of equipment as a reward for success. He then tells him it's not too late to give up the challenge and leave the group. The hero accepts the deal for free golden equipment, making sure everyone is watching so no one can back out later. The guild leader intervenes, reminding the mage that the decision was already made and telling him to cooperate. The mage tries to argue, but the leader cuts him off, stating that she won't repeat herself before leading the team into the dungeon. Frustrated, the mage vows to prove to her that outsiders are unreliable and that he is the only indispensable teammate. His eyes burn with resentment as he glares at the hero, determined to show his superiority during the dungeon run. As soon as they enter, they are greeted by hordes of ember lizards, their red eyes glowing in the dim light. The camera zooms in on one of the creatures, its sharp teeth and scaly hide on full display. The entire party finds themselves surrounded by the lizards, with the guild leader standing at the forefront, ready for battle. The priest complains about the ridiculous monster density, noting that he was surrounded the moment he entered. The leader orders the melee classes to take the front line, stating that they need to break through the horde of monsters. She volunteers to attract the monsters' attention, telling the others to find an opportunity to rush out while she holds them off. Meanwhile, the mage is annoyed by the hero's presence, preparing to cast a spell while muttering about wanting to throw lightning at him. Suddenly, a lizard leaps into the air, and the priest and mage are shocked to see their backline being attacked. As the other melee fighters struggle to hold the front, a female archer panics, realizing they have no one to protect them from behind. She decides to summon her brown bear cub to help, but another party member points out that it's no match for the powerful monsters. Just as the lizard is about to strike, the hero steps in, declaring that he will handle the situation. He raises his hand, and a pack of monstrous wolf-like creatures materializes from a dark, swirling vortex. Another summon, a massive panda-like bear with glowing eyes and a fiery tail, smashes the ground with a powerful stomp. The hero's summoned army immediately swarms the lizards, overpowering them with their sheer numbers and ferocity. He then joins the fray, his cloak billowing behind him as he unleashes a powerful slash that cuts through multiple monsters at once. The archer is relieved that her pet was saved, but the mage is furious that the hero made him look bad in front of the guild leader. As the mage tries to apologize to the guild leader, she tells everyone to stop getting distracted and focus on the fight. A system message announces a new wave of monsters, and a frontline warrior grits his teeth, ready for the next assault. The priest closes his eyes and raises his staff, channeling a powerful holy spell that radiates with golden light. The mage looks on with a mixture of shock and anger, clenching his jaw as he watches the battle unfold. The guild leader is impressed by the hero's quick thinking, recognizing his rare talent and deciding to invite him to the guild later. The mage watches from the sidelines as the rest of the party continues to fight off the horde of lizards. Furious at being upstaged, he clenches his fists, determined to find a way to embarrass the hero and regain his standing. He leaps into the fray, telling the hero he's there to support him, and warning him not to get hurt by mistake. The hero sees through the mage's flimsy excuse, realizing this is an opportunity to get closer to the guild leader. He deflects the mage's lightning orbs with his sword, his cloak billowing around him as he prepares for the next attack. The lizards roar in frustration, their glowing red eyes filled with hatred for the skilled warrior. The guild leader tells the hero to take the monsters on the right, while she handles the ones on the left, and he agrees. The two of them charge forward in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized as they prepare to attack. They weave through the horde of monsters, their blades flashing as they cut down any lizard that gets in their way. The guild leader's sword glows with a fiery red energy as she orders the hero to finish off the remaining creatures. They fight back to back, their combined strength easily overwhelming the once threatening horde of monsters. The priest and the archer watch in awe, commenting on the incredible chemistry between their leader and the handsome stranger. After the battle, the guild leader asks the hero where he learned such a powerful skill. He casually replies that he was just lucky enough to learn it from a skill book, downplaying his own abilities. He then praises her guild for its talented members and suggests that she can find out more by joining them. He turns down her offer, stating that he is used to playing games alone. The guild leader is taken aback by his familiar smile, wondering if she's imagining the striking resemblance to someone she knows. The mage watches from a distance, fuming with jealousy and wondering what the hero said to make his leader look at him that way. The priest announces that he has collected all the loot and asks if they are still going to fight the boss as planned. The mage suddenly changes his tune, apologizing to the hero and admitting that his strength is far beyond their imagination. With a sinister grin, he suggests that the hero should be the one to draw the boss's aggro. The hero sees through his scheme, pointing out that he won't be able to fight the boss if he's busy attracting its attention. The mage dismisses his concerns, confidently stating that as long as he completes the mission, he'll get his golden equipment. The guild leader objects to the last-minute change in plans, but the mage accuses her of admiring the hero. The hero realizes that the mage's jealousy will be a problem and decides to deal with him later. He calmly accepts the mage's challenge, his expression unreadable as he prepares for the final battle. The party makes their way to the boss's lair, where the massive ash lizard king lies sleeping. The priest wishes his friend good luck, eager to see the full extent of his incredible strength. The mage smirks to himself, confident that the boss's group attack skills will counter the hero's summons. But the hero is unfazed, knowing from his past life experience that he has already mastered the boss's mechanics. He channels a ball of crackling turquoise energy and hurls it at the sleeping beast with a powerful swing of his sword. The energy blast strikes the boss directly in the head, causing a massive explosion that jolts it awake. The enraged ash lizard king roars in fury, its body glowing with a fiery red aura as its power level rises. The mage gloats, pointing out the massive level gap between the boss and the hero, confident that he will fail. The boss slams its massive tail on the ground, sending a shockwave of dark energy toward the hero, who leaps into the air to dodge. The hero easily dodges the attack, noting that the boss's moveset is exactly the same as before. The mage shouts for the others to seize the opportunity and attack. While the boss is vulnerable, he watches with glee as the hero is forced to retreat from the boss's fiery breath, enjoying the sight of him struggling. The boss then sweeps its massive tail, forcing the entire party to scatter to avoid the powerful attack. The guild leader yells at the mage to use his control skills, but he claims it's too late to act. The tail sweep sends several party members flying, and the leader angrily asks the mage what he's doing. She confronts him, furious that he missed the perfect opportunity to paralyze the boss's tail as they had planned. The rest of the party is badly damaged and in a dilemma, knowing they'll suffer a huge loss if they quit the dungeon now. The leader announces that the hero is withdrawing from the instance, and that the guild will bear all his losses. But the archer points out that he seems unaffected by the chaos, and is still fighting the boss solo. The hero summons a massive, winged beast and explains that he will handle the fight himself, since the others can't join. He taunts the boss, calling its attack too slow as he easily dodges another lunge. He then orders his Thunder Scorpion to interrupt the boss's next attack, creating an opening for his other summons. The Scorpion unleashes a paralyzing lightning strike, temporarily stunning the massive Ash Lizard King. One of his wolf like summons glows with a brilliant white light as it is imbued with the power of the lightning strike. With the boss's rear now safe, the hero orders his pack of wolves to attack, and they charge forward in a coordinated assault. The mage is stunned that the hero has a lightning attribute summon and knows the boss's weakness. Feeling inferior to a mere pet, the priest is impressed by his friend's confidence and rallies the others to recover and help him. But the mage stops them, claiming the hero is being too clever and that his summons won't last long. As if on cue, the boss unleashes a powerful shockwave that decimates the hero's summoned wolves. One of the summoned wolves staggers, its health bar critically low, after taking a direct hit from the boss's powerful attack. The hero calmly activates a skill called Dark Curse, channeling a swirling vortex of green, ethereal energy in his hand. The dark energy flows into the injured summon, instantly restoring its health and enveloping it in a revitalizing green aura. The mage watches in disbelief, realizing that the hero can heal his summons, meaning he truly has a chance to kill the boss alone. With the boss weakened, the guild leader rallies her team for a final, coordinated assault to finish it off. But the Ash Lizard King unleashes its ultimate skill, Furnace of All Things, engulfing the area in a raging inferno of red energy. The Ash Lizard King roars and unleashes its ultimate skill, engulfing the entire area in a furious red inferno as the hero stands his ground. The guild leader shouts a warning to her team, telling them this is the boss's most powerful area, attack right before it dies. However, the mage refuses to accept this outcome, cursing the hero and wishing he would vanish along with the monster. He declares he will interrupt the boss himself, activating a skill called Resist Lightning Ring as electrical energy crackles around his staff. Then, a powerful stream of lightning erupts from his staff. But it isn't aimed at the boss. He targets his own teammates instead. The guild leader is caught completely off guard, crying out in shock as the unexpected lightning blast hits her directly. The hero easily dodges the attack, having already anticipated this betrayal from the jealous mage. Suddenly, a mysterious cloaked figure appears with a snake, asking the hero what he knows about a necromancer. The hero summons a giant spectral wolf, ready to face this new and unexpected threat. He orders his wolf to block the incoming attack, and the massive beast clashes fiercely with the man's summoned snake. He realizes this won't work, since the enemy is hiding and controlling the snakes from the shadows, so he must find him first. His eyes narrow with intense focus as he scans the dark surroundings, determined to locate the hidden enemy. He finally spots his target. A small snake is seen retreating through a hidden grate on the floor, revealing the enemy's location. Without any hesitation, he smashes the ground with a powerful strike, shattering the stone to expose whatever is hiding beneath. He is surprised by what he sees, wondering how this stranger could possibly know about the skills of the Necromancer class. The masked man just smirks confidently, turning the question back on him and asking how he knew about the boss. The hero calmly returns the man's sentence, promising that he will make him reveal everything he knows very soon. The man is shocked when he realizes his own snake has been turned into a dead spirit, now under the hero's control. He claims his dead souls are endless while the hero suffers casualties, telling him to just give up the struggle. He then refuses to be caught, leaping away in a desperate attempt to escape from the confrontation. He unleashes a skill called Corpse Explosion, channeling a powerful wave of dark energy from his hand. The guild leader watches in disbelief, her expression a mix of shock and awe at the power he just displayed. As he gets up, he sees her falling from the force of the blast and sighs. Realizing he has to save her, he moves in an instant, catching her just before she hits the ground and pulling her into his arms. Now holding the guild leader bridal style, he looks down at her as she stares back in surprise. Using the force from the corpse explosion, he leaps high into the air, carrying her safely away from the aftermath. A system message announces their victory as she praises his skill, but he humbly dismisses it as just being lucky. She then asks to add him as a friend so they can play together again, and he simply agrees to her request. A notification pops up confirming that he has accepted her friend request, officially connecting them in the game. The priest approaches with the lit box, smiling as he points out how shy their guild leader is acting. Nearby, the resentful mage complains about how things turned out, jealous of the attention the hero is getting. At that moment, a system window appears, stating that the hero's contribution to clearing the dungeon was an incredible 87%. With his contribution proven, he calmly turns to the mage, reminding him that the promised gold equipment is now his. The mage tries to dodge the issue, suggesting they should look at all the boss drops and divide them first. The hero insists on his prize, accusing the mage of trying to default on their bet when he makes excuses. The guild leader steps in, offering the hero his pick of the spoils and promising to buy him a new piece of equipment. He politely declines her offer, explaining he would rather exchange techniques with other skilled masters in the future. After settling the matter, his attention returns to the massive, defeated body of the Ash Lizard King lying on the ground. But as he attempts a dark summoning, he is shocked by a system alert that his other undead minions have been killed. He realizes that since no players are around, the mysterious Snake Master must have finally revealed himself. He realizes this is a crucial opportunity, believing the Snake Master holds the key to finding the first believer. The hero then turns and dashes into a portal to leave, while the priest calls out, reminding him he forgot his equipment. Meanwhile, in a dark sewer, a single drop of water ripples in a murky puddle, setting a grim scene. The hero's spectral form appears, deciding it is safer to investigate the area through a secret passage. He soon discovers the bodies of his fallen undead minions, scattered across the stone floor of the sewer. Kneeling beside one, he notes the lack of struggle, concluding the enemy is a skilled assassin. Examining the minion's neck more closely, he is surprised to find what looks like a large snake bite. He knows the small snakes from the dungeon couldn't make such a large mark, and a more powerful one would leave no corpse. Standing over the bodies of his fallen summons, he continues to analyze the strange circumstances of their defeat. With all the evidence pointing in one direction, he confidently concludes that this is the work of the Snake Master. Back in the present, a massive snake suddenly appears from thin air, its invisibility fading as it lunges forward. The hero swiftly dodges the attack as a system window reveals the creature is a level 15 boss, a bone-eating demonic snake. He nimbly kicks off the creature's tail to evade another strike, putting distance between himself and the monster. Concentrating, he gathers a swirling ball of ethereal energy in his hand, preparing to counter the attack. He warns himself to be cautious, knowing these high-level snakes have abilities that are still unknown to him. Just as he lands, he senses another presence and turns to see an even larger snake looming behind him. The massive beast snaps its jaws shut, but the hero manages to block the powerful bite with his sword. He declares the enemy has nowhere to hide, equipping a glowing blue gauntlet called the Shadow Fist. He then leaps towards the floor grate, his empowered fist aimed at the hidden passage where the enemy is lurking. His fist connects with the grate, stopping the Snake Masters. The hero, however, knew he was wrong, his eyes narrowing with cold certainty. He explains that the grate now has traces of him left behind, a glowing green mark proving his point. The Snake Master realizes he is being led into a trap, a path leading to the location of the King Hade's snake. The hero summons one of his spectral beasts, a glowing wolf-like creature crackling with energy. He then faces the Snake Master's summons, ready to see who will make the first move in this tense standoff. The hero activates his invisibility skill, his body glowing with a bright blue light, before vanishing completely. The Snake Master's creatures lunge forward, their sharp fangs and forked tongues ready to strike. They move through the area, their yellow eyes scanning the darkness, but they are unable to find their now invisible target. From a safe distance, the hero watches them, smirking as he confirms that they didn't fall for his diversion. The Snake Master emerges, angry that someone has discovered his territory, and vows he will not tolerate it. A low hissing sound echoes from a nearby sewer grate, signaling the presence of more hidden dangers. The Snake Master's purple eyes glow with malice as he scans the area, preparing to unleash his full power. Seeing an opening, he declares his opponent will become snake food and launches a powerful, dark energy blast. The attack cuts through the air, aimed directly at the last place the hero was seen, causing a huge explosion, but the hero appears behind him, asking where he was aiming as the Snake Master looks back in shock. Before the man can react, the hero swings his sword in a wide arc, creating a blur of motion. The Snake Master, now enraged by the trick, holds his staff tightly, his face twisted in a furious scowl. He screams that the hero is asking for death, summoning multiple Hydra, like snakes to attack all at once. The hero remains calm, realizing that his opponent is not skilled in hand-to-hand combat. The Snake Master is shocked to see another undead zombie. The hero taunts his opponent, asking if he has any skills besides controlling snakes, but the man tells him to shut up. The young man points out that without his snakes, the Snake Master is vulnerable, calling him a tribute to the first believer. Enraged, the Snake Master unleashes a powerful blast of dark energy, demanding to know how he knows about that gentleman. Suddenly, two massive purple snakes erupt from the ground, their glowing eyes fixed on the hero. The Snake Master laughs, taunting the hero and saying he has a snake too, and now he will capture and interrogate him. The hero realizes his opponent is a subordinate of the first believer, and knows he must find a way to catch him. He dodges the snake's attacks, his sword glowing with a faint blue light as he prepares to strike back. The Snake Master scoffs, calling him a piece of trash as he channels another powerful blast of dark magic. Seeing the attack coming, the hero decides to use it as an opportunity to trick his opponent into getting closer. He braces himself and takes the full force of the blast, grunting in pain as the dark energy engulfs him. He is surprised to find that the spell has a control effect, slowing down his movements and trapping him with summoned snakes. The Snake Master admits he initially thought he was just a zombie user, but now realizes he is a true necromancer. He then summons his own undead snake, a creature glowing with an eerie green light, ready to finish the fight. The staff shatters and the Snake Master's summon lunges forward, aiming to capture the now restrained hero. The hero observes that his opponent escaped quickly, but he was at least able to identify his area of operation. He muses that if he can learn to break the snake's control, they will be nothing more than free undead materials for him. His thoughts are interrupted when he notices a glint of light coming from a crack in the stone floor. He reaches down and picks up a golden pocket watch, its surface adorned with a small, intricate skull. He examines it, noticing the absence of an attribute panel. Realizing this is his chance, he sends a message to the guild leader. Later that night, the city is quiet, the stone buildings and towers bathed in the soft light of twilight. The guild leader arrives, apologizing for being a little late for their meeting. She presents him with a piece of gold equipment as promised, placing it on the wooden table between them. It is a concentration ring, a gold tier item that boosts spirit mana and significantly increases mana regeneration. He is pleased with the ring, noting that his mana consumption has been high since he learned Corpse Explosion. She then offers him the other drops from the dungeon, telling him he should be the first one to choose. The loot includes a silver glow breastplate, a meteor dagger, and another valuable item. The final item is a level 1 skill scroll that increases skill proficiency by 100 points after it's used. He is very satisfied with the loot and tells her he only needs the skill scroll, as the other items exceed his expectations. She smiles, admitting she thought he was a lonely person and was surprised he came to a pub. He explains he was leveling in the sewer and met a master from her guild, asking if she could help him get in touch. He then places the pocket watch on the table, explaining the man dropped it, and asking if she recognizes it. She picks it up, her expression thoughtful as she examines the intricate design of the accessory. She agrees to ask about the sewer and keep an eye out for anyone in the guild who might own the watch. He then asks if anyone in her guild objected to her giving him the gold equipment. Curious about the internal politics, she admits the mage was angry but clarifies that it was his own fault for making the bet. Her expression then shifts, her purple eyes filled with a distant, thoughtful look as she continues. She reveals that he looks so much like her brother that she can hardly tell them apart, and he would be the same age. He finally understands her strange reactions from before and offers his sincere condolences for her loss. He then looks at the watch on the table before he leaves. She advises him to prepare some anti-electricity potions, warning him that he will need them soon. He realizes the secret order already knows about the next dungeon, but he holds the formula for the most powerful potion. The young man says he will think about her advice and decides to leave, so the guild leader offers to walk out with him. As they walk together through a quiet city street at night, the jealous mage watches them from a distance with a scowl. Believing they are on a date, he trembles with rage, gripping his staff tightly as he vows to kill the hero. The hero and the guild leader then turn around, and he casually greets the mage, asking if he is also going to the tavern. The mage, caught off guard, coughs nervously and claims that he was just passing by. He then warns the guild leader to stay away from the hero, but the young man explains he called her to discuss guild issues. The mage grows suspicious, questioning why someone who refused to join the guild is discussing matters with their leader. He narrows his eyes, implying there must be another, hidden purpose for their late night meeting. The hero silently notes how persistent and obsessive his rival is, clearly looking for trouble. The hero calmly states he wants to learn swordsmanship from the guild leader, but the mage warns her to be careful of him. The guild leader coldly tells the mage she doesn't need his permission, turning to leave with the hero. He tries to justify his actions, shouting that he came to save her equipment, and she has disappointed him. The mage clenches his fist, blaming the hero for his trouble and vowing to kill him to win her back. His face contorts with pure rage as his murderous intent becomes terrifyingly clear. Later, the enraged mage enters a tavern, looking for someone to help him with his dark plan. He approaches a mysterious hooded figure, demanding his help in carrying out an assassination. The hooded man calmly tells him to wait, wanting to finish his drink first without any rush. The mage offers double the reward, demanding the target suffer, and the assassin accepts after seeing a screenshot. He gives a specific instruction, telling the assassin to choose a crowded place for the attack. A cruel smile spreads across his face as he imagines torturing the hero slowly and publicly. The assassin sits alone at a table, studying the holographic image of his target, the young hero. As he examines the face on the screen, the assassin feels a strange sense of familiarity. Meanwhile, in a deserted city, a man mentions the Knights of the Scorpion Tail. He suggests seeking out the Knights for information, but warns that gaining access to them is a challenge. The hero thanks the man, Doug, who explains he is retired and cannot easily get him an audience with the master. Just then, a young woman arrives, greeting Doug warmly and carrying a basket of food for him. The man smiles, recognizing her as Edith and thanking her for the visit, which catches the hero's attention. Doug suggests Edith can help, revealing she is Captain Sid's daughter, but she insists she is just a tailor now. The hero senses a family issue while Doug pleads with his niece to reconcile with her father. After a moment of silence, the girl agrees to help the young man and asks him to follow her. She mentions a gift she never had a chance to give, and he observes that she just lacked an opportunity. The woman then opens a red box, revealing a finely crafted uniform neatly folded inside. She explains that she spent a year sewing the dress and hopes he will give it to her father for her. Edith hands him the gift, asking him to return with her father's answer, and he promises to deliver it soon. A system window appears, confirming he has accepted a hidden gold-level mission called Dusted Family Love. The mission requires him to deliver the dress to Captain Sid within a 12-hour time limit. His journey takes him to the heavily guarded regimental camp of the Scorpion Tail Knights. As he approaches the entrance, two guards with large axes stop him, demanding to know who he is. He calmly explains he is there on behalf of Miss Edith to deliver an item to their captain. One of the guards leaves to report, while the hero considers the advantages of allying with the powerful knights. The guard quickly returns, apologizing for the delay and inviting him to follow into the camp. While walking through, he sees a knight leading a large, winged lion-like beast in chains. He recognizes the creature as a lion scorpion and knows he will need a high reputation to obtain one. He enters a tent since some say the captain is inside. He carefully enters the tent, reminding himself to hide his true identity from the powerful captain. The captain turns around, his expression grim as he immediately asks if his daughter, Edith, is doing well. The young man reassures him that she misses him greatly and presents the gift she sent, placing it on the desk. He explains she spent a year sewing the dress, and the captain is touched, wondering why she still won't visit him. Holding the uniform, the older man admires the delicate stitching, recognizing his daughter's enduring passion for her craft. His expression fills with regret as he admits his stubbornness drove her away because he disapproved of her profession. He touches the fabric gently, sadly noting that it has been 10 long years since they last saw each other. Seeing the captain's tender side, the hero reassures him that Edith does not blame him for the past. The captain declares he no longer cares for glory, wanting only to have his daughter back in his life. The young man agrees to deliver the message, but adds that he has another matter to discuss with him. He then presents the golden pocket watch, asking if the commander knows anything about its origin. The knight leader examines it, but confirms he has never seen a pocket watch of that particular style before. With their business concluded, the captain urges him to go back to Edith, and the hero agrees. But just as he turns to leave the tent, the older man suddenly calls out for him to wait. The captain's gaze becomes intense as he asks about the stranger's true identity, making the hero worry. After a tense pause, the captain sighs, deciding not to question someone his daughter clearly trusts. He thanks the young man and gives him a badge, granting him the authority to protect Edith in the knight's name. The hero accepts the badge, and a system alert confirms he has gained the captain's approval and 1,000 reputation points. His reputation with the Scorpion Tail Knights is now friendly. Holding the rare badge, he realizes his new status grants him free passage and access to the Reputation Shop. At the Reputation Shop, the hero tells the vendor he wants to purchase a Lion Scorpion mount, a powerful mobile turret. The shopkeeper explains that the mounts are rare and cost a hefty 300 gold coins. Without hesitation, the young man pays the full amount, and a system alert confirms his new mount is activated. After returning to Edith, she is moved to tears, asking if her father truly said those words of regret. He confirms the captain wants her back, which completes the hidden mission, Dusty Family Teas. As a thank you gift, she gives him a box, asking him to tell her father that she is happy with her life as a tailor. The gift is a powerful gold tier armor with spell immunity, perfect for countering the Serpent Master. Back in his tent, the captain feels relieved after hearing that his daughter is happy with her life. Since the watch offered no clues, the hero returns and decides to ask the commander directly about snakes. The captain reveals that all local snakes were wiped out long ago after a war with the snake people's civilization. But he then asks with a serious expression if snakes that appear only in dreams would count as a lead. Intrigued, the young man asks if there was anything special about the snake that appeared in the dream. The commander describes it as a giant, ethereal creature, admitting he doesn't know how to investigate it. Citing the hero's interest in snakes, he decides to offer him a mission related to the matter. He hands over a sealed letter, formally entrusting the task to the young man, who accepts immediately. A new mission, Duke Carlo's Nightmare, appears, making him wonder if it's connected to the snake tamer. His new objective leads him to the large and imposing mansion belonging to Duke Carlo. As he arrives, a flustered butler opens the large wooden doors, looking disheveled and distressed. He sees men being thrown out for defying the Duke, while a young girl lies injured on the ground nearby. A well-dressed man adjusts his gloves and orders his guards to beat the defiant intruders. The Duke's guard brutally stomps on the helpless girl, calling her shameless for asking for a beating. He furiously yells that it is an honor for a commoner like her to have caught the nobleman's attention. Suddenly, the hero appears, effortlessly catching the guard's fist, while sarcastically commenting on the house. The other men turn to face the intruder, demanding to know who he is to meddle in the Duke's affairs. The well-dressed butler scoffs at the newcomer, ordering his men to deal with the would-be hero. The young woman on the ground looks up, urging the stranger to leave, and warning him against defying the Duke. But he declares this is exactly what he was looking for, and unleashes a powerful blast of energy, sending the guards flying. The hero now stands over the terrified butler and calmly asks where the Duke is, stunning the man into silence. The intimidated butler leads the young warrior through the estate to Duke Carlo's territory. The nobleman appears, angrily demanding the scorpion-tailed knights be called to jail the person who touched his men. The young man calmly states he was sent by the knights for the Duke's nightmare, presenting his official badge. Seeing the proof, the Duke orders his men punished for their incompetence, and the butler mutters about his foolishness. The nobleman then promises a recommendation to Sid if the young man can solve his problem, and the hero agrees. They enter the mansion, where maids are busy cleaning the large, ornate library filled with towering bookshelves. The servants quietly go about their work, their expressions showing wariness as they clean the opulent room. In his office, the Duke explains he is tormented by a giant, hissing snake in his dreams that no one can explain. He then shows the hero a drawing he had made of the creature from his nightmares, hoping it will help. The warrior recognizes the creature as a serpent of King Hayes's and tells the Duke that he needs some time. A maid serves refreshments to the guests, after which she takes a few steps, but her steps are deliberate on the polished floor. The maid trips and accidentally spills her drink on the Duke, bracing for the consequences. The nobleman roars in fury, shouting at the lowly commoner for her clumsiness as the butler watches in shock. He grabs her arm and threatens to skin her alive, his face twisted in rage over the small accident. She falls to the floor, feigning distress while looking up at him with a subtle, calculating expression. The Duke explodes with anger, yelling that she is useless for failing such a simple task. He then raises his foot to kick the defenseless maid, calling her a born bastard in his fit of rage. But before his foot can connect, the hero swiftly intervenes, catching the maid and pulling her to safety. He calmly reminds the nobleman that they are still discussing the mission, questioning his inappropriate behavior. The Duke awkwardly laughs it off, claiming he was just trying to teach his servants a lesson in survival. He boasts about taking in the homeless and how they should be grateful for his supposed kindness. The man then addresses the maid by name, Anna, asking if what he said is right. With a fresh bruise on her cheek, Anna nervously agrees, stating she is very grateful for his charity. The Duke dismisses her and then speaks to the hero, claiming that commoners are worthless compared to the nobility. He argues that their only purpose is to please their betters, asking the warrior if he agrees with that. The young man's silence prompts the Duke to ask if he thinks he is meddling in his affairs. The nobleman then mockingly orders the butler to prepare a banquet, but to seat the untitled knight separately. During the meal, the Duke is served a fine venison dish sent by another noble, which he finds acceptable. The butler then suggests that the knight is not used to such refined food and should just have a simple fish soup. The hero remains calm, deciding to focus on the mission first and deal with the arrogant nobleman later. The maid Anna serves him the simple soup, and he thanks her for saving him. The Duke asks the hero if he has found a solution yet, telling him not to waste too much time. Eating his soup, he states that he would like to observe from the nobleman's room that night. The Duke is so shocked by the audacious request that he almost drops his glass of red wine. He rejects the idea, shouting that his room is forbidden and that he only wants a result. The hero observes, thinking that the nobleman is a stupid and arrogant idiot. The hero then bids farewell and uses an ability to become invisible and investigate the nobleman's room. From the man's attitude, he realizes there's a secret there, and to complete the mission he'll need special methods. As soon as he enters the room, he senses that something is happening inside. Suddenly he hears the sound of a slap, and realizes the gravity of the situation. He sees Duke Carlo sitting there humiliating the maid Anna, who begs him to let her go. The nobleman laughs and says that the knight cannot protect her because that idiot does everything he commands. He continues to mock, saying that the knight is nothing more than a servant if the Duke gives the order. The protagonist understands that this is how the nobleman forces the maids to serve him. The Duke boasts of being powerful and influential not only in the desert kingdom, but in other countries as well. His butler smiles and says that a wise man wouldn't put all his eggs in one basket, and Carlo agrees. Then the hero notices something strange, for the title of Duke was given by the king of the Western Desert. At that moment, a system window appears updating the mission to capture the traitor Duke Carlo. He then uses the item he received to send a capture request to the knights. Meanwhile, the Duke begins to feel sleepy in his room, but then his eyes suddenly widen, as if he were seeing something. He shouts angrily that the snake is keeping him awake and that the girl won't escape. At that moment, the bedroom door bursts open, revealing an unexpected figure. The hero appears to protect the maid and says he heard a scream to delay them until the knights arrived. The Duke becomes furious and shouts that the knight has disrespected him by trespassing on his property, which is a serious crime. The hero turns to the maid and tells her she can leave because he needs to speak privately with the Duke. The nobleman mocks him, asking if he thinks he can simply leave after spoiling his fun. Then he orders his men to hang him because he wants to see what happens to low-blooded people. The butler smiles sinisterly and tells them not to worry about anything, that he'll take care of it. Suddenly, one of the guards shouts that someone is trying to attack the Duke to create a distraction. At that point, two armed guards run towards the protagonist to capture him. The girl begs him to run away and not die because of her, but he replies that they won't be able to kill him. More guards appear, surrounding the hero and shouting that he is a murderer and must be stopped. The young warrior looks at the maid and tells her to get ready because she will be leaving first. He then grabs her and creates a vortex of energy around them, surprising the guards. The scene then shifts to the outside of the Duke's grand and luxurious mansion. Suddenly, a huge explosion of white energy completely destroys the entrance to the place. Outside, the protagonist laughs victoriously while the maid lies on the ground safe and sound. The knights who arrived ran towards him, shouting not to let him escape under any circumstances. The hero thinks there are too many servants there, which makes using necromancy and exploding bodies difficult. Other maids watch from a distance, wondering if he will really attack the Duke. One of them asks the other to be quiet and not talk nonsense while the knights approach. The maid continued to observe the scene with a serious and quite worried expression. Surrounded by fallen soldiers, the young warrior cries out for help in a very sarcastic manner. Now all he needs to do is keep an eye on the Duke and the butler and wait for the knights to arrive. The hero realizes it's a control skill and decides to test his equipment's abilities. A system window displays the activation of the ability and the removal of the control effect. The butler mocks the knights, and the Duke orders him to give the protagonist a good beating. The maids watch with concern, knowing that the butler is a highly skilled retired magician. The man attacks with a purple lightning dagger, saying he will infuse lightning into the hero's blood, but the protagonist holds the dagger and says that the sensation is not pleasant and that he can keep it. With that, he grips the dagger with full force, shattering the weapon of his opponent, who is completely bewildered. The butler is shocked that he wasn't controlled, and the hero takes the opportunity to punch him with all his might. The man falls to his knees on the ground, completely wounded and unresponsive after the precise blow. The Duke is terrified and shouts at the hero, asking if he is rebelling against the mission. He points at the young warrior with an expression of pure panic on his face, not knowing what to do. The protagonist replies that the nobleman's betrayal is far more serious, and he wonders how he knew. The butler stands up and says that since he knows everything, he can die right there. But the young man says he can't kill him because the mission is to capture him, and he casts a green spell. The butler is stunned to see a knight using magic and is unable to react in time. The burst of green energy hits the man squarely with utterly overwhelming power. The impact is so strong that the butler is thrown backward without any chance of defense. He then falls hard to the ground, completely defeated by the hero's surprise attack. Seeing this, the Duke flees in terror down the stairs, shouting that he will punish that bastard. However, the protagonist steps on the nobleman's cloak, preventing his escape. The Duke, lying on the ground, is startled and asks how he got there, and the hero questions him about the sentence. The nobleman stammered that it was a lie and that he was actually going to ask the king for a medal for himself. The protagonist creates a blue flame and says that even if he captures the king, he will still give him a medal. With that, he attacks the nobleman and asks if he intends to stop when he persecutes innocent people. Carlo begs for forgiveness, saying he will let the people go, but the young man says it's too late. At that moment, the hero grabs the nobleman by the collar with considerable force. He says the man should think about his confession first, and the Duke offers him everything to be released. But the protagonist tells him to say goodbye to his aristocratic status and attacks him with everything he has. The nobleman is thrown far away by a powerful blast of energy that leaves him unable to react. The knights arrive and the captain asks about the Duke, and the hero reveals that the criminal is Carlo himself. One of the knights then steps forward, approaching the scene of the confrontation. The commander is shocked and warns that attacking the Duke without evidence is a very serious capital crime. Carlo, lying on the ground, shouts that this is slander against a nobleman and calls the hero crazy. The captain then says that his account alone is not enough to arrest the Duke there. But the maid approaches and says she knows where the evidence they need is. She recounts hearing the Duke plotting against the civilization of the serpent, people in a secret chamber. The young woman points and states that the secret room is not far away and that the evidence is there. The nobleman panics and shouts that it's a lie and that he never had any dealings with that civilization. Then he lunges to attack the maid, promising to tear her mouth open, but the hero protects her. The protagonist asks the commander to take the Duke into custody because he will bring the evidence soon. The commander says the outcome of the search will determine whether this is a great achievement or a great mistake. So, 2 knights stay behind to help with the search, while the others take the Duke to the camp. The protagonist asks the maid to take them to the place, and she says she believes in him because he is different. The mansion's secret passage leads them to the sewers, a place the hero finds perfect for the snake people. He then wonders why she was there and how she managed to overhear the nobleman's secret conspiracy. The girl points to the door and says it's the secret room, and the hero asks her to leave the rest to him. Looking at the door, he notices that there are no unusual marks on the wooden surface. He warns the others to be careful because he is about to open the door to the secret room. When he opens the door, he looks inside and thinks that there doesn't seem to be anyone in the dark room. But suddenly a giant 3-headed snake appears, and he yells for everyone to retreat immediately. The maid is frightened by the monstrous creature and asks what that thing is that appeared out of nowhere. He tells them not to be afraid, as they are just a few snakes, and summons his creatures for battle. One of the knights expresses his gratitude for the help, and the protagonist notices that something is wrong with the snakes in the area. He finds it strange that the maid wasn't surprised and suspects she might be a snake woman in disguise. To test his theory, he breaks a bottle of snake repellent to see the girl's reaction. The girl apologizes, saying she didn't know what was inside, but that the evidence is there. The protagonist observes her silently for a moment, trying to understand the whole situation. He then thinks that maybe he's exaggerating and says that everything is fine, because the problem isn't hers. Finally, they find the evidence inside the traitorous nobleman's secret chamber. A knight is astonished to see a totem of the serpent, folk and the Duke's coat of arms together, confirming the betrayal. The maid Anna stands between the knights, her face shrouded in a mysterious shadow. With a malicious smile, she asks the knights to make the protagonist pay for what he did. Meanwhile, back at the camp, the Duke complains that the night passed without any evidence and threatens to take revenge on the hero. Then the commander arrives, saying that the evidence has been found and orders him to be interrogated. A guard restrains the nobleman and orders him to confess, but Carlo shouts that he has no connection whatsoever with the snake people. The captain and the hero observe the scene, and the commander expresses surprise that Carlo is a traitor. The leader of the knights thanks the young man for his excellent service and informs him that his reward will arrive soon. Soon after, the butler is dragged inside shouting that he has nothing to do with it. The commander says he will thoroughly investigate the snake people because the ducate's family has something he cannot afford to lose. The protagonist then agrees to take care of the family for the captain, who seems to have a plan in mind. A soldier runs to warn that the prisoners are about to confess, and the commander sends notes. The butler is terrified and tries to be the first to confess everything about the duke's secret plans, but the nobleman hits him with an elbow and shouts at him to shut up because it's not his turn to speak. Then Carlo admits to having had small dealings with other forces and asks them to intercede on his behalf with the king. Commander becomes furious and says that they have fought for the country for years and calls the nobleman a damned traitor. A system window confirms the mission is complete, but the hero still wonders about the giant serpent. The young man says he's going to sort things out with the girls now, and the captain promises to extract Carlo's secrets. The commander then watches him leave the scene with a rather serious expression on his face. He threatens the duke, and the nobleman reveals that his contact was a secret agent of the Kingdom of the Southern Return. Meanwhile, the protagonist goes to the duke's library in search of a shield with special abilities. The young warrior focuses his determined gaze as he searches for the shield he so desperately wanted. He then finds the chest, but to his surprise the item has been taken, and he wonders if anyone else knew about the treasure.